You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much...
Welcome to an evening of old-time radio.
Welcome to The Adventures of. I'm Greg, and I've compiled a collection of some of the great radio shows for you today, all with The Adventures of in the title of each one. Most of them are mystery or adventure shows, but there's a few other genres thrown in for good measure. Let's dive in. The first show is from The Adventures of Ellery Queen, which ran in 3 iterations. The first from 1939 to 1948, starring Hugh Marlowe as the detective, Ellery Queen, Santos Ortega as his father, Richard Queen, and Marion Shockley as Nicky Porter. The format was unique from other detective shows in that the dramatization was interrupted towards the end with a panel of celebrities attempting to solve it, and they usually didn't, and then Ellery would then reveal the correct solution. It won an Edgar Award in 1941 for Best Radio Drama. Later, there was The Further Adventures of Ellery Queen, which ran from 58 to 59, and then Ellery Queen's Minute Mysteries, which ran from 1950 to 1955. This episode is a great one, called The 3 Scratches, originally broadcast on December 17, 1939. Next up, we have The Adventures of Frank Race, which was a serialized adventure show that ran from 49 to 50, with Race being an investigator usually looking into international insurance scams, not all that dissimilar to the show Yours Truly Johnny Dollar. He was played by Tom Collins for 22 episodes, and then by Paul Dubov. Tony Barrett played his sidekick, Mark Donovan. Frank Race was formerly an attorney, but after World War II ended, he became an investigator/agent for the OSS. In this episode, Lady in the Dark, Frank is in Paris, where an old doctor friend of his asks for his help. The doctor is then kidnapped, and Frank must solve the case, rescue his friend, and along the way help a boy who needs surgery to save his life. A great story with a blend of mystery and action, adventure, and I highly recommend it, and I think you'll enjoy it. After that is the comedy show The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Sothern in the title role. This was a spin-off of Sothern's popular film series of the same character, and those films were released from 1939 all the way to 1947. She plays an unemployed entertainer who travels around the country looking for work, and winds up in all sorts of adventures and predicaments along the way, usually involving her having to help other people. Her famous catchphrase was, "Likewise, I'm sure," in a Brooklyn accent. It ran from 1945 to 47 on CBS Radio. In the episode The Spicy Novel, a female author friend of Maisie's has written a rather spicy novel called The Lusty Lady, but the publisher wants a hot photo of her for the back cover, and the girl is too shy to provide one, so she asks Maisie, who's quite attractive, to provide the photo, which she does. Unfortunately, it gets the publisher attracted to her, and he asks her to do a large publicity schedule with interviews, book signings, etc., all with the publisher and everyone believing that Maisie is actually the author. The rest of the show is about Maisie's attempts to get herself out of this predicament, while at the same time not hurting her author friend's literary reputation. A very funny story that is a lot of fun to listen to. Next, we have the great show The Adventures of Charlie Chan, a police detective of Chinese and American descent. The series appeared in 3 different iterations over the years, with various actors in the title role. Although he supposedly works in Honolulu, Hawaii, he's almost always somewhere else in each episode. The show was a serial, but you can still jump into any episode and enjoy each one as an adventure mystery by itself. In this one, The Curious Ride of the Sea Witch, 2 escaped convicts board a yacht, and then shortly afterwards, there's a murder, which Charlie, of course, must solve. Then we have The Adventures of Sam Spade, that great detective created by Dashiell Hammett and played by Howard Duff and later Steve Dunn. In The Wheel of Life caper, Sam helps a woman who has lost her memory, and she seeks Sam's help in recovering her memory, but also in finding out how she lost it in the first place. Sam discovers that her amnesia is connected to a valuable Buddhist relic that has been smuggled into San Francisco. This is a very unique story and a great mystery with the trademark action scenes and Spade's great mix of tough guy / humorous quips. Now let's listen to these shows, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Bromo Seltzer presents The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Tonight, the makers of Bromo Seltzer bring you another thrilling adventure with Ellery Queen, the celebrated gentleman detective, in person. Ellery Queen again gives you a chance to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unravels. Then, at the point where he was able to solve the mystery, he stops the play, gives you a chance to guess the criminal's name. In the studio tonight, we have as our guests Ken Sears, New York Yankee catcher, and Art Flynn, business editor of the weekly newspaper Sporting News. We'd hoped to have with us, too, the star second baseman of the Yankees, Joe Gordon, but he was unable to join us. However, Messrs. Sears and Flynn have accepted Ellery Queen's challenge to solve the mystery before the solution is revealed. And now, Ellery Queen, master detective, and your host for the next half hour.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. In tonight's story, Nicky and I quite unexpectedly become involved in the crucial game of the World Series. I call it The Adventure of the World Series Crime.
You all know what's happened. The Eagles won the first 3 games. Then the Larks came back to take the 4th and 5th games, and now the Larks are leading in the 6th game 3-2. Here's the pitch. Ball 4. That's a walk for Henderson. Fills the bases for the Eagles. 2 out. We'll see now. Oh, here's the great Sparks himself coming to bat. Now let's see. Hill will score 2 runs. The Eagles will win 4-3, and the World Series will be over. But if the Larks can stop Sparky again, the series will be all tied at 3 games apiece, and the payoff game tomorrow, there it is, strike 1, Sparks. You know, everybody's asking what's happened to Sparky. Champion batter of the major leagues, he was an Arkansas tornado in the first 3 series games, hit over 500, won the first 3 games for the Eagles almost single-handed, and then he folded. Here's the pitch, strike 2. Strike 2. Sparky didn't get a hit in the 4th game or the 5th. And today, in 3 official tries, the great Sparks has popped up once and struck out twice with men in scoring position. There it is. 4-1. That's 1 and 2 on Sparky. You know, there's some ugly rumors around, but take it from your Uncle Ted, they're just malarkey. You know, you've heard them. That Sparky's been drugged, Sparks was sold out to the gamblers. It's all... Here it is. Strike 3. Sparky didn't even lift his bat off his shoulder. He's out. Well, that's the game, folks. Ties it up at 3 games apiece. But what's happened to Sparks? Mr. Dayton, owner of the Eagles, wants to know. Mac McClune, fighting manager of the Eagles, wants to know. What's happened to Sparky?
Yeah. No. Just a minute. Mr. Dayton's private office. What? No. Spade, listen, Weisenheimer. I'll give it to you in plain English. There ain't no more tickets. Oh. Hello, Mr. McClune.
The boss in, Susie?
Yeah, he's waiting for you. Say, Mr. McClune, I want to tip you off. The boss said me and the boyfriend could see today's game from his box. And, well, you know what that means.
Yeah. As usual, Dayton's ducking out in a pinch.
Yeah, well, the rest of us still think you can lick them bums, Mr. McClune.
Thanks, Susie. You want to see me, Mr. Dayton?
Oh, come in, Mac.
Yeah.
Mac, I am leaving you in complete charge.
Going away today, Mr. Dayton? I notice you have your golf clubs already.
Yes, I'm running up to the country club. I couldn't stand the strain of the final game, Mac. My heart, you know.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'll phone you the result.
Well, it's not as if I were running out on you or the team, Mac.
Of course not, Mr. Dayton.
You'll bench Sparks, of course.
Thought you were leaving me in charge.
But, my dear McClune, he's had half a dozen chances to win the series in the last 3 games. And what's he done?
If Sparky goes, I go.
Oh, he couldn't bat a ball with a coal shovel.
Bat a ball. Bat. Oh, what a fool I've been. Of course, the bat.
What are you raving about, Mac?
Look, Mr. Dayton, if your heart can stand the strain of making one phone call before you go out to play golf, just one, mind you, we can still win this series.
A phone call?
I want a detective. Pay any fee he asks, but have him here in 15 minutes.
A detective? What detective, Mac?
The best in the world, Mr. Dayton. If there's one man can save this World Series for us, it's Ellery Queen.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery. We'll be back in just a moment to tell you more. But first, Ernest Chappell.
You know, nobody minds hard work these days because we're working for victory. But what are you going to do when you're stopped by a common sick headache? Miss Edith Hyde of Fremont Avenue, Los Altos, California, has the answer to that. She writes,
I work at the Red Cross 7 hours a day, 5.5 days a week, and spend what time I have left practicing my music. This constant work and study is quite a strain, and sometimes I get a common sick headache and my nerves feel on edge. Well, one evening, while listening to your very entertaining Ellery Queen program, I heard your clever, educated train tell about Bromo Seltzer, and I decided to try it the next time I got a headache. Was I delighted with the quick, effective relief I got? Why, in just a short time, my head felt a lot better, and my jumpy nerves began to calm down. I told everyone at the office about it, but most of them informed me that they were already familiar with Bromo Seltzer's grand help and had been relying on it for a long time. Now I'm never without Bromo Seltzer. I keep a bottle in my desk at the office and another at home.
and that's a wise idea for everybody. You know, these days, you never know when you're liable to get a common sick headache. So if you don't already have a big blue bottle of Bromo Seltzer in your home medicine chest, get one tomorrow for sure. And now back to our mystery. In answer to Mac McClune's phone call, Ellery, Nicky, the inspector, and Sergeant Veely have just arrived.
Hello, Mac.
Hello, Ellery.
You know my father, Inspector Queen.
The inspector.
Hiya, Mac.
Sergeant Veely.
Hi.
And this is my secretary, Nicky Porter.
Hello.
Miss Porter. When they heard you wanted me on a case, Mac, I couldn't shake 'em off.
There's anything we can do to help the Eagles win, Mac.
Thanks, Inspector Queen.
We're Eagle fans, all of us.
We need 'em all, Miss Porter.
I got a week's salary on the Eagles, Mac.
You and a flock of others, Sergeant.
Where's Mr. Dayton?
In a place where he won't bother us. Ellery, if you can solve a mystery in 3 hours, we've still got a chance to win. If you can't...
Doesn't sound like Mac McClune talking.
3 hours. Give me the facts.
Well, Ellery, you know ball players. They're all kind of superstitious.
Yeah, remember how Babe Ruth always touched second base on his way in from right field at the end of every inning?
Sparky's worse, Sergeant. He's got a pet bat.
You mean Ellery's got to find one of those nasty things that fly around at night?
Mac's a baseball manager, Nicky, not a zookeeper. He means a baseball bat.
Go on, Mac.
Well, Ellery, with that pet bat of his, Sparky's the greatest hitter in the game today.
Without it, he's just a bum, huh?
Hold it, Sergeant. Mac, what happened to Sparks' bat and when?
Well, the morning after the third game, Sparky told me about it, but it went clean out of my head. Somebody stole his bat.
Aha! If Sparky gets back his bat, you think he'll snap out of his slump, Mac?
Inspector, I'll eat your badge in the Lark's dugout if he don't.
Ellery's been asked to find stolen jewels, stolen documents, but a stolen baseball bat.
Quiet, Nicky. Mac, was the bat stolen from the clubhouse?
No, Ellery. Sparky was so nervous about it, he wouldn't leave it in the regular bat rack. He took it home with him.
Where does he live?
Well, Sparky got married just before the series.
You mean the World Series is Sparky's honeymoon?
Sort of, Miss Porter. So, Mr. Dayton gives Sparky and Lily, that's Sparky's wife, the use of his apartment during the series. They've been living there.
What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Here's Dayton's apartment, Inspector.
Okay, Mac.
Really, you park out here in the hall and watch this front door.
Huh?
We don't want to be disturbed. Go ahead, Ellery. Knock.
Fancy layout.
Oh, Inspector, you ain't leaving me out in the cold in a case like this.
Bailey!
Yes, sir.
Mac, come on in. Hello, Sparky. This is Inspector Queen, his son Ellery, and Miss Porter.
Howdy. Meet the missus. Lily,
Hi,
meet
Mr.
Inspector
Spark.
Queen.
Gee, it's awful good of you folks to help Sparky.
I reckon I'm past being helpful, Lily.
Maybe not, Mr. Sparks. When did you first discover your bat was stolen?
Well, Mr. Queen, I always put the bat in the hall closet there. The first thing I woke up the morning of the fourth game, I looked in the closet, and Uncle Sam, that's my pet name for the bat, you see.
Sparky calls everything we own by a pet name, Mr. Queen. There's a skunk back home that bothers the chickens. Sparky calls him Hitler.
I'm beginning to like you, Sparky.
The bat was missing, Sparky, when you first looked in the closet that morning?
No, Inspector. That time Uncle Sam's standing there all right. But then all that morning we have visitors, and when they go away and Lily and me get ready to mosey over to the ballpark, why, I open the closet door and Uncle Sam's gone.
How many visitors did you have?
Wasn't it 3, Lily?
Oh, 4, Sparky.
4 visitors. Well, that means one of them must be the thief.
I reckon so, Miss Porter. I wasn't counting Mr. Dayton, Lily. He's not exactly a visitor. This apartment being his'n.
Oh, Mr. Dayton come first. He forgot to take his golf bag with him when he gave up this apartment.
So he comes to pick it up.
Tell Mr. Queen who the other 3 were, Sparky.
Okay, Mac. First there was Pagoli.
Pagoli? The big-time gambler?
I smell a rat.
And what did Mr. Pagoli want?
Well, it's sort of personal.
Oh, now, Sparky, you mustn't hold anything back up when you want Mr. Queen to help.
Lily's right, Sparky.
Well, Mac,
Now, look here, Ellery. Sparky's the idol of sports fans all over the country, and he deserves to be. He sets a good example for the kids. Don't drink, don't smoke, a square shooter. But he's got one weakness that's going to get him in a heap of trouble. It already has.
I know. I read about it in the papers.
Well, that's where Pagoli fits. Gambling.
Looks that way, Dad.
Commissioner had you on the carpet about it, didn't he, Sparky?
Yeah, Inspector.
But Sparky won't listen. He wastes most of his dough paying off.
Gee, I've tried so hard to make him stop. I even refused to marry him until he promised to quit. Only he didn't quit. I reckon you'll have to excuse me.
Lily.
Be a good girl, Nicky, and keep Mrs. Sparks company in the next room.
All right, Ellery.
So, you owe Pagoli money, Sparky, and he came here yesterday morning to collect,
When you start talking about gambling, Sparky shuts up like a clam.
Guess who's outside asking to see Sparky, Ellery?
Speak of the devil, Sergeant?
Huh? Big shot Pagoli.
Bring him in, Veely.
All right, Inspector. Step into the parlor, Mr. Fly.
Be careful with your hands, you. Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Sparks. I come back tomorrow, eh?
Well, now, I don't know.
Might be too late, Pagoli.
Inspector Queen, I not see you at first.
In an umpire's eye, you not see him.
Be careful how you talk, Mr. Veely.
Sergeant Veely to you, pig.
My business with Mr. Sparks, it can wait. I go now.
Oh, wait, Mr. Pagoli.
What do you want?
Well, seeing how things are, maybe I better tell the truth.
The truth? You told me Pagoli came to see you the other day about the money you owe him, Sparks.
Well, I didn't want to worry you, Mac. Mr. Pagoli here,
Take care of what you spill, Hick.
he was willing to forget my IOUs if...
Mr. Sparks, I warn you.
If what?
If I threw the series, Mr. Queen.
So that's it, Pagoli, you dirty backstabber.
Shot him that right, Pagoli. Oh, dropped. Now I'll give you a demonstration of the famous Veely. Say, Uncle. That's better.
Fireworks over? Now, Mr. Pagoli, did you have any bundles or packages with you when you visited this apartment the other day?
All of a sudden, they'll talk English, huh? No, he didn't have, Mr. Queen.
You're sure, Sparky? Did he wear a topcoat?
No, sir.
Okay. Let him out, Veely. Put a tail on him, though. I think we'll be seeing more of Mr. Pig.
Come on, Pig. Back to your style.
Sparky, who were the other 2 visitors you had? Who came after Pagoli?
After Mr. Pagoli comes Collins.
Collins? Manager of the Larks?
Yep, and after Collins comes Buck Fisher.
Fisher's the first baseman on your own team, Mac, isn't he?
Yeah. Sparky beat Buck out of the batting championship by 3 points.
Less than 2 hours left. Time's running out. Dad, you and Mac tackle manager Collins, the Larks. Nicky and I will call on the vanquished Eagle batsman, Buck Fisher.
You'll find both of them at the stadium now, Ellery.
Good. That saves us time. Dad, we check with each other at the stadium. Sparks can give us the other details on the way over. Hurry.
each other since the old Sandout days. We don't have to spar around.
Well, what's on your mind, Inspector?
Collins, why did you, the manager of the opposition team, drop in to see Sparks, the star batter of Mac's team, during the World Series?
It's your little idea, Mac? Trying to frame me just before the start of the last game?
You know me better than that, Collins.
Okay. Inspector, I ran up to see Sparky about our bet.
What bet?
$2,000 even money on the World Series winner.
Sparky bet his team to win, Collins?
That's a hot one. Did you ever hear of Sparky betting against himself? Sure, he bet on his team. With his team taking the first 3 games, I thought Sparky might be willing to raise the ante. At big odds, of course. But no soap.
Sparky said no?
He was willing, Mac, but his wife said nix.
Collins, were you wearing a top coat that morning?
Who, me? A top coat in this weather?
Did you have any bundles with you?
Criminy, no. Say, what's this all about anyway?
Forget it. Come on, let's go, Mac.
Just a minute, Inspector. Collins.
Yeah, Mac?
Who you pitching today?
See tonight's paper.
There's the door to the Eagles' locker room, Nicky.
Yes, there comes an eagle.
Excuse me, are you Buck Fisher?
Yeah? See you out in the field, fellas. Okay.
Who are you?
What? Don't you know Ellery Queen?
Never heard of him, lady. Hey, you're not the new sports writer for the Herald, are you?
That's right. No, Fisher, I'm a detective.
Detective? What goes?
A few simple questions, Mr. Fisher. Why did you pay a visit to Sparks the morning of the 4th game?
Well, Sparky and I had a bet all season on who'd wind up with the best batting average. Sparky won by 3 points. 10 is Hyde.
And I saw him do it. Made 5 hits in the last game of the season.
So what?
So, why'd you drop in to see Sparky that morning, Fisher?
Oh, we had another bet. Who'd get the most hits in the series? Sparky hit like a house afire the first 3 games, but I figured he'd fold. So that morning I comes up and I says, Sparky, how about doubling the bet?
Did he, Fisher?
He says yes, but his wife says no. So what's the matter, Sparky? Cold feet? Well, Sparky says okay. Then his wife starts the waterworks, so I beat it. But the double bet's on. Oh, there's a signal for batting practice. I gotta go out and cloud a couple.
Mr. Fisher?
Yeah?
Did you wear a top coat that morning or carry any packages?
What? No.
Miss Porter, why did you ask Fisher those last 2 questions?
If you can ask him of Pagoli, Mr. Queen, I can ask him of Fisher.
That's what I thought. Come on, Miss Copycat. Let's find Dad.
Inspector, you learned exactly as much from Collins as Ellery and I did from Buck Fisher.
Yeah, Nicky, a great big goose egg.
Ellery, the game will be starting in a few minutes. Are we getting anywhere?
Well, Sergeant.
We haven't even got to first base. Ellery, we're no nearer finding that bat than when we started.
I wouldn't say that, Dad.
Ellery, don't tell me you know where...
Yes, I know where Sparky's bat is, Nicky. There's only a 50-50 chance it's still there. Dad, step aside with me. I'll tell you what to do. Now, you telephone.
Ellery and his pesky secret.
Yeah. I wonder what's cooking.
Nearly 2 hours since Dad made that phone call, Nicky, and no sign of anybody.
You wear out the sidewalk, Ellery.
2 hours waiting at the ball player's entrance, and we could have been inside with Dad and Veely watching the game. Dad, what inning is it?
Last of the ninth, son.
What's the score now, Sergeant?
Still the same, Miss Porter. 1-0 favor of the Larks.
Oh, give up, Ellery. It's too late now. You must have been wrong this time.
Nicky, I tell you, I wasn't wrong. I couldn't have been. Oh, how can I go in there and face Mac McClune without that pet bat of Sparky?
Well, you can't do the impossible, Ellery. He gave you only a few hours. What's that?
Nicky, this is it.
What, a police car? But Ellery...
You Ellery Queen?
Yes?
Here it is. The bat.
Hooray!
we've got it.
Are we in time, Mr. McClure?
By the snakes of St. Patrick, it is. It's Sparky's bat. Hey, Spud! Floyd, call Sparky back. He's on his way to the plate.
What? For the police department.
Hank, how's it stand?
Oh, we're behind, Inspector. Same as yesterday. 1-0 last. The ninth bases full. 2 out and Sparky up.
Sparks get a hit. Any hit will drive in 2 runs.
And we win.
Sparky, take the lead out of your feet. Hey, what is it, Mac? You're not benching.
Your bat, Sparky. Your own bat. Here. Now go on out there and use it.
Uncle Sam. Don't you worry, Mac. Good old Uncle Sam won't let you down. One side, fellas.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery and I hope a solution as well. Nicky, will you be good enough to introduce our guest armchair detectives for this evening?
Well, Ellery, our guests tonight are certainly the right men to try to solve this mystery, because both of them know just about all there is to know about baseball. And when I tell you who they are, you'll see what I mean. Our first guest is Ken Sears, catcher of the New York Yankees and son of Ziggy Sears, famous National League umpire. You can be sure that when the Yankees meet the St. Louis Cardinals for the first World Series game October 5th, more than a few eyes will be watching Ken Sears.
All right, Nicky, I'll agree the first guest knows baseball. But what about the second?
Well, our second guest isn't a ball player, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know about baseball. He's Art Flynn, business manager of the Sporting News, the Bible of the baseball world. Mr. Flynn has been with the Sporting News for 16 years and has covered every World Series in that time. Mr. Flynn says that the Sporting News has a tremendous international circulation, since so many of its old readers are now in the service, but still yelling for their copies. And, incidentally, they get them. And now, Ellery?
Mr. Sears, I have 2 questions for you this evening. Number 1, where did I find Sparky's bat? And 2, who stole it?
Well, Mr. Queen, I believe you found that bat in Mr. Dayton's golf bag.
Mr. Dayton's golf bag. And how did it get there?
Well, I believe Mr. Dayton visited Sparky's apartment that morning, and I believe he stole that bat and went out to the golf course to play golf and missed that last game of the World Series.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much, Mr. Sears. And now, Mr. Flynn, where did I find Sparky's bat and who stole it?
I think I've got to agree with Ken Sears, Ellery, that he found it in the golf bag because no one had a top coat. And secondly, I'd say that that the person that put it there was Lily, the wife, because when they were talking about if he threw the series and she walked out and said no when they wanted to double his bet, it's the case of that famous French saying, cherchez la femme.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Flynn and Mr. Sears. You'll have to wait a moment to find out whether you've solved tonight's mystery correctly. And in the meanwhile, here's Ernest Chappell, who, it develops, is up on his modern slang.
Ellery means I'm hep to the jive, I suppose. And all because I happened to mention to him that when you have a headache, you just can't be on the beam. In other words, you don't feel 100%. But if you're hep, that is to say, if you know your way around, the chances are that you know our bromo seltzer gives quick, effective relief from the 3-way misery that may often accompany a common sick headache. Yes, bromo seltzer acts 3 ways, on head, nerves, and stomach. Try bromo seltzer the next time you have a common sick headache. See how quickly it has you cooking with gas. Or as we old fogies say, feeling more like your old self again.
Where did you find the bag?
That was simple, Nicky, once I knew the facts. Only 4 people, Dayton, Pagoli, Collins, and Fisher, visited Sparky between the last time he saw the bat in the closet and the time he saw it was gone. So obviously, one of those 4 stole the bat from the apartment.
Well, I said that long ago, Ellery, but which one?
The important question wasn't who took the bat, Nicky, but how. How was the bat taken out of the apartment under Spark's nose without Spark seeing it?
Strike 1.
After all, a bat is a sizable object, 36 inches long and a solid hunk of hickory.
So that's why you asked about the packages and the top coats, huh?
Right, Dad. But none of the four visitors carried a package or wore a topcoat. The topcoat idea was a shot in the dark. Actually, you can't conceal a 36-inch baseball bat under a coat, or inside a trouser leg for that matter, and still walk like a human being. Yet the bat was taken from the apartment. How?
Ball one.
There was one article taken out of that apartment that was big enough to conceal a 36-inch baseball bat.
But Sparks said nothing went outside.
Wrong, Dad. Sparks said one thing did go out. Remember? Dayton's golf bag.
Dayton? The owner of the Eagles? The one who lent the Sparks' apartment?
That's right. Dayton came back for his golf bag, Sparky said.
And with the top zippered over, it'd hold a baseball bat and not be seen.
No! Strike two.
Now, either Dayton put the bat in his golf bag or someone else did. If Dayton were the thief, the first thing he'd do once he was out of the hotel was get rid of the bat. But if someone else put the bat into Dayton's bag and Dayton hadn't yet looked inside, the bat would still be there.
So, Nicky, Ellery told me to phone the chief of police nearest to Dayton's country club. Chief rushed to the club, found Dayton's bag still unopened, and the bat inside.
Well, Mr. Dayton can't be the thief.
And there's ball two.
Then who stole the bat? Who did it? Well, who hid it in Dayton's golf bag?
Well, who was in the apartment when Dayton took away his bag? Not Pagoli, not Collins, nor Fisher. None of them had arrived yet. Only two people were there besides Dayton, Sparks and his wife. Did Sparky steal his own bat? Would he deliberately get rid of the one thing he needed most to win his bet?
No. Couldn't be Sparks.
Then it must be... You mean his own wife?
Mrs. Sparks stole that bat?
She's the only one left, so Sparky's wife must be the thief.
Ball three, Maestro.
For Pete's sake, Ellery, why?
Mrs. Sparks.
Yes, Mr. Queen.
Will you come here, please?
You were wanting me, Mr. Queen.
You heard what I just said.
Mrs. Sparks. Lily, why did you do it?
Oh, gee, I thought if Sparky lost his pet bat, he'd lose his bets. And Collins and Fisher and Pagoli and all the others. I thought that would cure him. But I didn't realize what it would mean to Mac and to Sparky's teammates and all the fans. I was scared to admit it.
Doggone it, a foul.
Ellery, do we have to tell Sparky?
If everything comes out all right, I don't see why, Nicky.
Oh, you're a darling.
Don't forget Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam came through in the clutch, and he always will.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of The Lady in the Dark.
It had been a hot day in Paris, hot and clammy. And now with the coming of night, a thunderstorm crouched above the city, snarling and slashing at everything beneath it. It was a storm worth watching. So Mark Donovan and I had satisfied ourselves with the shelter of an awning that covered a sidewalk cafe on the Rue Marcadet Poissonnier.
Oh, brother, ain't this something? Not a cab in sight.
There just aren't very many cabs in Paris these days, Marcus, particularly around the Marché Puce.
Hey, the lights.
That one must have hit a power station.
Holy cow, it's blacker than a coal miner's pocket.
Well, the rain's beginning to slacken. I almost hate to see it stop.
Race, did you get up?
No, why?
Somebody just sat down at this table. Somebody who ain't saying a word.
Oh?
Let's hand you a cigarette lighter. We get a gander at this spot.
No. No, do not make a lie. It would be dangerous.
Dangerous? To whom?
To a man who thinks your eyes trained. If your name is Race.
I'm Race. Who's the man?
Dr. Amorous.
Amorous? Of course I'm his friend. Where is he?
Across the street, lying in the doorway. He saw you stop here while it was still light. You and your companion.
He's hurt.
They shot him. He cannot walk. He thought that maybe you would help him get to his hotel.
Of course I'll help him. I wouldn't wait.
Hey, what do you know? The lights are on again. You know...
Mark's whistle was for the girl. And it takes plenty of puck or two to pucker the Donovan lips. But this one had it. Dark hair, cut short and curling. Full lips. A breathtaking sort of face.
You will go to him now?
Yes, and you?
I thought I would find a fiacre to move him.
Go with her, Mark.
Oh, sure. What's a fiacre?
The carriage. Go along with her. Wait a second.
What is it?
Your name. I don't believe I heard you mention it.
Janine. Janine Renaud.
I crossed the street to the doorway she had pointed out. Dr. Amorous. It was a name that brought back a poignant memory.
Who is it?
It's all right, Amorous.
Race?
Yes.
Race, thank heaven. I thought I knew you when I saw you stop. I told myself it had to be you. Because, Race, I'm in trouble.
As I remembered, Amorous, we've been in trouble before.
You talked to Janine?
She and Mark Donovan have gone for a fiacre. Where are you staying, Amorous?
Well, clean and cool.
Well, we shouldn't have too much difficulty getting you there, even without it.
What is it, Race?
Someone outside. Several men.
And they found me.
Who are they, Amorous?
I don't know, Ace. I don't know. They must be hounding me because of something from the past. What are they doing now, huh?
They seem to be talking it over. No, they're coming up the steps.
A gun. Do you have one, Race?
No gun, unfortunately.
Oh, help me up. Come on. We must get into the house before it's too late.
It is already too late, Amorous.
In the shadows behind his flashlight, he could have been an ape. An ape in a Chesterfield coat. There were 3 more behind him, silent, lethal barriers to anyone's peace of mind.
I told you it'd do no good to run, Amorous.
Perhaps not, Luca. But this time the odds are more in my favor. This time, I have a friend.
We are taking you, Amorous. Friend or no friend.
Lorca meant what he said, and he had the means to carry it through. So instead of trying to dicker, I ground a shoe into his shin and slammed a short left hook to his jaw. He went back against the others, and I tried jamming to shut the door, but they piled back against me with a lot of weight, a lot of slugging, until finally...
That takes care of him. And now, Amorous, we take care of you.
I came out of it to the realization that someone was bending over me. Someone wearing a perfume that for the moment made me forget the big throb that was my head.
Ah, you are going to be all right, Ray.
Janine, how's Amorous?
He is not here. There is no one here but you and me.
What about Mark Donovan?
We're looking for a carriage. When we could not find one, I got worried and came back. What happened here?
There were just too many of them. Let me try sitting up.
What is it? You have not been shot?
No, I have an idea I was kicked after I was knocked cold.
Perhaps some cognac would help.
Or something like it.
Well, there is a bar in Square. We could walk to it from here. You could lean on me if you like.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Looking at her across a table in the bar took some of the fog from my brain. And this was not by candlelight, but in the uncompromising glare of an electric bulb right above us.
It is good to sit down, no? This is not much of a place.
It's very good, Doc. I can't even talk straight. It's very good to sit down. I'm quite contented being here.
Why, who is Lisa Kruger?
Oh, a beautiful woman. She's no longer alive.
Oh, and you are in love with her?
Yes. She died trying to help me.
What was she like?
Lovely and warm, and she was a lot like you.
Thank you.
What has Amaran been doing?
He has a small hospital for the poor. A sort of settlement. He's a wonderful surgeon. He could make a lot of money on the other side of the city, but he would rather spend his time with the poor.
How long has he been doing this?
Oh, must be a year now.
And you? You're his...
Secretary. Simply secretary.
Amaran told me he lived on this street. You know where?
No.
I wonder if they'd know him here.
Is it important?
I have an idea it might be quite important.
Then I shall ask for you.
She left me and moved to the bar. A slim figure oblivious of the masculine comment she drew from the crowd. She came back frowning slightly with concentration.
Bartender knows him, and so do some of the others.
And his lodgings?
Number 27. Only a few doors away.
Do you mind? I think I should go there at once.
Oh, you are still pale. Perhaps I'd better come with you.
We moved toward the door. To get out of the place, you went up a short flight of steps. It was here we were stopped by two men, one of whom I recognized as Lurker.
You do not seem to know when you had enough.
I've had quite enough, Lurker. Don't try to give me any more.
Why do you want to know where Amaranth lives?
Amaranth is my friend.
So? Well, we know where he lives. We take you there.
I prefer to go without you.
I say, we take you.
He stood 2 steps above me and plainly intended to have his way. So I doubled up, clutched a handful of his Chesterfield, and heaved him down the stairs. I leaned against the wall, spent from the exertion, and his partner lunged for me. But Janine, bless her, threw out a slim, tripping leg, and both of them were down.
Come away before they get out. Do you think they might have brought him here?
It's possible. From the sound of it, there's someone in there.
You are going in? Here then, take this. I picked it up when that man dropped it.
Pistol, good girl. Stand back now while I open it. All right. Don't move, any of you.
Good heavens.
There were 3 of them. 2 men and a girl standing there frozen. Catching a glimpse of myself in a glass on the opposite wall, I could understand their concern. My hair looked as though I'd just climbed out of bed. I had a badly battered eye, and there were streaks of blood down my face. To top it off, I had the pistol level in their direction.
Is there, something wrong?
I'm sorry. I expected to find someone else here. I'm looking for Dr. Amaran.
Well, we've been waiting for him, too. But not with a gun.
I put the pistol away. She wasn't the type of person you wanted to threaten. She was a blonde with a pretty face and delightful contours. I mentioned my name, and the girl made herself known as Sally Clayton. She introduced the younger man with the nearsighted stare as Glenn Young, and the pudgy older man as Dr. Holka. I told them about Amaran. They stared at me anew.
But he might be dead. They may have murdered him.
Yes. How well do you people know him?
We know him very well. We all work with him at the hospital.
Any ideas as to why he's in a jam like this?
No.
Can't tell you a thing, but we've got to get him out of it somehow.
Yes, not only for his own sake, but there's the hospital and there's Pierre Philippe.
Pierre Philippe?
He's our worry patient right now. Poor child. He was knocked down by a runaway horse yesterday, and Amaran must operate on him tomorrow. Dr. Holker can tell you that.
Well, I'm afraid that even if we do get Amaran back, he's going to be in no condition to handle surgery. Isn't there someone else who can do the job, Dr. Holker?
Well, the boy's skull was fractured, a critical injury in the Rowandic area. There are 3 men besides Amaran who could operate successfully. Michel Fontaine is in the Riviera. Jacques Vissy is ill. And Dr. Boniface. No. Tomorrow is Sunday, and no one can find Dr. Boniface on Sunday. It will have to be Amaran. It will have to be Amaran,
or the boy will die.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now we return to the adventures of Frank Race. My feeling about the affair was a reaction of physical and mental depression. A friend that needed help, and I had let him down. Even the presence of attractive females offered no lift at the moment. But something needed to be done. So I went back to the bar on Squaw Quinoncourt and bumped into Mark Donovan. He shook his head when I told him about what had happened.
I can see just how this deal's gonna turn out.
You can?
Yeah, I can. No profit, lots of bruises, and maybe a heartache for a hangover. What do we do next? Huh?
What we should have done in the first place. Start asking questions.
Oh, that's fine. Where?
Well, I'd say this was a likely place.
The place is congenial, anyway. Tell me something. What are we trying to find out?
I want to contact a lad called Lurker. I have the feeling that a chat with him could be quite productive. Where liquor flows, tongues are usually free. I got nowhere and took a couple of hours doing it. But Mark became the confidant of a lady of the evening, and as a result, we presently paid a visit to a nearby pension. A hotel exuding an atmosphere that could only have come from decades of dust, flavored not delicately by garlic.
All right. What is it?
Hello, Lurker.
What do you want?
Thought we'd come in and have a talk.
Yeah, just friendly conversation.
I got nothing to talk about.
We think you have quite a bit to talk about, and we're prepared to extract it from you. What happened to Amaran?
I tell you this much, but nothing more. We did not keep him with us. The police came as we were walking him away. We had to drop him.
What made you attack him in the first place?
I say nothing more.
You're going to tell me, and you're going to tell me who you're working for. You have the answers, and I want them as of...
Why don't you try asking me, chum? I got all the answers, too.
I've never seen this one before. He was young and looked as though he should be selling insurance. He wasn't holding a gun visibly, but both hands were in his coat pockets, and I got the feeling he hadn't been reaching for a cigarette lighter. I had a hand in one of my pockets, too, gripping the pistol Janine had given me, and I thought that made it a standoff until two other men sidled into the room.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
So Lurker's working for you?
Yeah, Lurker's working for me. And guys that work for me don't talk. Not more than once, they don't.
An American in Paris. Must be an interesting story, the effect you've been having on foreign relations.
I'm Tommy Jonas.
It's no pleasure.
No? Well, I got word that you was here, Ray, so I thought I'd tag along, too. Lurker's one of my boys, and I never leave my boys on a hook. You shouldn't have come here bothering them, Race. Because it makes me think that if I let you go, you'll just come back and bother them again. So I can't let you go, can I?
I told myself I could start shooting, but I knew that could have but one result with three other guns against us. Mark and I just wouldn't be around anymore. There was only one other out, but knocking off an electric bulb from your coat pocket by feel and nothing else, well...
What are you, the strong, silent type?
Guess I'm not very glib tonight. Had a hard evening.
And you're still having a hard evening, ain't you, Ray? Kind of makes you sweat, don't it? I get kicks out of seeing guys sweat. Yeah, but you're supposed to be a tough boy. And you got beads of the stuff running down your forehead.
You misconstrue the significance of my perspiration, Tommy. You're right about my being under a strain. But it isn't for quite the reason that you...
Let's go!
Amaran's hospital turned out to be quite a setup. Recently built, all new equipment, a costly installation. Even though it was Sunday afternoon, there were a number of people waiting outside its consultation rooms. Hello, Miss Clayton. I came in to see if you had any news concerning Dr. Amaran.
News? Well, we've something much better. Come with me.
With an air of suppressed excitement, she took me along the corridor to one of the rooms. Here, propped up in a hospital bed, his left arm in a sling, was Amaran.
Hey, you're all right. You were not badly hurt, huh?
Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't handle. But how are you doing?
He just finished surgery on little Pierre Philippe. Successful surgery.
Surgery?
Oh, it had to be done, Race. And I think we were lucky enough to bring off a fairly decent job.
I learned last night that you'd been able to get away from those thugs. But I never thought you'd be doing surgery this morning.
Oh, I'm deeply grateful for last night's race, really. If you had not delayed them, who knows what might have happened, eh?
This institution, Amaran, it's a revelation.
Ah, yes. It has been the greatest thing of my life, Race. I hope it can go on being so, but
if you're thinking of these attacks that are being made on you, they can be stopped.
Oh, well, I wasn't thinking of that alone. You see, there is something else.
Yeah?
Something that threatens the existence of the hospital itself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't go away, Glenn. You're not intruding. Race, this is Glenn Young, another American who is my good friend.
Met last night. Hello, Ray.
Hello, Young.
Oh, tell me, any luck with Madame Doucet, Glenn?
Just finished talking to her. And I'm sorry to say it was a very unhappy conversation.
Glenn Young seemed tired. His eyes had a staring look, and his brows were arched high, giving his forehead deep furrows. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his face.
Glenn, tell Race about our problem, huh?
It concerns the settlement race hospital.
Oh?
Responded for Dr. Amarand and presented to him by a wealthy old lady, Madame de Serre. Since we don't operate on a profit basis, she also puts the cost of maintenance. But she's become upset because of what's been happening to the doctor. How she heard about it, I don't know.
Well, there was a reporter at the police bureau when they took me there last night. He probably called her. You see, Race, Madame de Serre is very devout. And she seems to have seized upon the idea that I've gone wrong or something, that I've become involved with underworld characters.
So, she just indicated that she intends to alter her will, eliminating the trust clause, endowing the hospital with permanent maintenance.
Which you could see would make it impossible for us to operate more than a few weeks. Tell me, Glenn, how did she sound, eh? Completely adamant?
Completely.
So,
I don't think we've got a prayer.
Well, stop thinking about it, Glenn. You've done your share. Go out there and relax.
I'll try that.
I shall go and see Madame de Serre this evening.
Doctor, you can't. You're not well enough.
I'll have to be well enough. It cannot wait. Wait, if you can make it, I would like you to come with me.
But we weren't able to make the visit that evening. By late afternoon, Amaran's arm began to hemorrhage, a circumstance that confined him for the night. Nevertheless, he appeared at my hotel early next morning, and we reached the de Serre home about 10:30. An ancient-looking mansion had brought to mind the incongruous thought of a Rococo mausoleum. The elderly servant eyed us as though we had come to sack the place.
I hesitate to disturb Madame. She has not yet rung for me.
This late? I had the idea that Madame de Serre was always an early riser.
She is. But this morning she is probably indisposed. But we never disturb her.
Well, perhaps it's better this time. She's a very old lady,
Monsieur, you may be right. I shall go to her at once.
We were left waiting in the tremendous hall. It wasn't but a few minutes before a startled wail came from above. I helped Amaran mount the stairs, and we moved into a gigantic bedroom.
Oh, monsieur. Monsieur, something has happened. Something terrible. Madame, she has been strangled.
It had been done with a cord. She'd been garroted. The open French windows with thick vines up the masonry, it was obvious how the killer had entered. The old lady had struggled. Bedclothes were awry, a tray of medicines had been tipped off her nightstand. I picked up 2 or 3 vials, a thermometer, a small rubber plunger, and a hypodermic needle.
Monsieur, shall I call the police?
I'm afraid that there's nothing else to be done.
Grace, we ought to get out of this hotel for a little while. You've been coiled up in a chair all morning.
I've been overlooking something on this case, Mark. I feel it. Something obvious, something right in front of me.
Yeah. Look, how about this pistol that dame gave you? You want we should keep carrying it? You know something, the gendarmes don't like people toting rods, especially foreigners. Hey, how about it?
What's that, Mark?
Brother, you want a fun. Look, you need a glass of something to pep you up.
What? Glass. That's it, Marcus. Mark, you've given me the key to the whole thing.
I have? What do you know?
Come on, let's get over to the hospital. We were on our way through the lobby when I was tagged for a phone call. It turned out to be Amaran.
Grace, I think I'm in trouble again. It seems to be the same group. I spotted some of them just outside the hospital. I think they're waiting for me.
You're at the hospital now?
Yes. I came in the back way through the cellar. I'm calling from my office. I could call the police, but that would solve nothing.
Oh, those boys would just drift away and get back to you later. We'd better take care of it ourselves. I'll be there, Amaran, in a few minutes. There were 2 of them standing just inside the hospital entrance as Mark and I went in. I sensed that Tommy Janus must be around somewhere and Lurker. With Amaran in his office were Glenn Young and Janine Renault.
Oh, it's good to see you, Ace. I cannot seem to make this. Well, I just can't take this sort of thing as I used to. If Glenn and Janine hadn't been with me, I'm afraid I'd have to shout.
What do we do, Race? Try to sneak him out or make a fight of it?
I believe the place to settle it is right here.
I wish I knew what they were after.
They simply want your hospital, Amaran.
His hospital?
Glenn, those eyes of yours are bothering you again, aren't they? Here, this might help.
The suction cup from my lenses. Where did you find it?
Well, you dropped it beside Madame de Serres' dead body. You're one of those people who can't wear contact lenses for more than a few hours, aren't you, Glenn? Get pretty uncomfortable, don't they? Make you stare, make you stop blinking.
What are you getting at, Ace?
Amaran, I'll give good odds that Glenn Young has some sort of a power of attorney from you concerning this hospital.
Yes. After all, he's the manager, and should anything happen to me...
That's right. He's your good friend. He intended to have something happen to you, Doctor. You were all set to be put out of circulation so friend Glenn in a hood by the name of Tommy Janus could take over. Then this wouldn't have been a free clinic any longer, would it, Glenn? And you'd have cleaned up, particularly with Madame de Serres' trust fund taking care of expenses. That's why you murdered her, isn't it, Glenn? Because she told you she was going to cut that off?
Tommy! Listen, this fella...
Don't bother explaining. I had it all from the other side of the door. Nothing's going to make any difference, Glenn. We just take care of all of them, that's all. We're all going down the hall, people, nice and quiet. Keep your hands away from your pockets, Race, or I'll start blasting
Thank you again, friend Marcus.
Was really nothing.
I don't think any of those other lads are going to come in here. Not now, with the boss out of action. Stay where you are, Glenn. Don't get any ideas about running.
But Tommy Janus, look at him.
He's going to be all right. You know something?
What, Marcus?
That guy's really a smart cookie.
He is?
Yeah. What do you think of it? He picks a hospital to get shot in.
Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubove with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Michael Ann Barrett, Gerald Moore, Wilms Herbert, and William Johnstone. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmar. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Elves production.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about it? Ouch!
Does that answer your question, buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie pictures. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Southern. But first, your announcer. And now, here's Ann Southern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the man said. Maisie Revere of Brooklyn. I'm in show business, you know. You'll pardon me for always mentioning it, but since my last few jobs have been as stenographer, music teacher, receptionist, wrestling promoter, waitress, and undertaker's assistant, you might forget about the show business part. You see, my heart's in show business, but my stomach insists that I take a few jobs that pay money. But I keep on trying, and right now I'm going to see my, agent, Squirman Herman. You'd like Herman, that is, if you happen to like weasels. To give you an idea what a sweet guy he is, he got his mother a job as a queen of the powder room at a nightclub, and he charges her 10% commission. But as somebody once said, who wants an honest man for an agent? Well, Herman was glad to see me, he said. Hello, Herman.
Hello, Maisie. Gee, I'm glad to see you, doll. Sorry I can't give any more time, but I'm glad you dropped in. Now, I'll call you as soon as I
Hey, now, wait a minute. You can't brush me off like this, Herman.
Look, Maisie, I'm very busy right now. I'm expecting an important call from Hollywood any minute.
Oh, quit kidding me, Herman. You couldn't accept a collect call from Chicago without going bankrupt. I want to know what you've been doing to get me a job. Come on, tell me a few nice, fat lies.
Maisie, do I ever lie to you?
Herman, you never even once told me the truth.
Well, okay, so I'm a skunk. So sue me. And just when I'm working on a sensational job for you.
The last sensational job you had for me was ringmaster in a flea circus.
This is nothing like that.
You mean this is nothing, period? Why don't you go out and get me a decent job at a decent salary for a change?
Look, Maisie, if you don't like the representation you're getting, you don't have to stay with me. Get another crook to handle you.
Oh, now relax, Herman. There's only one complaint I got. You never sell me anywhere.
You aren't easy to sell, Maisie. You got too much experience. What producers want is an inexperienced, fresh young girl who's been in the theater all her life. You don't fit into that caricature.
Maybe I'd better get another agent.
Yeah, why don't you? In the meantime, I'll let you know if I get anything for you, but don't call me. I'll call you.
Mm-hmm. I've heard that before, too. I'll take it.
Maisie!
Hello? Yes, this is his confidential secretary speaking. I see. Well, confidentially, it doesn't surprise me. Yeah. Goodbye.
Maisie, you can't do that. This is a bigger organization than you realize. I'm no coffee and cakes agent. I'm making important money. Who was that? Some important actor, I suppose?
It was the telephone company, and they're disconnecting your phone.
Is that you, Maisie?
Yeah, what's left of me.
Oh. Well, there's a girl here waiting in the sitting room to see you, Maisie.
Oh, thanks, Mrs. Kennedy. I'll go right in.
She didn't say what she wanted, but she's a quiet, mousy little thing.
Oh, that must be Jenny Perkins. She's the shy type.
Your ever-loving boyfriend, Eddie, poked his head in and said, "Hi, babe," to her, and she blushed until her ears were the color of tangerine skins.
I'll see what she wants.
Hello, Jenny.
Oh, hello, Maisie. I hope you'll forgive me for coming over and imposing on you, but I'm in a terribly embarrassing spot.
Well, what's the trouble? Have you fallen in love?
Oh, it isn't a man. I wish it were, but it isn't. But it's sort of about man.
Ah.
You see, I've written a novel, and Lyman and Brewster, the publishers, want to buy it.
What's embarrassing about that? Did you steal the story instead of doing it the old-fashioned way and thinking it up yourself?
Oh, no. It's just that the novel is sort of, well, it's kind of exciting in a way.
Ah.
I mean, there's one girl and lots of men, and...
Jenny, you mean it's spicy? Why, Jenny Perkins. Wow, look at those ears light up.
Oh, now, please, Maisie, I'm embarrassed enough about it as it is.
But how could you write a spicy book? Why, I've never even seen you out with a man.
I made it all up, Maisie. I used my imagination. Besides, I live right across from the park near the Brooklyn Navy Yard. I have a pair of binoculars, and believe me, I've seen plenty.
Well, I guess that's one way of getting story material. What's the name of the book?
Well, I call it The Lusty Lady.
Oh.
It's the name of a sailing ship, but the ship was named after my heroine, Louisiana Lawford.
Does she get married?
Sometimes she does. Her first husband is a second mate, and her second mate is the captain, and her third mate is the first mate. You understand?
Yeah, but who's on first?
Well, anyway, the publisher wanted me to come in and have lunch with him. His letter sounded sort of, you know.
Oh, yeah, I know.
I said no. And then he wrote and said he wanted a picture of me to put on the back cover. He said I should be wearing either an evening gown or a bathing suit.
Oh, I catch on. There'll no doubt be a sensational picture of your heroine on the front jacket of the book, and he wants something just as interesting on the back.
That's right, Maisie.
Yeah.
And well, look at me. I'm just not the type.
Well...
If I were the right type, I'd never have had time to write the book.
Oh, yeah.
I was wondering, well, do you know anybody who would let me use her picture to send in to the publisher?
Well, what kind of a girl do you want to be like?
Like you, Maisie.
Oh, well, swell. You can have a picture of mine to send in then.
Could I really? Uh-huh. Oh, Maisie, how wonderful. Oh, thank you. And if anybody asks, just say you wrote the book under the name of Jenny Perkins.
Sure. And what's more, we'll find a picture that'll really knock that publisher right off his couch.
Maisie, where are you?
Oh, right here, Miss Kennedy.
Oh, Maisie, you know that girl who came to see you a month or so ago?
Yeah.
She was here and left a couple of copies of a book called The Lusty Lady, and there's a picture of you on the back of it. And what a picture.
Oh, yeah, I was wondering what happened. She wrote the book and I loaned her my picture. Oh, but keep it a secret. I'm supposed to be the author if anybody asks you.
You are, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Have you read any of this?
No. Is it good?
I don't know, but it's hot enough to be a bestseller. It burned right through the living room table.
Oh, stop it. Let's see my picture.
Here. That alone will keep this book on the outskirts of Boston.
Hey, it's pretty good.
If you'll read about yourself there, you'll see that it says the heroine, Louisiana Lawford, is a thinly disguised version of the author. And that's you.
Oh, my gosh. Let's look inside and see what my character is like.
I'll be frank, dear. You haven't got any character. You're just all woman and you have a hilarious life.
Well, let's see. Jim ran his rough hands through my hair, and I felt his salty lips on my ear. Lou, he whispered hoarsely. Lou, forget about Steve and Michael and Richard and think of me. I love you, and I'm going to... Wow.
Go on. Keep reading.
Oh, I don't know you well enough, Mrs. Kennedy. I'll try someplace else. Here. Jeffrey slipped his steel-muscled arm around my waist and drew me fiercely close to him.
Keep on going.
His lips were curved in a crooked smile, and his eyes flamed as he looked me over. I blushed under his frank appraisal. Gee, isn't it a little late for her to be blushing?
She blushes so much in the first chapter, they think she's an Indian.
Well, I'll flip through a little more. Oh, boy. Lord Elwood was a polished and meticulous gentleman until the huge, iron-bound door of his castle shut behind us. And then I saw the savage beast of a man who hid behind the polite smile and the ruffled shirt. Doesn't this girl ever run into a quiet man?
Yes, and he leaves her a fortune when he dies on the next page.
Gosh. And to think that little mousy Jenny Perkins wrote this literary blowtorch.
Oh, don't be silly, Maisie. You wrote it. At least that's what everybody's going to think, and you might as well get used to being the author. Mrs. Kennedy's rooming house, her speaking. Oh, yes, just a minute. For you, Maisie.
Thanks. Hello? Oh, hello, Jenny. Yeah, I just saw the book, and all I have to say is, wow. Huh? Oh, well, gee, I don't know, Jenny. Yeah, I guess it'd be good publicity, but... Well, all right, Jenny. I'll be glad to visit the publisher. I'll make like I'm a society girl, too, huh? Okay. Yeah, I promise. Goodbye. I guess that publisher's been panting away in his little office ever since he saw my picture. She wants me to see him today.
That ought to be fun, but what was it she made you promise?
She made me promise I wouldn't say ain't.
Oh, Miss Perkins, I can't tell you how I've looked forward to meeting you.
Well, dear Mr. Brewster, now that you've met me, you don't have to look quite so far forward, do you?
Excuse me, I didn't realize I was leaning.
That's better.
My, you are lovely. And, Jenny, I found your book an exciting experience. It brought out the brute in me, the savage primal man calling to his mate.
Why, Mr. Brewster.
It made the hair on my chest stick right through my shirt. Come here, Jenny.
But, Mr. Brewster, I just wrote about all that. I haven't had time to do any personal experimentation, and I don't want to start right now.
Oh, Jenny, I just want to crush you to me in a fierce embrace, and, how did it go in the book?
Feel my fiery lips on yours.
Thank you. And feel your fiery lips on mine in a flaming kiss that sets my senses blazing. That's all I want. Come here, Jenny.
You don't want me. You want a soldering iron.
All right, Jenny. I'll behave. I believe I have myself under control now.
Well, your ears are still twitching a bit, but that's not a danger signal. Now, then, what did you want to see me about?
I'm afraid we've just discussed that. Will you sit down on the couch?
And discuss it all over again?
Oh, what was it that Chaucer said about women? Oh, no, I'm wrong. That's what Sherman said about war. Well, there are other things. We want to do a lot of publicity on you. Pictures, interviews, stories of your life, literary teas, autographing parties at the big department store.
Oh, well, wait a minute. That's wonderful, but I haven't time for all that.
Well, what could be more important?
Well, dear fellow, I have other interests, you know. I go big game hunting. I play polo. Disguised as a man, of course. I manage a minor league baseball team.
Well, that's wonderful, but you can't do that right now. Your contract with us specifies that you agree to help us with publicity and promotion for the book. Now, you're going to be busy every day for weeks.
But how'll I earn a living? I mean...
You're going to make a fortune out of this book, Jenny.
Oh, this is terrible.
What's terrible?
Well, you won't understand. But for the first time in my life, I've got a chance to make a name for myself. And it isn't going to do me a bit of good.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Sothern, will continue in just a moment. And now, back to Maisie.
Oh, I made it. I never thought I'd get home.
Maisie, what happened to you? You look like you just got caught in a street sweeper.
I feel like it, too. I've been chased by men plenty of times before, but this is the first time it was an organized chase.
What did they want?
Well, let's not kid around, Mrs. Kennedy. They're all madly in love with the author of The Lusty Lady, and they think that's me.
Oh, there's somebody in the sitting room to see you. It's a man.
What else? Well, I might as well face it and see who it is.
Maisie.
Herman, what are you doing here? And whatever it is, I'll bet you could be arrested for it.
Maisie, doll, baby, you're breaking my heart. I'm your agent. Why don't you ever drop in to see me?
Well, the last time I did, you practically threw me out. You told me to get a new agent, too.
Oh. Look, Maisie, I got a lot of wonderful jobs lined up for you, and this time it's for real money.
That'll be a nice change from your IOUs and the soap coupons. But talk to my new agent about it.
You didn't get a new agent, did you?
You told me to.
Yeah, but you know better than to pay any attention to anything I say. Oh, Maisie, how could you do this after all the things I've done to you? For you. Whenever you were broke and needed a loan, you always called on me.
Yeah, but I never got a loan.
And look at all the jobs I've gotten you.
Name one in the last year.
I've watched over you and protected you and kept you from harm. I've been like a mother to you. Like a mother. And now look what you do to me.
I'm sorry. I was just kidding you, Mother.
Oh, you mean you didn't get another agent? You mean I did all that for nothing?
Yeah, but it was a stirring performance, Herman. Now, what about these jobs, and what do I do?
You don't have to do anything. Just come out on the stage, tell how you wrote The Lusty Lady, where you got your ideas, and hint around that some of the characters are well-known personalities. I can book into the Copa tomorrow.
The Copacabana?
No, the Copacetic. It's an intimate little club down in the village.
Oh, well, I know that little dive. It's a built-over basement in sort of a hobo heaven. What'll they pay me?
$1,000 a week.
Holy Pete, $1,000 a week?
Yep.
If you're willing to offer me that, the club must be paying you at least $3,000.
Oh.
And what's a little club like that paying me that kind of money for?
Well, they know they can pack the joint solid with people who want to see the author of The Lusty Lady. Maisie, you're the hottest thing in show business, and
And you're offering me a job in a little dive? How many shows a week would I have to do?
Oh, you just work from noon to 3 a.m. or so?
Good grief. How many shows, Herman?
I told them I positively would refuse to let you do more than 200 shows a week.
200?
Yep.
Herman, that would kill me dead.
Well, that's show business.
Well, nothing doing. I won't take it.
Okay. I can also book into another club at $2,500 a week. 3 shows a night.
Why didn't you tell me about that at first?
These other cheap chiselers wouldn't split with me. You start tomorrow, Maisie.
Oh, wait a minute. I can't do anything tomorrow.
Huh?
I'm autographing books at Macy's.
Who booked you into there?
The publisher. And day after tomorrow, I have to give a little talk over the radio.
What are you getting for making the guest shot?
Well, it's all free. It's to publicize the book.
But, Maisie, you can make a fortune if you stop giving yourself away like this. Never mind the book. I'll get you a job in Hollywood.
I don't want a job in Hollywood. I've had them, and you have to work too hard.
No, there are lots of easy jobs. I know one guy out there who has a beautiful corner office, and all he has to do is look out the window and warn the head of the studio of approaching glaciers.
Well, now, look, Herman. I'll take that club job for $2,500 a week, but let's do it fast. The way I'm feeling now, I won't last out the week. Now, run along. I'm bushed.
Okay. I'll get that club deal ready to be finalized.
So long, Herman. It was nice of you to drop in. Don't do it again.
Goodbye, Maisie.
Oh, Maisie.
Oh, hello, Jenny.
I came in and heard you talking to that man, and I didn't want to interrupt.
Jenny, this thing is going all wrong. You ought to get all this publicity instead of me.
Oh, gee, Maisie. It certainly is just like you to say that. You're so unselfish.
Unselfish, nothing. I'm tired of being chased continually by men who've read the book. I think it's about time you realize what you've done to the men of this country.
I guess I sort of stirred them off, didn't I?
I opened my window last night, and you could hear hundreds of them just in Brooklyn, baying at the moon.
Oh, but Maisie, I'm not the type of girl that men are interested in.
Jenny, men are interested in all types of girls as long as they're females. But I can see that you need a practical education about men.
Well, I think it's more my appearance. I'm just not the exciting type, that's all.
Well, you're not in that dress. It's about as form-fitting as a shower curtain. You're good-looking, all right, Jenny. It's just that a man would have to look hard to realize it. But don't you worry, we'll fix you up.
Oh, Maisie, will you really help me?
Sure. I'm going to make a pot full of money passing myself off as the talented Jenny Perkins for a week or so. And I want you to learn some of the tricks of the talented Maisie Revere. Who is it?
It's Herman. Are you decent?
Yeah, come in, Herman. I'm just ready to sneak out the stage door.
Great show, Maisie. Great show. You're really packing them in.
I know. But can't I be billed as Maisie Revere?
It's Jenny Perkins they're interested in. Who cares about Maisie Revere?
Well, I do. When the name of Jenny Perkins loses its draw, what's Maisie Revere going to do? Sell popcorn at Abbotts for you?
Well, you could do a lot worse. Just forget about Maisie Revere. She's a dead issue.
Well, not with me, she isn't. Okay, come on. I wonder if there'll be the same crowd at the stage door this night.
There'll be about 110 or 11 people.
How do you know?
I sold him tickets.
Oh.
Here she is, fellas.
Hey, Jenny, I read your book, and I love you. I tell you, I love you, Jenny. I can't live without you.
Get away from her.
I'll swing for
Jenny,
you.
I'm the man for you. I'm good looking. I'm intelligent. I'm
Jenny,
willing to die early. Leave everything to you, honey.
No.
Oh, I love you, Jenny.
No, please, now take it easy, fellas. Let go of me. Hey, cut it out. I can only marry one man at a time. Stop, let go of my dress. Hey. Oh, no. Wait a minute till I zip this dress up your back, and we'll see what it looks like, Jenny.
Oh, well, maybe there doesn't seem to be very much of it.
Well, there's enough. There. Now, let's see.
Feels kind of drafty.
Oh, you'll get used to that. Jenny, you're a very good-looking dish.
Me?
You won't have any trouble attracting the men. Your problem's going to be fighting them off.
Oh. But tell me some more of the tricks, Maisie.
All right. Well, now, honey, there's nothing that brings a man running faster than a nice but wise smile.
Smile?
Uh-huh. Give him the kind of smile you would if you were secretly engaged to him.
Oh, I think I begin to get the idea.
Uh-huh. And when he comes over, you pretend to be very surprised and be sure he knows you're pretending. That makes him think he can see right through you.
In this dress, a man almost could.
Oh! What was that? Oh, that's the regular evening rock. A guy who read your book throws it through the window with a mash note attached to it.
Yoo-hoo! Yoo-hoo! Jenny Perkins! I love you! I love you! I love you!
Why, he's calling me.
Yeah, but he thinks I'm you. Why don't you go to the window and look out?
Okay.
Hey! Cut that out! I love you, too!
Jenny, I think you're making progress. Tomorrow we're going to introduce you as the real Jenny Perkins, and Maisie Revere's going back to being herself again. And so that's how it happened, ladies and gentlemen. And now here she is, the real author of The Lusty Lady and the real Jenny Perkins.
Thank you. I suppose lots of you wonder where I got the characters for my book. Well, if you lived as near the Brooklyn Navy Yard as I do, you wouldn't wonder very long.
Maisie, who's that doll out there in that strapless, backless, and frontless dress?
My Helen.
Well, that's the real Jenny Perkins. You didn't believe I really wrote that book, did you?
Look, doll, you've had all the experiences, and if Gypsy Rose Lee can write books, you can too. But what did you give the whole thing away for?
Oh, I just had to, Herman. I didn't mind too much being mobbed and signing everybody's autographs, but it wasn't on account of anything I did. It was only because they thought I was her. I love applause when it's for Maisie, but not when it's for a book. Come on, let's go.
Book, Schnook, what's the difference as long as you're making money? Uh-oh. Here comes the manager.
Well, I got my suitcase by the door, and I've been in these situations before.
Herman, what's with that other girl out there? Is that the second shift? And which one is on the level?
Oh, well, she's really the author. I was just filling in for her.
Ah, okay, Herman, you owe me some money. I paid $5,000 for this, and you didn't deliver the real Jenny Perkins until now.
$5,000? I thought it was $2,500.
I took a little larger commission than usual.
Ah.
Maisie, let me have the money I gave you.
Goodbye, Herman. It's been swell.
Maisie, you can't do this to me. Come back here.
Nothing doing. After what's happened to me, I could write a book. And you know what? Someday I think I will.
And now, once again, here's Maisie.
Well, paying out that money almost broke Squirmin' Herman's heart. It's a real big heart, too. It's about the size and temperature of a frozen strawberry. Little Jenny Perkins seems to be doing all right with the New York men, too. But most of the men she's with in her publicity pictures seem to be pop-eyed. But maybe that's because of her décolletage. And she's doing all right in Brooklyn, too. Mrs. Kennedy wrote me that she's been going out with my steady boyfriend. Well, I guess that's life. As for me, I've heard of a wonderful job in South Africa, so I'm going down and summer ride on a boat. Come on, feet. That sounds like our transportation. Let's go.
You have just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Sothern.
the incomparable Charlie Chan. We proudly present the incomparable Charlie Chan in a new and exciting series. Join the famous detective every week at this same time as he combines the wisdom of the East and the science of the West in a dramatic chapter from The Adventures of Charlie Chan.
Charlie Chan humbly bids you good evening and extends warm welcome. It is written, do not judge man by smile, do not judge sea by calm. In both cases, deadly shark may lurk just underneath surface. Tonight, we meet two different kinds of sharks who come out of sea. Listen, please. Thank you.
Tonight's adventure, The Curious Ride of the Sea Witch. The grim prison walls loom forbiddingly through the fog, settling down on Honolulu. In their towers, their guns at the ready, the uniformed guards are tense and alert, but the very air seems charged with menace. Then suddenly, a siren wails in the night. Giant searchlights snake out, attempting to penetrate the cotton wool gloom. And in the darkness, voices are heard.
There they go. Stand where you are down there. Let them have it.
A daring prison break, carefully and painstakingly planned. After the convicts were herded back into their cells and a checkup was made, two men were missing. Big Lou Gleason and Porky Bates, each serving a life sentence for murder.
Attention, please. Be on lookout for two escaped convicts. Description. First man, Big Lou Gleason. White. 40 years old. Height, 6 feet, 2.5 inches. Weight, 238 pounds. Florid complexion. Sandy hair. Gray eyes. Has scar from old knife wound on back of right hand. Second man, Porky Bates. White, 37 years old. Height, 5 feet, 7 inches. Weight, 182 pounds. Shallow complexion. Dark hair. Brown eyes. Broken nose. They escaped by boat. Both men are armed. Be on lookout for these men, but exercise great caution. Both are dangerous.
Now, Lou, we keep rowing. And then what?
What kind of a question is that? And then what? What am I, a fortune teller? We row until something happens. Till we come across a boat that's big enough to take us away from these rotten islands.
And if there's somebody aboard that tries to stop it?
I gotta give you the answer to that one. All I can say is I picked the wrong character to break out with.
Don't worry, Lou. I know the answer all right.
I'm glad you do. You had me worried. Talking out here in this tub ain't exactly the place to find you picked a dud to break out with.
I'm telling you, Lou. I know the score.
Okay.
There's just one thing, boss. How do you know we can pick up a boat?
We don't. We just gotta take a gamble.
Rather long odds we're taking, don't you think?
I don't figure it that way. These waters are just screened with rich characters steaming up and down in their luxury yachts.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Now shut up and keep rowing. This fog holds, we ain't got a thing in the world to worry about.
Fog is practically unknown in the Hawaiian Islands, but unaccountably one has swept in from the sea, shrouding the coastline so heavily that all navigation is at a standstill. and the great white yacht Sea Witch is forced to drop anchor in a convenient cove. The yacht's owner, the enormously wealthy Mrs. Hannah Bromfield, seems to regard this as a personal affront. And as a result, she is being more than usually unpleasant to her daughter Bunny as they sit together in the main cabin.
Bernice, my dear.
Yes, Mother?
I've been doing quite a bit of thinking since we started our little voyage.
Yes, dear.
And, well, to be completely truthful, I'm not entirely happy.
Oh. What's wrong, dear?
Well, this is actually the first opportunity I've had to really know your fiancé. And frankly, Bernice, I do not find myself greatly impressed.
You mean you don't like Bart?
I mean exactly that.
But I thought that
I grant you that he's pleasant enough and good-looking in a weak sort of way. Intelligent, too, I suppose. But as a husband for you, for the daughter of Hannah Bromfield, no, very definitely not.
And what's so very special about me?
Are you failing to take into consideration the fact that someday you will control a very large fortune?
But suppose I told you that I'd rather have Bart now than a fortune then?
Are you telling me that, Bernice? Are you defying your mother?
No, Mother.
Good. Then I suggest we send for Barton now, settle the matter once and for all, and then, when this dreadful fog lifts, we can put back into port and let him go out of your life forever.
Oh, no, Mother. Not that way.
And why not, pray?
Oh, I'll do what you want me to. I always have done what you wanted me to, haven't I? But let me tell Bart that it's all over. Maybe that way he won't be so badly hurt.
You'll do it at once?
Yes, Mother. Yes. I'll go and find him now.
A few moments later, a miserably unhappy Bunny is seated on the afterdeck telling her erstwhile fiancé, Barton Henry, that it's all over. He is a studious-looking young man, given an air of distinction by thick horn-rimmed glasses and a trim black moustache.
And so you see, darling, there just isn't anything we can do about it.
You mean you're going to take this outrage lying down? You're going to let that woman... I mean, you're going to let your mother wreck your life and mine without lifting a finger to stop her.
But you just don't know, Mother Bart. You don't know how strong-willed she is or how completely relentless she's capable of being.
You don't love me very much, do you, Bunny?
Oh, Bart. You're the dearest thing in all the world to me.
That's easy enough to say. But suppose I asked you to prove it.
You know there's nothing I wouldn't do for you.
Except stand up to your mother.
But, darling, how can I? You haven't even got a job. And, I have no money except what Mother gives me. If we ran off and got married without her consent, we'd be poor, Bart.
Don't you think I could make a living for my wife?
Bart, I've never been poor. I wouldn't know how to be.
Then I suppose we're finished.
Oh, if there were only some way out. If there were only something we could...
Oh, who are you?
So sorry to have alarmed you. I am Inspector Chan of Honolulu Police. And this is my number one son, Lee Chan.
Hi there, people.
But what are you doing here? We didn't even hear you come aboard.
Fog at me blankets ears as well as eyes, so that even great hulk of man like self seems to walk on pussycat feet. Was rowed here from police boat in totally inadequate dinghy by number one son.
You should have seen Pop on the way over. He was just as comfortable as he would have been in a merry-go-round with sandpaper seats.
This is no time for levity, my son. You are Miss Bromfield, please?
Yes. Yes, I am. But how did you...
A member of crew so informed me when he directed me here. And you, sir?
This is Barton Henry, Inspector. He's my fiancé.
Your fiancé, Bernie? Then you have not yet informed Barton of my decision?
Oh, please, Mother, please. We have visitors.
So I perceive. Who are you, please?
This is Police Inspector Chan, Mother, and his son, Lee. Inspector, this is my mother, Mrs. Hannah Bromfield.
Hiya, Mrs. Bromfield. Quite a skip you got here.
Quietly, Chan. This is indeed great privilege, Mrs. Bromfield.
And to what are we indebted for the honor of this visit, Inspector?
I'm in pursuit of escaped convicts, Mrs. Bromfield.
Oh. Did you expect to find your escaped convicts here aboard the Sea Witch?
This is merely a routine checkup, Mrs. Bromfield.
We police have to do it all the time. Police boat forced to anchor because of impenetrable fog.
Yes, we were
Then
too.
observed your light and was rowed over in small boats which tossed like nervous corks to inquire if you had seen anything of two men in small boats.
Of course we haven't.
So I was informed by members of your crew. However, have advised crew to keep sharp lookout, Mrs. Bromfield, and wish to suggest that you yourself do likewise. These men, extremely dangerous.
I'll say they are. They're only Big Lou Gleason and Porky Bates, that's all. Two of the toughest characters that ever broke out of jail.
Gleason and Bates? Aren't they the pair that the papers call the Hammer Killers?
Yes, only now they got guns. Doesn't that make everything just ducky?
And now, having performed duty, must return to police boat and prepare to resume chase when fog lifts. Before taking departure, should like to warn all of you again. Please be extremely careful.
How would you like to have a boat like that Bromfield tub, Pop? I reckon it wouldn't be hard to take, would it?
It has been written, my son, that truly happy poor man riding upon humble donkey enjoys journeys far more than discontented rich man mounted upon blooded steed.
I took a look into the main cabin while you were talking to Mrs. Bromfield. And what do you know, Pop? The walls were purple.
Cabin finished in tulip wood, my son. Saying both rare and costly.
I thought maybe she'd had it done to match your face. Because every time she looked at that Barton Henry fella, she turned purple, too.
Also seemed to detect definite tension existing between Mrs. Bromfield and her daughter.
You can say that again, Pop. That girl was wound tighter than an 8-day clock. Maybe she and her...
Be still, John.
What's the matter, Pop?
The sun will stay still. Believe I hear the sound of oars.
Our story will continue in just a few moments. Rowing back to a police launch, after warning occupants of a luxury yacht, the Sea Witch, about two escaped convicts, Charlie Chan hears the steady swish of oars cutting through the fog-enshrouded waters. Some little distance from the Chan's gate.
Hey, Lou.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I'm feeling kind of worn out.
Ah. So maybe you'd like to take it a little easy, huh?
Oh, I sure would. My arms feel like that.
What do I care what your arms feel like? Don't you know that if we don't grab a boat for a getaway before this fog lifts, they'll have us back behind bars in no time. And if airplanes hunting us...
Hey, Lou. Look. There's a boat right up ahead. A big one.
Stop rowing. I'll drift along quietly.
All right, Lou.
Yeah. I see her.
Yeah, boy, she's a big one, all right. We could certainly go places in a tub like that.
Get your gun ready, Porky. Because that's just what we're gonna do. We're gonna go places.
I feel we've given this matter all the discussion it merits, Barton. My mind is made up and nothing can make me change it.
Even if I pointed out the absolute unfairness of your whole attitude, that wouldn't make the slightest difference, would it, Mrs. Bromfield?
Unfair? Why, I never heard...
You constituted yourself judge, jury, prosecuting attorney in the court of last appeal. Do you think that's being particularly fair, Mrs. Bromfield?
Just because I happen to know what's best for my own daughter?
And that high-sounding phrase has been used by every selfish, domineering mother since the beginning of time.
You hear that, Bernice? You hear how I've been maligned? I, your own mother. Selfish, domineering, unfair.
Please, Mother. I can't stand it anymore.
I imagine you'd wish to say something on my behalf to defend me against this vicious attack.
You don't need any defending, Mrs. Bromfield. You wear an armor plating of callous indifference which nothing can penetrate.
Stop it, you hear me? Stop it, both of you. If you don't, I'll...
Berenice, how dare you speak so
I told you I'd broken my engagement to Bart, didn't I? And I told him so, too. What are you trying to do, both of you? Drive me crazy?
My dear, anything I've ever done is for your own good.
My own good? That's all I've ever heard since I was a child. I'm sick and tired of the hothouse existence I've had to live. Every time I've ever tried to break away, you've succeeded in spoiling what I wanted to do by reminding me of my duty. And as for you, Bart, I thought you'd have had a bit more determination about this.
Bunny, darling,
I don't want to hear any more about it. Not a word. If this keeps up another moment, I won't be responsible for what happens. Do you hear? I won't be responsible.
I imagine, Mr. Henry, that you're highly gratified with what you've accomplished tonight, aren't you? Coming between parent and child, disrupting a beautiful relationship, setting my own daughter...
I feel just about the same way Bunny does, Mrs. Bromfield. I just don't want to hear any more about it.
You'll hear just as much about it as I...
Or to borrow another phrase from Bunny, I won't be responsible for what happens. Good night, Mrs. Bromfield.
Well, of all...
Left alone in the main cabin, Hannah Bromfield stares balefully after Barton Henry as he makes his way forward to his quarters. Then she crosses to a bookcase, selects a volume, seats herself, and begins to read. She's nervous, distraught. She keeps glancing about apprehensively, starting at every sound. She lights a cigarette. And as she does so, a porthole on the starboard side opens silently. Abruptly, she rises, crushes out the cigarette, and as she does, Hannah Bromfield crumples to the floor, where she lies sprawled grotesquely on the rich carpet.
Stop those men! Don't let them get away!
Bob, what is it?
It's your mother, darling.
Is she...
She's dead, Bunny. No, don't touch her, darling. Just leave everything as it is. I'll row over to the police launch and get Inspector Chan.
Will not be necessary to do so, Mr. Barton Henry. I'm already present and have with me unscrupulous evildoers captured with most welcome assistance of stalwart crew members. But what has...
Mother's dead, Inspector Chan. My mother is dead.
Gosh, I'm sorry. Please accept sincere condolence of this humble person, Miss Bromfield. Deeply grieved that fog caused us to come too late to prevent Mr. Lou Gleason and Mr. Porky Bates from adding another murder to their unsavory record.
Hey, wait a minute. We had nothing to do with it. Oh, yes, you did.
How do you know that, please, Mr. Henry?
Because I saw them.
Looks like that throws it up then, Pop. Would appear Mr. Lou Gleason and Mr. Porky Bates have rashly exchanged life imprisonment for death sentence.
You heard what Porky said, Chan. We didn't kill her.
You are in same unfortunate position, I think, as Leopard in old Chinese story, who spent many weary days attempting to convince his listeners he had no spots.
I don't say we wouldn't have, Chan. We'd have shot anyone who got in our way. But I'm telling you again, we didn't do it.
And I'm telling you again, Inspector, that they did. I saw it with my own eyes.
Well, this doesn't seem to be getting us anywhere. Pop, what I'd like to suggest
Quiet,
is that
please. We wish to examine body of deceased Mrs. Bromfield.
Wow. She was shot through the throat, eh, Pop?
Bullet entered front of throat and emerged from back of neck. Death probably instantaneous. Now, Mr. Henry, kindly tell a story of tragedy exactly as it occurred.
Mrs. Bromfield and Bunny and I have been talking, Inspector.
You mean we've been quarreling, Bart?
Quarrel had begun earlier this evening, I think, just prior to my first visit to Sea Witch.
That's right, Inspector Chan.
Cause of quarrel, please.
Bunny and I had announced our engagement 2 weeks ago. Today, for some reason, Mrs. Bromfield decided that she didn't want me for a son-in-law, and that was that.
I tried to make Mother change her mind, Inspector. But she was adamant.
And so, well, I accepted it, Inspector Chan. There just wasn't anything else I could do.
It has been said that when jig is up, there is no need to tire feet with additional dancing. Continue, please.
After you left, it started all over again. I did my darndest, but I might as well have been talking to a stone wall.
And then I got a little hysterical. I told them both to stop before I went crazy. And then I went forward to my cabin.
Leaving Mrs. Bromfield and Mr. Barton Henry still arguing?
Only for a moment, Inspector. I said a couple of pretty rotten things after that. And then I went to my cabin.
That you did not remain there?
No, Inspector. After I cooled off a bit, I felt a little ashamed. After all, Mrs. Bromfield was the mother of the girl I love. So I came back here to apologize.
At which time killing took place?
Mrs. Bromfield had been reading and smoking. She got up and put out the cigarette, and just then that porthole opened. I started to yell, but before I could make a sound, there was a shot, and she fell dead. Then I did yell, and, well, the rest you know.
all but one most important point, Mr. Henry. Have 2 prisoners here, but have no way of determining which one fired shots.
I can tell you that, too. It was Gleason.
Why, you rat. You rotten rat. If I didn't have these cuffs on...
You're absolutely certain about identifying Gleason, Mr. Henry?
You'd better be sure. It's got a stick in a court of law.
I can make it stick, all right. I saw the scar on his hand as he held the gun. I imagine that clinches it, doesn't it, Inspector?
It should indeed clinch it, Mr. Henry. There remains but one slight detail to be attended to.
Looking at the tulip wood paneling, eh, Pop?
Examining same with utmost interest, Lee Chan. And having done so, am now prepared to depart with prisoners.
I'll be glad to see them go.
Do not think you will be so glad, Mr. Barton Henry, because when they go, you go too.
You mean Bart has to appear against these men at once?
No, Miss Bromfield. I'm arresting Mr. Barton Henry for murder of Mrs. Hannah Bromfield.
Oh, no, you're not.
Watch him.
This is for you, Henry.
Nice work, Gleason. We've got him, Pop.
Excellent. Sergeant Andrews.
Yes, Inspector.
Remove prisoners, please. We'll join you shortly.
All right, you fellows. Come on.
I'm glad I got that wrapped up for you.
Won't you tell me what all this is about, Inspector? It's just as though I were walking through some sort of a bad dream.
Would like to spare you unhappy details, Miss Bromfield.
I'm all right now, and I want to hear. How did you know that Bart was the one who... that Bart was the guilty one?
First suspected it when he spoke of seeing scar on back of Mr. Lou Gleason's hand as he held gun. Remembered, it was brought out at murder trial that Mr. Gleason left-handed. Therefore, it would have been impossible for Mr. Barton Henry, from where he stood, to see back of Mr. Gleason's left hand.
Well, if that doesn't top everything.
Also, forgive me, please, bullet which killed Mrs. Bromfield pierced through throat. If it had been fired from porthole on that side, it would have embedded itself in woodwork on opposite side.
But it wasn't there.
Careful examination failed to disclose any trace of same.
So what really happened is that Henry came back here with a gun and took a shot at Mrs. Bromfield from up forward there.
And bullet, after completing deadly mission, passed through open companionway, which is directly behind her.
Now, why couldn't I have worked that one out?
Is there anything further which you wish me to tell you, Miss Bromfield?
Perhaps you can tell me how to face the future, Mr. Chan. I've lost my mother, the man I loved, both in one night. And now...
While grief is new and fresh, any words of this inferior person of small avail. And yet it has been written that from our sorrows it is possible to build stairway upon which each brighter tomorrow may ascend. Come, Lee Chan, this case is ended. Before saying good night, Charlie Chan would like to leave you few words of ancient philosopher. Do not judge man by words alone. Sometimes smallest bird sings with loudest voice. Good night. Thank you.
Be sure to join us next week at this same time for The Adventures of Charlie Chan, based on the character created by Earl de Biggers. This is a Grace Gibson radio production, produced by Reg Johnston.
The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective, brought to you by Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic, the non-alcoholic hair tonic that contains lanolin. Wild Root Cream Oil, again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Are you still there?
I believe that interpolation is hardly rhetorical, Mr. Spade. To what have you been up, if you'll pardon the expression? And has that girl regained her facilities?
I wouldn't know, but her faculties are as good as ever, if you'll pardon the expression.
Mr. Mr. Spade, sometimes I think you're a regular philanthropist.
Don't you mean philanderer?
How much money did you make out of that case?
Well, I broke even anyway.
That's what I mean. You're a philanthropist.
Well, you know best, Bernadine.
By the way, was that man really murdered with the bus or was that just publicity?
He really was, Bernadine.
Why?
There just happened to be one lying around.
Oh, I don't mean that. Why was he killed?
For the Wheel of Life.
Oh,
You're not going to ask what that is?
some curio, no doubt.
Listen, Bernadine, the Wheel of Life is, oh, well. I suppose I don't have to tell you to stay where you are. Just sit quietly with your book in your hand, and I'll be right down to dictate my report on the Wheel of Life caper.
Dashiell Hammett, America's leading detective fiction writer and creator of Sam Spade, the hard-boiled private eye, and William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, join their talents to make your hair stand on end with the adventures of Sam Spade. Presented by the makers of Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair. And now, with Howard Duff starring as Spade, Wild Root brings to the air the greatest private detective of them all in the adventures of Sam Spade.
I went down to St. James Infirmary to see my baby there. Ready, Bernadine, little flower?
I'm way ahead of you.
Keep it clean.
No more than 3 erasures per page. Okie dokie?
Doke. I mean date.
Oh, I'd love to.
July 11, 1948. To Detective Lieutenant Dundee, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. Subject, the Wheel of Life caper. Now, don't go away, Bernadine. I don't know why these things always have to happen to me. Under private detectives in the San Francisco Classified Directory, they're listed somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 agencies, several with large display ads. But somehow she managed to find me.
It's all so strange, Mr. Spade. I hardly know where to begin.
Well, the beginning is always a pretty good place to start, Miss O'Farrell.
Yes, the beginning. It was like waking out of a nightmare you can't remember. Everything seemed out of proportion. Even the buildings along the street seemed to be leaning at a crazy angle. And then I realized I was traveling down a hill. I looked wildly around for something to help me get my bearings. There was a street sign, O'Farrell, stuck in my mind, so I gave it to your secretary when she asked for my name.
Uh-huh. What's your real name?
I don't know. I don't know who I am, where I came from, or where I'm going. Mr. Spade, I'm so frightened.
Now, wait a minute. A lot of people suffer from temporary loss of memory. Most of them recover. But amnesia is a sickness, and I am not a doctor.
Oh. And you won't even try to help me?
Well, I can give you the name of a good head doctor right here in the building. There's also missing persons.
Oh, but I'm not a missing person. I'm right here.
Yeah, I mean, where you aren't, somebody might be missing you, n'est-ce pas?
But the police... Oh, I'd rather not. I might be wanted for some crime. How do I know?
You sure you want to find out?
Oh, yes, I do. It's terrible not knowing. But I want to find out for myself. Can't you understand that?
What do you think I can do for you?
You might save my life.
From what?
I'll try to tell you exactly how it happened. First, I looked at my watch. It was 3 minutes past 10. The cable car stopped at the corner and a man got on. I couldn't remember ever having seen him before, but then I couldn't remember anything. He sat down beside me and he caught hold of my arm. I tried to pull away. Well, you can see the marks where he...
Yeah.
Well, who was he? He acted as if I was...
I think I know what you mean. Did you find out who he was?
No, I was too frightened to speak.
What did he say?
He sort of growled it out of the side of his mouth, but it sounded as if he said, Lathrop wants to see you.
Mm-hmm. You remember anybody named Lathrop?
I can't remember anything before 3 minutes past 10 this morning.
Well, let's go on with since then. The guy grabbed you, said somebody named Lathrop wanted to see you, and then what?
I went into a panic. I managed to jerk away from him, and I jumped off the moving car, and then I looked in the classified section, and I found you.
Why me?
I don't know. The name, I guess. A Spade to dig up my past.
Please, Miss O'Farrell.
Do you think I'm very silly?
No, I think you're very beautiful. I wish you could remember whether you're married or not.
Oh, no. Well, at least I have no wedding ring.
What have you got? I mean, besides what's visible.
Well, I couldn't find much of anything. I went over my clothing. There don't seem to be any marks of any kind.
Oh. Well, you got any money?
A little over $300.
Let's have it. The purse, too.
All right.
Lipstick, aspirin, bobby pins, Kleenex. Nothing here that couldn't have been bought in any drugstore. Powder. Hey, what kind of powder is it?
Then there was this in my coat pocket.
Match folders. Sailor's Rest Bar, Hotel Calcutta, 1100 Embarcadero. Little number written inside. 120. What's that, a room number?
I don't know. My purse, you have to destroy it.
Here's $10 of your own money. Buy a new one. Wow.
Did you find something?
Coin, Chinese bit. Good luck piece, probably sewn in by whoever made it, maybe in China. That, ring any bells?
No. No, I'm afraid not.
Shoe.
What?
Your right shoe. Let's see it. Take it off.
You aren't going to tear it up the way you did the purse, are you?
Dust. Plaster dust.
Is that a clue?
I don't know, is it?
I'm not a detective.
Well, you are in this case, baby. If it doesn't mean anything to you, it doesn't mean anything.
Well, it doesn't. That's everything. What am I going to do?
Well, let me see. First, we better give you a name. Oh, Farrell's all right. You look like, Lana would do, but, well, that's in use. How about, Poppy, for forgetfulness?
Poppy O'Farrell. That's a funny name.
Oh, you think so?
I think I like it.
You do?
I think I like you, too.
I liked her, too. There may have been blanks in her brain, but the rest of it figured. In the elevator, I started adding it up, and by the time we reached the street floor, it came to quite a tidy sum.
Where are we going, Sam?
Far, I hope. But first, we're going to find you a place to stay.
Oh, yes, we must be practical.
No use overdoing it, huh?
Oh, no, Sam, I didn't mean... Wait,
What's the matter? You remember something?
that man, the one who followed me this morning, he's standing right out there waiting.
The one in the straw hat leaning against the newsstand?
Yes. Where are you going, Sam?
You stay here. I just remembered something I hoped I could forget. Hello, Shuggy. What brings you back to town?
Do I know you?
That doesn't matter. I know you. The name you were using when you blew this town was Shuggy Bellows. You wouldn't take the risk of showing your face here again unless the caper was worth it.
You got a big nose. Keep it clean.
You've been tailing that girl all day. Why?
Dame? What dame?
Who's Lathrop?
I don't remember.
Okay, I'll give you a chance to think it over. Hey, officer!
You dirty shamus yelling.
No, you don't.
Here, what's going on here? Break it up.
Oh, Mr. Spade. Is this fella giving you trouble now?
Yeah, what kind of a beat are you pounding here, Clancy? Letting a cheap drifter like this walk around with an armpit full of gun? Or are they handing out permits to characters like these this day?
No, how about that, son? Have you a permit now? And a gope copper. Oh, so, one of them clever lads he is. Well, come along, me bucko, before I lose me temper and give you your lumps now. Okay, I'm coming. That's better now. Much obliged, Mr. Spade. I'll pay you for this, Thomas.
And a goop to you, too. I was sure he would, but I was also sure that I wouldn't have to worry about him for the rest of the night. I checked Poppy O'Farrell in at the Belvedere, locked her in her room, and told Tiny Stover, the house dick, to keep an eye on her. When I left him, he was, and he seemed to be enjoying his work. Then I headed for the Embarcadero. I found the Hotel Calcutta, but I couldn't find the lobby. There wasn't any. It had been squeezed out by the Sailor's Rest Bar. So I tried the bosun-type bartender.
Howdy, mate. You got business aboard?
Yeah, where do I find the purser?
Hey, one to shore. All the officers went ashore except the janitor. He's passed out in his bunk.
Oh? How about the passengers?
You're in the thick of them right now. They spend most of their time and their money right here.
Which one belongs to 120?
You a dick?
Yeah, but I got $10.
Well, what I can tell you ain't worth it, but thanks anyway. He stayed in his cabin. I only saw him at once. That's when he went ashore. I says to the deck steward, that's room clerk to you, who's a general. He says, name of Korolenko. I noticed him because he was a real creep, see? 6'4", a solid brass. His head stuck up in the air, and he didn't move nothing from his stern to his shoulders. A real Frankenstein. Do I keep it then?
Yeah. Do I get a look at his room?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Who's stopping you?
So I went. Nobody stopped me until I opened the door to 120. Then I stopped myself. It was an inside room with one small window and an air shaft, but it looked as if a flurry of snow had blown in. The floor and the rest of the flat surfaces were sprinkled with a fine, dirty white powder. It wasn't snow, it was dust, plaster dust, like the stuff I'd found in Poppy's handbag and on her shoes.
I shook the place down, unexpecting to find anything. I didn't until I opened the wardrobe. It was the body of a well-dressed ship surgeon, but his uniform was rumpled, torn, and bloodstained. From the look of him, his throat had been cut. I wondered if Poppy would be able to jog her memory that far back. When I found the murder weapon, I hoped she couldn't. I really did. It was not a knife. It was not even a razor. It was an electric buzzsaw. Times being what they are, I could use a little publicity. And so could you, Lieutenant Dundee, what with the elections coming up and you with no promotion all these years. This one time, I got it instead of you and wished I hadn't. The morning papers called it the buzzsaw murder and went on shamelessly from there. Horror killing related by Private Eye. Stan Slade, ex-Pinkerton man, mum on mystery woman. Elderly sleuth, dodges photographers, denies hotel visit, was in bed with Apple and good book, says Peeper. There wasn't a word of truth in it, mainly because nobody could get at the facts. I wasted most of the day down at headquarters trying to find out what name Shuggy Bellows had been booked under. Then I dropped in at the Belvedere. Poppy had checked out. I decided to go back to my office and drink poison. I hardly got the desk drawer open when a sobering influence walked in. It was a Mr. 6'4" of solid brass. The Frankenstein who had been described to me by the bartender as the occupant of room 120.
Excuse me. I am Korlienko. Please, I shall sit down. I am so heavy.
Make yourself at home.
Oh. Mr. Spade.
Slade.
Excuse me. I am so heavy. I am Korlienko.
So you told me. I am really Spade myself.
So, why are she hiding from me?
Who?
That girl, Miss Paget. Her I am paying 1 month in advance, $300 American. Me, she have dessert. I am not rich, only moderately wealthy. But you understand, it's not question for money alone. That ship's doctor, he was most kind to me. He cared to me even after I arrived. Now he are dead for his pains, his dirty tricks.
Yeah, I know how you feel. Now, if you'll take it a little easy, I think we'll get farther. You say this girl's name is Paget, and she traveled with you.
From Macau, where she is the Florence Nightingale for Portuguese hospitals, forcing me to employ her, all others being Chinese nuns.
That figures. You sick?
No, only I am so heavy. They are breaking my back in traffic accident, a rickshaw collision.
You're wearing a plastic cast?
Yes, like a turtle, I am closed with my neck sticking out. Look, see? Now it is better as before. The ship's doctor trimmed the rough edges with buzzsaw. Buzz, 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 I can walk. But it's like suit from armor, for which I alive. Look.
I looked again where he opened his shirt front, exposing the gray-white shell of plaster that surrounded his trunk from collarbone to hips. In a 6-inch circle over the left side of his chest, I counted 4 bullet gouges. I dug one of the slugs out and examined it. It was .32 caliber. The plastic cast, which was molded to the shape of his body, was no more than 1 inch thick. I didn't see how it had stopped the slugs, but it had. About then, the parts of Korolenko that were not held rigid in the cast began to tremble violently.
Why are they doing this? Why? To a virtually helpless man. Why, Mr. Spade? Why?
Where did you have that cast put on?
Don't I said Macau?
The Portuguese hospital there?
The same. They are hanging me up with the neck and plastering me. Comes great pain, they put me to sleep from anesthetic. I are waking up in ambulance arriving at shipboard. Why you wish I should tell you my operation? More important things we should be discussing.
I think so, too. I think Miss Paget and her friends had something they wanted to smuggle out of Macau and into San Francisco, and you're it.
Oh, excuse me. I am not comprehensible.
Look, I mean, while you were out with the anesthetic, they planted the goods, whatever they are, in or under your cast.
Oh, that is why I am so heavy. The wheel. The
what?
The wheel. Look, I'll show you.
He hauled a manila envelope out of his overcoat pocket and waved it in my face. I took it over to my desk and fished out the contents. It was a set of X-ray films. 3 of his spine, showing the fractures, 4 of the skull,
three I couldn't figure out, and one of his rib cage, only something new had been added. In silhouette, it looked like the wheel off of a child's wagon.
What is it, this wheel? What to do? What to do? 6 months I must remain in this straitjacket. If I remove it, I die. If I keep it on, they kill me to get their smuggle.
Well, you look to me like the luckiest man alive. That wheel, or whatever it is, saved your life by stopping 4 slugs.
But still I shall die. How shall I die? When shall I die? Your best advices, please.
Korolenko, I think you'd better die right now.
Excuse me?
It's the only safe place for you. The morgue. I called my friend Maxie the morgue man, gave him pitch number 137596. He agreed to play along. An hour later, I stood on the curb, head bowed, hat in hand, as the morgue wagon drove away into the gathering mist.
Straight facing away,
What do you want, Shuggy?
I want to blast this gun straight through you, and I will if you give me any excuse at all.
You sound like you mean that, Shuggy.
You're getting smart, Shamus. I get going.
Where to?
Mr. Lathrop wants to see you.
Shuggy, dear boy, you've not failed me this time. This will be the fabled Mr. Spade, eh? Come in. Sit down, Mr. Spade. We'll talk.
Tell your Gunsel to get that pistol out of my ribs.
Oh, yes, indeed, Sugar. You mustn't overdo it.
And get him out of here. I'm tired and nervous, and my price goes up $1,000 every minute he's in this room. When I get to 10,000, I kill him. Then the price jumps to 100 to take care of me on a murder rap.
I should ought to plug you downstairs. Come, Sugar, don't be ungracious. You wait in the other room now.
Okay, it's your party. I'll get mine later.
Oh, dear. His bite's much worse than his bark, Mr. Spade.
Don't start boring me so early in the evening. I came here to talk about the wheel.
Oh, so you know about the wheel.
I do better than that. I've got it.
That may well be, but do you know what to do with it?
I got 2 possibilities. I can turn it over to the cops and you with it, or I can sit on it until it hatches.
A quaint conceit, sir. Round and round the little wheel goes, and where it shall stop, nobody knows.
That's where you're wrong. It stops right here. So you better start placing your bets.
Just what do you mean by that, sir?
There's part of it.
What is it?
It's one of the slugs you gunsel through at Korolenko. I got 3 more just like it that I dug out of him before he was carried to the morgue.
Well, an advantage, I'll admit. But hardly worth your while to take advantage of.
Don't be too sure of that.
Just how much do you know about the wheel?
So far, it's been worth 2 human lives to you at the risk of your own. That tells me all I need to know.
Oh, no, not quite. Men have been killed in hold-ups for a few paltry sovereigns, but the wheel is a horse of another color.
Let's not change wheel horses in midstream, Mr. Lathrop.
Yes. You must understand that the wheel has no absolute definitive value. Monetarily speaking, the British Museum might pay close on to £5,000, hot as it is, for the privilege of returning it. Occidentals aren't the puka sahibs that they once were in the Orient. The theft of the wheel, if countenanced by the Western powers, would have most grave consequences. Most grave. Are you attending, sir?
Wake me up when you get to the point.
The point, sir, is this. That little wheel of gold, is the wheel of life, which the Buddha himself is said to have received into his hands from paradise. Now, given such a relic, a few old Buddhist monks can set up a shrine which, even in the most miserable surroundings, can attract enough pilgrims to outgross Radio City, Madison Square Garden, and Miami Beach in season.
To say nothing of Hialeah.
Yes, quite. In short, we propose to act as booking agents for the wheel on a royalty basis with a percentage of the house.
Mm-hmm. Why did you bring it to San Francisco?
But, oh, gad, sir. Were we to bargain in the Orient, we should be hacked to pieces in our beds.
I'll settle for a lump sum and let you do the bargaining.
And your price, sir?
We can talk money later. First, I got to give the cops somebody for the doctor's murder and for Korolenko.
Well, that ought not to be too difficult. When may I expect delivery?
I'll check on it. I went out to St. James Infirmary.
City morgue.
Maxie, Sam Spade.
Yeah, Sammy.
Deal's okay. Send it up. The address is...
Sam, wait.
Yeah?
Sam, he ain't here no more.
What happened?
Somebody claimed him. A girl. said she's his daughter.
What did he do?
Well, I'm playing dead like you told him to.
Actually, where did she send him?
Avalon Mortuary, corner of Lynch and Haight.
Okay, by the way.
Yes, Sammy?
Maxie, put some clean sheets in that morgue wagon, size 16. I may be your next passenger. At the Avalon Mortuary, the night watchman let me in. He said Mr. Korolenko's daughter had brought an overnight bag and was keeping a vigil by his bier in slumber room number 7. I approached on tiptoe. Just as I reached the door, I heard the most terrible sound I've ever heard. It was a buzzsaw biting into plaster. How deep, I didn't like to think. I did the first thing that popped into my head. I grabbed up a lamp from the console, smashed the bulb, and plunged it into a vase of flowers. As luck would have it, slumber room number 7 was on the same fuse box. As luck would not have it, I was facing a desperate woman in the dark. I hugged the carpet while she emptied her gun. I hoped she didn't have a spare. I forgot about the buzzsaw. The room lighted up momentarily from the lights inside my head, and I staggered back against the wall. I waited for her to get her bearings again. There was no hope of me getting mine. Then I heard a big hollow thud. The whole room shook and the lights went on. Poppy O'Farrell and/or Paget lay on the floor under the stony weight of Korolenko plus 60 pounds of plaster.
Get up! Help! You're crushing me!
I can't. I am so heavy.
You comfortable there, Korolenko?
Comfortable in such situation? Do you ask the turtle, are he comfortable? Is Faker on bed of nails? He's equally here as elsewhere.
Yeah, okay. Just hold her there until I get a statement. And he did. Item, statement by the aforesaid.
It was like waking out of a nightmare you can't remember. Everything seemed out of proportion.
That was her story, and I had to admire the way she stuck to it. But if you keep trying, I'm sure she'll get back enough of her memory to confess that she planted the wheel of life in Korolenko's turtle shell when she decided to double-cross Shuggy and Lathrop. They never tumbled to her hiding place. They were gunning for Korolenko because they thought Poppy was working with him, which was true in a way, but not the way that they thought. That's why they tortured the doctor in an effort to learn Kay's whereabouts. I understand your boys have picked up the rest of the trio, and they can tell you everything except why I conceived the brilliant idea of having Korolenko play dead. Between you and me, amnesia's a handy little gadget to have around, Dundee. I'm trying to draw a few strategic blanks myself. Period. End of report.
Pardon me, Mr. Spade.
Yes.
There are just a few little coincidentals that I do not find entirely reprehensible.
Such as?
Well, I don't want to appear lucid or anything of that type.
Believe me, you doesn't. I mean, don't it?
Oh, you say the sweetest thing. But it's about the wheel.
Oh, yes, the wheel. Well, I'll tell you what you do. You type that up. I've got to call in about that now. Tonight, when you're making out your must-do list for tomorrow, why not include a reminder to get Wild Root Cream Oil for the hair? Honestly, man, you'll be delighted with the neat, natural way Wild Root Cream Oil grooms your hair. The way it relieves that annoying dryness and removes loose, ugly dandruff. Just try it and see if I'm not giving you a good steer. Make a note right now to call at your drug or toilet goods counter for Wild Root Cream Oil. Get the big economy bottle and the handy new tube that's easy to pack when you travel. Also, ask your barber for a professional application of Wild Root Cream Oil Hair Tonic. Again and again, the choice of men who put good grooming first.
Did you assert in the lowdown on the Wheel of Life?
I certainly didn't. No, we won't know about that for 6 months. Because definitely, that plaster cast has to stay on him. Doctor's orders, you know.
Oh, but I won't be here 6 months from now.
You can say that again.
But I won't be here 6 months from now.
Stop repeating yourself.
But you just said you can say that again.
Yeah,
Just as distinctly as if I was sitting here.
That's what I like about you, Bernadine. A woman of distinction. That's what you are.
Well, if you want to take me dancing, why don't you just say so?
Bernadine.
It's leap year, and I always say discrimination is the better part of value.
You are absolutely corrupt.
Well, I'm glad I'm right about something. Good night, Mr. Spade.
Good night. Now say if it kills me, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade, Dashiell Hammett's famous private detective, are produced and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade is played by Howard Duff.
All right, I hope you enjoyed those first few shows and our The Adventures of lineup. Our next batch of shows starts off with The Adventures of Rocky Jordan, starring Jack Moyles as Cairo Club owner Rocky Jordan and Jay Novella as his friend and associate, Sabaya. In the St. Louis Blues, Rocky's close friend, who he knew from his days back in America, named Ted Polanski, is found with a knife in his back. Of course, Rocky must solve the mystery, which involves the usual twisting plot and a variety of characters, including Ted's ex-wife. The show was aired on March 13th, 1949. After that is The Adventures of the Thin Man, another detective created by Dashiell Hammett. After the book The Thin Man was published in 1934, there were 6 movies, and then the radio show, which ran from 1941 to 1950. Several actors played the character Nick Charles, and Claudia Morgan played his wealthy wife Nora Charles. In Mysterious Meow, Nora is out late and returns home drugged and deliriously happy and can't remember a thing about the previous night. Nick gets a phone call from a man who claims he's going to marry Nora. A really strange mystery with a great ending. After that, we have The Adventures of the Falcon, starring various actors as Michael Waring, a.k.a. the Falcon, a freelance investigator, and various actresses as Nancy. In the case of the Amorous bookkeeper, Waring is hired by a rich man to investigate his bookkeeper's alleged embezzlement. The Falcon finds out that the bookkeeper is having an affair with the rich man's daughter. And then, the bookkeeper winds up being murdered. This is a really intriguing story with a lot of surprises and lots of classic hard-boiled mystery cliches. After that, we have The Adventures of Frank Farrell, which was a show geared towards younger teenage viewers and featured kind of the ultimate American boy. Super clean-cut, virtuous, upright, and any parent's dream son at the time. Actually, probably today as well. A serialized show, each episode can still be enjoyed by itself, and this March 22nd, 1941 episode is no different. Frank and his friends, Jim, Helen, and Spud, are arrested for bank robbery and car theft on their way to Syracuse, Kansas. The episode tells how they find themselves in this crazy predicament to begin with, and then what they do afterwards. Next, in The Adventures of the Abbotts, Les Damon and Claudia Morgan starred as the husband and wife detective team, Gene and Pat Abbott, based out of San Francisco. Now, Pat was the detective, but his wife was an unofficial partner, usually assisting him in every single case. In the case of the Dead White Flame, a famous psychiatrist is murdered, and then Pat must solve the case. He pretends to have an ailment in order to get into a British mental hospital as part of his investigation and find out why the murder happened. Again, this is a very exciting and intriguing mystery story that I think you're really going to enjoy, if you're new to the show. All right, let's listen, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, the St. Louis Blues.
I was trying to wake up over a second cup of coffee in my Cafe Tambourine, glancing through the morning paper. A picture on the front page didn't mean much at first, but a second look and I recognized the face. It was Ted Polanski, an old friend. I hadn't seen him since the early days in St. Louis. The printing underneath brought me wide awake. U.S. naval hero found lying near the Mahouder Canal with knife in back, victim of an attempted murder. Victim seemed unable to identify assailant. No relatives or friends to be found. Polanski was taken to the Cairo General Hospital. Well, maybe I was just curious, or maybe I wanted to recall old times. Anyhow, I went to the hospital right away to see Polanski. The nurse showed me into a hot little room that had an overhead fan. I found Polanski's bed behind a screen. Hello, Ted. Rocky Jordan, remember me?
I remember you.
It's been a long time, Ted.
All right, it's been a long time. What about it?
Well, I'm just sorry you didn't look me up when you came to Cairo. I'd have warned you they've play rough with knives around here.
I don't need your help. You or the cops or anybody else. What do you want with me?
Well, not a thing, Ted.
Then leave me alone.
Listen, Ted, I know my way around Cairo a little. I don't know what this is all about, but somebody tried to kill you. Maybe if you told me...
Why don't you mind your own business? I've got nothing to tell you.
Okay, if you don't want to.
Am I asking you why you left St. Louis?
We'll skip that.
Then shut up about me. Just leave me alone. Get out of here.
That suits me fine, Polanski.
Don't bother to come back.
I took a good long walk to cool off. Ted Polanski had changed a lot, and that was his affair. That's what I told myself. So I tried shaking him out of my mind. Too many times you try remembering things, and then you get hurt. I was behind the bar at the Tambourine early that afternoon when I had a visitor. And for the second time that day, my mind went into reverse. She was American, smartly dressed, but not too much, with just a touch of platine, and a soft, clean face like something I'd known before.
Mr. Jordan, I'm Mrs. Saunders, Cora Saunders.
What can I do for you, Mrs. Saunders?
I believe you were at the hospital this morning to see Ted Polanski.
That's right.
I'd like to ask a favor of you, Mr. Jordan.
Look, before you go any further, I'll tell you I don't know who tried to kill him or why. I just happened to drop in and see him, that's all.
You're a friend of his?
I was once, back in St. Louis.
I'm from St. Louis, too.
Well, lots of people are.
I'm sorry I'm bothering you, but I've got to know about Ted.
Why?
I was once his wife.
Sit down, Mrs. Saunders.
Thank you.
Why not go and talk to him?
I wanted to. I've been trying all day to see him, but he won't talk to me.
What makes you think he'd talk to me?
I was hoping he would, Mr. Jordan. Ted and I were very happily married before the war, but the war seemed to change him.
Yeah, wars have a way of doing that.
I don't know what it was. Maybe it was that episode in the Mediterranean, but Ted never came home to me and our child, Linda. That was 5 years ago. I've never seen him since.
Maybe you ought to keep it that way.
I was able to trace him for a while, the Riviera, Casablanca, Alexandria, but it was as though Ted had turned his back on everyone who had ever meant anything to him before. I couldn't wait forever. I divorced him and married Evan.
All right, you got a husband. Why don't you forget about Polanski?
You know things aren't that easy.
Yeah. Did you come to Cairo to see Ted?
Oh, no, Mr. Jordan. My husband is here on business. He's in Textile. He's here to organize a company, a new cotton process, I believe. I had no idea Ted was here until I saw the paper. Mr. Jordan, would you please get Ted to let me talk to him?
Oh, sorry, lady. I don't have any drag in that direction.
Oh, but Mr.
Polanski
Jordan...
doesn't want to see me, and I don't want to see him. Let's keep it that way.
Please, think it over, Mr. Jordan. I'll be back later this evening. I'm certain that what I'm trying to do is best.
Well, I watched Cora leave and tried to wash the thing out of my mind. But somehow I kept thinking of Polanski and kept wondering what would make a guy foul up his life. Trading a sweet little number like Cora and a kid for a knife in the back. Well, my day had been ruined already, so I knocked off and went over to the U.S. Embassy to ask the naval attaché a few questions.
Oh, there's plenty here on the files about Polanski. Not that I have to look it up.
You mean he's been in Cairo before?
Yeah, off and on. You say you knew him back in the States?
Quite a while ago. What do you got on him?
Yeah, here we are. Sit down, Jordan.
Oh, thanks.
Let's see. Theodore Robert Polanski, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Decorated March 7th, 1945. Heroism over and above the call of duty. Delayed parachute jump from burning reconnaissance plane to save valuable photographs which enabled Allies to advance on a broad front at minimum loss of life.
Anything wrong with that?
For a guy like Polanski, yes. Got too loaded down with medals. He cracked up under the strain.
I still don't get it.
Well, look at it this way, Jordan. Polanski's just a nice guy from the Middle West with a wife and kid. He goes off to war and suddenly he's a hero. Headlines everywhere, big shots hanging ribbons on him, dames with soft shoulders falling all over him.
Went Hollywood, you might say.
Well, that's the way we figured it. He began to like it too much, so now he's a celebrity.
Couldn't he be forced to go back home?
We tried. But when a guy gets that big, he can pull strings. Oh, his wife almost drove us nuts for a while. But she's lucky to be rid of him. He's gone from bad to worse, knocking around in scrapes with the police, women, and now they find him on the streets with a knife in his back.
Yeah, that brings me up to date. You got any idea why someone would try to kill him?
I don't follow him that closely.
Well, thanks. I'll be seeing you. Well, I left the U.S. Navy going through a racing form of some sort and went out into the street. One of the big questions the naval attaché couldn't answer. Why the knife in Polanski's back? I was working on that, walking up the Sharia Nauru, scouting for a taxi, when a shiny red car with plenty of chrome pulled up to the curb. The back door opened just a little.
Step over, Jordan.
I knew the native in front with a gun was covering for the voice that came at me from the back seat. The voice must have had a face, but I couldn't see it. All I saw was a shoe wearing spats and a hand filing fingernails.
Been keeping busy, Jordan?
With my business?
Maybe I don't like your business.
Forget it, then.
Wait, Jordan.
We going somewhere?
That all depends.
Well, let me know when you decide.
That's up to you, Jordan. You've been having a lot of conversations today.
I know a lot of people.
Like Ted Polanski?
Maybe.
You had quite a talk with him at the hospital. All sorts of questions.
He's an old friend.
Polanski's got no friends.
I'm way ahead of you.
What did he tell you?
Nothing.
Let's keep it that way. He don't want you talking to him. Neither do I.
About what?
Keep away from him, Jordan. Stop asking people questions that don't concern you.
If I don't?
You know what'll happen? Come here, Jordan. Little closer.
Yeah?
Here's a sample.
He gave the door a quick shove right into my face. I went back and down like a kingpin in a bowling alley. My breath was gone, and for a second I couldn't move. When I got my eyes open again, there were a million sleek red cars pulling away from the curb. Cars that finally narrowed to one and roared down the street and out of sight. And I knew right then and there, Ted Polanski was a hot article.
You are listening to the St. Louis Blues, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan.
When I learned an old St. Louis friend named Ted Polanski turned up in the hospital after a knifing, he didn't want to see me or anybody else, including his former wife. That was the end of the line for me, till a man with a homemade manicure and spats moved in and warned me to lay off Polanski. Advice like that just doesn't sit well with me. I was back at the tambourine patching up my face when Chris told me I had company. When I came down, I spotted him at one of the tables. Slightly bald, friendly face. Before he introduced himself, I knew who he was. Cora's husband, Evan Saunders, St. Louis.
Mr. Jordan, being frank about my personal affairs isn't easy for me.
Well, then maybe we can just have a drink.
Why, yes, of course, thank you. Straight, if you don't mind.
Couple straight, Chris.
Mr. Jordan, you'll pardon me if I come right to the point.
First, I'd better tell you that your wife was here ahead of you.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm here. Cora keeps nothing from me.
She tell you why?
About Ted Polanski. Mr. Jordan, I don't want Cora to see that man.
She seems to have ideas of her own. Oh, thanks, Chris. Set him down.
Then you must understand. Cora's gone through too much already. Waiting all those months.
Look, if you're worried about Polanski, you can forget it.
No, it's Cora, Mr. Jordan. I've always known that she was never quite able to close the chapter. Never quite sure.
She thinks a lot of you.
But it's not the same, and I know. I was well aware that she married me, not out of love, but because she needed a home for herself and her child. It was all right for me, Mr. Jordan. I loved her deeply enough for both of us, and we've had a good life.
I'm not arguing.
Now I found it necessary to come to Cairo on business, organizing a new corporation, revolutionary cotton process.
Yes, she told me that, too.
And now we run across that man again, stirring up all those old memories. I know you're an old friend of Polanski's, and that you've talked to both him and Cora. And I'll not stand for any meddling.
Hey, now, wait a minute.
Mr. Jordan, I'll not stand by and allow you to bring them two together again. He has no right to her. There's something good about our marriage. And I tell you, Mr. Jordan, I'm willing to fight to protect it.
You better take that drink, Mr. Saunders.
Yes, of course. Sorry, Mr. Jordan. You understand, I feel very strongly about this. I'll protect her against that man at all costs.
After I got rid of Evan Saunders, I broke my rule and had another straight one during business hours. The more I thought about it, the more I thought Saunders had a point. So I was off again on my way to the Cairo hospital. This time I didn't wait for the nurse to show me in. I got to Polanski's bed and drew aside the screen.
I told you not to come back, Rocky.
Maybe I didn't hear you. I've been talking to some people, Ted. One of them is Cora. Oh, don't you remember?
I can forget her.
Sure. But she doesn't find it so easy.
Get out of here.
Not yet. Lousing up your life's your own business, Ted. But this concerns Cora. She's got a good thing with Saunders. Best thing you can do is have it out with them and wash yourself out of their lives.
Rocky, what do you know about me?
Enough. Being a hero made you too good for her. Bunch of medals and headlines meant more to you than a wife and child.
You think so? Rocky, I'm going to tell you something I've been living with for the past 4 years. Maybe it's time I unload.
I'm listening. Ted Pulaski lay back in his bed, closed his eyes, and turned his face away. Finally, he started talking.
You despise me, Rocky, but not as much as I despise myself. But believe me, I've always loved Cora. That's why I could never go back to her. You see, I'm not a hero. I never was.
It's not the way the papers got it.
Sure. Heard the same story every time somebody pinned a medal on me. I risked my life to save top-drawer photographic information from a burning plane. Delayed parachute jump. Want to know why I delayed that parachute jump, Rocky?
Go on, Ted.
Because my parachute was torn to shreds. The other guy on the plane was wounded. So I took his parachute. He died in a crash. I parachuted to safety. I killed him, Rocky, as sure as I'm lying here. Now you got it all.
Yeah.
Somehow I couldn't go back to Cora and the kid knowing in my own mind I'd kill somebody. You know how I spent my time since then, bumming around. I was never going back because I just wasn't right for her. All I knew was that the best thing to do was to keep away from Cora. But now it's not so easy.
What do you mean?
Her life's not what you think it is. That husband of hers, Eben Saunders, a big cotton man's a crook. He's rotten crooked, and so's that phony corporation he's setting up.
Where'd you get that?
That's what's behind that knife in my back. He's in with a crumb named Vance Marco.
Shiny car, Westbats?
That's a guy. They're promoting a phony cotton refining process, starting a company, selling a lot of stock, and after enough money comes in, Saunders and Marco pull out with their pockets full.
How do you know all this?
Because there was a third guy in the organization. Ted Pulaski. Only I pulled out when I found out that Saunders was Cora's husband. I hoped I could stop the deal before Cora got hurt. All I stopped was Marco's knife. Now I'm flat on my back and can't do a thing.
But there wasn't anything to keep Rocky Jordan from doing something. I wasn't flat on my back, yet. So I started out spoiling for trouble. And I didn't mind when a native started tagging me after I left the hospital. It was the same one who had covered me with a gun in Marco's car earlier that day. So I let him follow for a while. I took him down a dark side street a couple of blocks. Then I suddenly doubled back and he ducked into a doorway. This was a good time to let him make his move, so I kept coming. I reached the doorway. There was the flash of a knife, but I wasn't there. I had him by the wrist, twisting it back.
I killed my Falcon.
Drop that knife or I'll slap your brains against this wall. Oh, drop it. Now, let's talk.
No. Let me go.
That the knife you used on Pulaski?
No, I do not know what you mean.
Pulaski knows. He got a good look at you.
He told you?
Yeah, everything.
Well, but it was an order.
Sure, Vance Marco's order. He sent you to get me, too?
Effendi,
Where do I find Marco?
I cannot tell.
Think real hard. Come on.
Yes, the Athens Hotel, Sharia Rakib.
Yeah, it's better.
But, Effendi, what will I do? Marco,
never mind. Where you're going, you'll get all the protection you need. I dragged him back down to the square and turned him over to a cop, along with a message to Captain Sam Sabaya. Then I was on my way to the Athens Hotel. Vance Marco had a big suite on the 4th floor front. I was about to knock when the door opened. Marco was inside with a couple of his men, and coming out was Evan Saunders.
Well, Mr. Jordan, I didn't expect to see you here.
Oh, I'll bet you didn't, Saunders.
Mr. Marco, it's been a pleasure. I'll see you in my suite at the National Hotel tomorrow morning.
Goodbye, Mr. Saunders.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Mr. Jordan.
Yeah.
I still don't like your face, Jordan.
You did your best to change it.
I was just giving you a friendly tip. You didn't take, did it?
I forget easy. You got a couple of muscles for help. Want to try again?
Maybe I will. What's on your mind, Jordan?
Great big deal, Marco. With a lot of little investors pouring their money into a phony corporation.
Either one of you guys know what Jordan's talking about?
Got it, Marco. Polanski told me everything. What happens to those investors when they find out they bought into nothing? A new cotton process nobody can produce.
Why, ask me?
Or better yet, what happens to you and Saunders? The police aren't going to like it.
Let them talk to Saunders. He's on top of the deal. President, chairman.
Yeah, how do you fit in?
Me? I just helped out a little on the financial end.
Yeah. It always works, doesn't it, Marco?
Hasn't failed yet. What's your interest, Jordan? Trying to cut in?
I'm giving you a chance to call it off. Well, you got the chance.
Sorry, Jordan. Corporation's closed. Anything else?
Yeah, a lot more.
Well, I don't want to hear it. Throw him out, boys.
Sure, boss.
Come on, Junior. Outside! And don't come back, Jordan. Next time we drop you down the elevator shaft.
I picked myself up and got out the back way just in case he had somebody waiting for me. Well, even though I knew the deal, Marco felt pretty safe. I figured there was more to it than what I'd worked out. When I got back to the tambourine, it was almost 7 o'clock, and Cora Saunders was waiting.
I haven't changed my mind, Rocky.
Okay, Cora. I think Ted's ready to talk to you.
You've seen him again?
Yeah.
Please tell me, how is he?
I think Ted Polanski's gonna be all right.
Thank you, Rocky.
Cora,
Yes?
how well did you know your present husband before you married him?
Well, I didn't know him so long before I married him. I met him in a summer resort where I was waiting tables.
Oh, what I mean is, what did you know about him personally?
All I know is he's been very, very good to me and my child. He's a wonderfully kind man, Mr. Jordan.
How about this cotton deal he's in?
Oh, he has great hopes for it. Evan thinks it'll make a lot of money and help a lot of people. Why do you ask, Rocky?
Oh, no. Just curious. You better go talk to Ted.
What are you trying to tell me?
Visiting time's 8 o'clock. Ted'll be waiting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Rocky, maybe you could come along.
Oh, sorry, Cora, but I'm going to be real busy. I walked Cora to the front of the tambourine and saw that she got a taxi. Then I caught one for myself. I wanted to see Evan Saunders just once more before he pulled out for St. Louis. At the National Hotel, I got Saunders' room number and went on up without being announced. I found his door open. Saunders was there, pacing the floor.
Oh, Mr. Jordan, come in.
Yeah, that's my plan, Saunders.
Where is Cora? Where's my wife, Mr. Jordan?
You're real worried about Cora.
Don't evade my question, Mr. Jordan. She went back to your cafe this evening. I have her message.
She tell you where she was going from there?
That's what I'm asking you. I demand to know where my wife is.
Where she is at this minute, I don't know. But in another hour, she'll be at the Cairo General Hospital, talking to Ted Polanski.
Mr. Jordan, I told you I don't want her to see that
now
man.
Now tell me why.
I explained that to you. I made it perfectly clear. He's hurt Cora enough.
Any other reason, Saunders?
Isn't that enough?
Try it my way. You don't want her to talk to Polanski because you're afraid of what he might tell her. Why he got that knife in his back, for instance.
What happened to him has nothing to do
with
it,
what... Saunders. Happens Polanski told me everything.
What did he tell you?
Everything. The phony corporation you and Marco was setting up. How he moved in to spike the deal before Cora got wind of it. So you had to get rid of him.
Mr. Jordan, I don't understand what you're talking about.
I think you do. Didn't you wonder what I was doing at Marco's place a while ago?
Certainly not. Why should I?
He admitted the whole deal. The investors have been taken for every cent they put into your crooked racket.
I don't believe Marco said any such thing.
Ask him.
Get me Mr. Vance Marco at the Athens Hotel. I'll wait. Yes? Yes? Yes, thank you. Vance Marco just checked out of the Athens Hotel. No forwarding address.
Looks like you're on the griddle, buddy.
Mr. Jordan, I'm not a swindler. I've been taken in by Marco just
That's a pretty good act.
It's not an act. I'm innocent and I can prove it.
Well, Evan Saunders started out to prove his innocence and prove that my thinking had been wrong. Mine and Ted Polanski's. He made another phone call, and then we went over to a building on Abraham Pasha Square. We went through a door marked Allenby and Allenby, attorneys. Allenby, number 1, was there waiting, and Saunders told him the whole story.
I say this is a beastly affair, Mr. Saunders, beastly.
I brought Mr. Jordan here, Mr. Allenby, to prove that I couldn't possibly have profited by the venture.
Well, under the circumstances, perhaps it's wise. I have a folder here. Oh, yes. Here you are, Mr. Jordan. This is a duplicate, of course. The original has been filed.
Just give me the quick once-over, Mr. Allenby. What's it all about?
Well, with this document, Mr. Evan Saunders hereby assigns and grants all funds and income from his share of the Cotton Processing Corporation to charitable organizations. The Association for the United Nations, the International
wait a minute.
Red Cross, and what?
Saunders was to receive nothing from the corporation?
Oh, absolutely nothing.
Mr. Jordan, I hope you're convinced now that I was acting in good faith.
Mr. Saunders could have had no possible motive for promoting a crooked venture such as this.
Just a second, Allenby.
Yes?
Why didn't you know it was a phony? You're the attorney.
Oh, not for the corporation, Mr. Jordan.
Vance Marco had that all set up with his own men. And he set it up very well. I was made president. My name was put on everything. And I'm left holding the bag. Right, Allenby?
Yeah, frankly, you are in a bit of a pickle, Mr. Saunders. Your reputation will suffer and all that.
No, I'll not have that. I'll repay every cent to the investors out of my own pocket. Clear up this mess as soon as possible.
Well, it sort of makes things look a little different.
Forget it, Jordan. We all make mistakes.
Going, Mr. Jordan?
Yeah, I got some clearing up of my own to do. It wasn't yet 8 o'clock, and I had to talk with Ted Polanski just once more. I got to the hospital a few minutes before visiting hours started, and Cora Saunders hadn't arrived yet. Took a little convincing, but I got to Polanski's bedside right away, and I talked fast. I made him see that Saunders was okay, that he was a good husband for Cora and good father for their daughter, that if Cora had a chance for happiness, it was up to Ted. And it was 8 o'clock, and Cora was standing at the foot of his bed, her face pale and tight.
Hello, Ted.
Hello, Cora.
How are you feeling?
All right. Cora, I'm glad you came. There are some things we can clear up.
I'll wait outside.
No, Rocky. That's not necessary. This won't take long. Cora,
Yes?
I want you to know I'm glad you married Saunders.
Oh, but Ted...
The thing that bothered me was that I left you flat with no one to take care of you.
Take care of me? Is that all I meant to you? Somebody to be taken care of?
Yes.
But I was your wife. Mother of your daughter. What about her?
I'm sorry, Cora. The child was just a weight around my neck, too. I stopped loving you long ago. Going away to war was just a good excuse for getting away. After it was over, I just couldn't go back to you.
Well, I guess there isn't much you can do when there's no love left. I'm just sorry it took so long for me to find this out.
Well, now you know. I never felt so good as when I left you in St. Louis.
Thanks, Ted.
Thanks for what?
I never realized until this moment how fortunate for me it was that you did leave. I see now how lucky I was to find a man like Evan. He's a strong man and an honest one. And he loves me and our child like you never could. Oh, goodbye, Ted. I don't think there's anything more we have to say.
Goodbye, Cora.
Goodbye, Rocky. I won't be bothering you anymore about Ted Polanski.
So long, Cora. Have a nice trip back to St. Louis.
Well, Rocky, how did I do?
Okay.
She'll be all right now, won't she?
I think so, Ted. In fact, I'm sure of it.
Thanks, Rocky.
Well, after a while, I left him. Later that night, I found out that Marco had been picked up boarding a plane at the Cairo airport. There wasn't much they could do to him about the phony cotton deal. He kept his nose pretty clean. But his knife man had talked, so they salted Marco away for the attempted murder of Ted Polanski. Before I turned in that night, I checked back on my day. Pretty unusual. Not a single dead body. I felt real good about it.
Yes, tonight the Mystery Playhouse is host to Nick and Nora Charles as they appear in another episode from The Adventures of the Thin Man. Well, to begin with, our mystery in the lighter vein is chock full of surprising and unusual occurrences. Take, for instance, the fact that it's 9 o'clock in the morning when our story opens, and Nick Charles, who usually can't be pried from the arms of Morpheus before noon except in case of fire or disorder, is not only up, but fully dressed. And it's in this extremely unlikely situation that he's found by his good friend Ebenezer Williams, sheriff of Crabtree County. Eb is very surprised indeed. In fact, you might say he's amazed.
Well, all dressed. My Godfrey. You sure you're all right, Nick?
Oh, come in, Eb. I've been going crazy. I've been up all night.
What's wrong?
Nora's gone. She left the house yesterday afternoon. I haven't heard a word from her since.
Oh, so she finally come to her senses. Did she find another fella?
Eb, this is serious. I called the police, the newspapers. There's not a trace of her. This never happened before.
Oh, take it easy, Nick.
Eb, I've never felt so miserable. Well, look at me. No dinner, no sleep, no Nora.
Maybe that'll learn you to be nice to your next wife.
I don't want an ex-wife. I want the one I got. You can't get that model anymore. What am I saying? Eb, do you really think she left me?
Maybe.
Oh, maybe that's the police. Maybe they found the body.
Maybe. Shall I answer it?
No, I'll face it. I have it coming to me. Hello?
Hello. Tell Nora that Wolfie is calling.
Who are you?
Wolfie, you dope.
Well, I'm Nora's husband.
Don't worry. You won't be for long.
Oh, how do you know?
Because I'm the guy she's going to marry.
Who says so?
She does. She proposed to me last night.
Hey, what is this, a gag? What did you do to my wife?
My dear fellow.
Hey, come on, you pug, talk.
I refuse to listen to such language over a telephone.
Hello? Hello?
Who was that?
Some idiot Nora promised to marry last night.
That ain't possible. She can't be married to two idiots at the same time.
Guy screamed just before he hung up. Eb, what could have happened to Nora? Hello?
Hello? This is Leo.
Hello, Leo. What do you want?
$200, of course.
What for?
The mirror, naturally. It's cheap. But that's Leo for you. Always a sucker for a beautiful dame.
Listen, I don't know anything about this.
Didn't your wife tell you about me?
No.
Oh, that's deceptive.
Where'd you last see my wife?
In Leo's. The gathering place of convivial spirits. She left after she broke the mirror behind my bar. Why?
My wife didn't get home. I've been looking everywhere for her.
Entre nous, Bud. You shouldn't let a dame like that go around loose.
That's just it. Was she loose?
Well, I'd say she was tight.
That's impossible. Nora never gets tight.
Does she throw horseshoes at mirrors in her natural state?
Where did she get a horseshoe?
From a horse, naturally.
Who was my wife with?
One was a female lady of interesting design. The other was a male gentleman of designing interests.
What are you talking about?
The guy I know. His name is Bill Martin, a no good. The dame I didn't know.
Listen, I'll be down to your place. Where is it?
On 6th Avenue in the village. You know what I'd do if I had a wife like yours, Bud?
Oh, what?
I'd lock her and me in a golden cage and throw away the key. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Leo. Oh, Eb, this is the zaniest thing that ever happened.
Nicky, darling. Oh, and Eb Williams. How are you, Ebby Webby?
Fine, Norrie. And how are you?
Oh.
Or is it a military secret?
I'm feeling deliriously hilarious. Have you ever walked on bubbles?
No, dear.
It requires the greatest delicacy, and it's hard to keep your balance. Kiss me, darling.
Nora, what have you been drinking?
I didn't touch a drop. All I had was one teeny-weeny cup of tea.
Tea?
With crumpets. Kiss me.
Where were you last night?
Kiss me first.
There. Now, where were you last night?
Oh, last night? Well, darling, I had tea with Joan Lawrence, and then I don't remember. Well, that's odd, isn't it?
Well, don't you remember anything?
Of course. I woke up in a nice, comfy hotel suite, and I tried to phone you, but the line was busy, so I came over, and here I am. Will you nail down that floor? Oh, catch me!
Laura, she's out, Eb.
Yeah. Well, I reckon that solves the mystery of your missing wife.
No, Eb, you're wrong. I'm afraid we're at the beginning of another mystery.
Huh?
Look up Dr. Barton's name in the phone book. Tell him to get up here immediately.
Why? Is there something wrong?
Look at her eyes, Eb. Unless I'm crazy, she's been drugged.
Nicky, darling. Am I dying?
No, dear. The doctor said you'll be okay.
The doctor?
Yes, sir, Norrie. You've been drugged.
Oh, why should anyone want to do a thing like that to little me?
That's what I want to find out. What happened after you had tea with Joan Lawrence?
I don't know.
In your bag, we found a key to a suite in the Wilson Hotel. You remember registering there?
No, but I woke up there.
Where'd you go between the time you had tea with Joan and the time you woke up?
I've no idea.
Do you remember going to a joint called Leo's? The gathering place of convivial spirits?
Sounds delightful. Was I there?
I reckon so. You broke the mirror behind his bar with a horseshoe. Now, what made you do a thing like that?
Well, I can't imagine, Eb. But I do remember one thing. There was the nicest man with me and Joan.
Wolfie?
No, I don't remember anyone named Wolfie.
Well, you should, dear. You asked him to marry you.
You know, I must have had a wonderful time. Tell me more.
You know a fellow named Bill Martin?
That's him. He's the nicest man. Joan knew him. He's in business with her husband. Darling, did you call Joan?
Yes, baby. No one answers at her apartment.
Well, that's funny. Nick, do you think something happened to Joan?
I don't know, darling. But I don't think you were drugged by accident. We're going to the Wilson Hotel and check that key you have. Come in, Nora. Eb?
Yeah.
Was this the suite you woke up in?
I remember. It looked a mess.
Looks like a hurricane struck it.
Isn't it a shame, dear?
What?
I evidently had the time of my life last night, and I didn't even know it.
Hey, Mr. Russell left his bag here. Eb, will you help me open it?
Okay, baby dokey. Say, that's sure an oversized suitcase. Looks more like a little trunk. Now she's opened it.
Nick!
Don't be frightened, baby. He can't hurt you. He's dead.
But that's Bill Martin. He was the nicest man. The one I told you about.
We got a woman's compact in his pocket.
Well, that's my compact. Wonder how he got it.
Nora, did you kill him?
Me? Kill him?
Yes, darling. Now, don't be afraid to tell me the truth.
But I don't remember.
Now, try to think. Did you stick a knife in his back because he got fresh?
Well, I don't know.
You sure he was killed with a knife, Nick?
Well, yeah, you can see the wound in his back.
Say, there's bloodstains here near the telephone. Did you find anything more on his body?
Just this watch.
Oh, you can't use that, Nick. It's broken. Give it back.
Just a second. Nick, could that be broke like that because a bullet hit it?
That's what I was wondering, Eb. The hand stopped at 5:30. No bullet holes in this guy. Nora, you keep this watch. What's the name of the restaurant where you had tea with Joan Lawrence?
The Bixley on Lower Fifth Avenue. It's near Joan's apartment.
I'm going down there.
Do you think poor Joan is dead, too?
Maybe, baby. I want you and Eb to take a careful look around here and then go to Joan's apartment. Eb, use this collection of skeleton keys to get in. So long, darling. Take good care of her, Eb.
All right.
Eb. You don't think I killed him, do you?
I don't know, Norrie. Say, will you take a look in them closets? I'm going over that other room. Careful.
All right, Em. Oh, what a lovely closet. Oh, my neck. Let go. Let go.
Find anything in that closet, Norrie? Norrie? Don't you hear me? Norrie, I just look. Look. Norrie.
The head waiter said you wanted to have words with me.
Yeah, that's right. Were you on duty in this restaurant about 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon?
Yeah. Hey, ain't you Nick Charles?
That's right.
Don't you remember me? Rayfield, the rat.
Of course, I sent you up, didn't I?
Yeah. I could have got 50 years, but you only let me get 10. Gee, you changed. You used to be a good-looking young fella.
Well, I hope you've changed, too, Rayfield. Here, will you take a look at this picture in my wallet?
Some doll.
That's my wife. Did you serve her yesterday?
What does the rest of her look like?
Usual accessories, but well-placed.
She was here. With another dame. This other dame had a wonderful build. I served him.
Where?
In that booth right over there.
Now, listen, Rayfield. I want you to remember exactly what happened while they were here. Try and recall every detail. If it'll help your memory, act it out.
Okay. Now, let me see. You be your wife. I am the girl with the bill. So, we come in. We look around to see if anybody notices what terrific lookers we is. And after we see that all the wolves is foaming at the mouth, we sit down.
Now, where do I sit?
In the corner of the booth. Me. I'm the other girl. I sits here. So another person joins us. A guy named Bill. Very good looking.
Bill Martin?
Yeah, that's his name. He ordered cocktails.
Now listen carefully. Did you see Bill Martin put anything in the girl's tea?
No. But an hour later, they was all still here. Bill had lots of drinks, and they was all laughing like things was hilarious.
Did you see any of them leave?
Yeah, I left. I mean me, the girl with the bill. I comes up and asks me, Rayfield, where is the telephone booth? And I tell me. Then me, Rayfield, I see your wife and a man in the booth.
How'd my wife look?
Tired like. Sort of sitting in the corner, leaning back with her eyes closed. I figure she drunk some of the guy's cocktails.
When did this girl return?
In about 5 minutes.
Did the man leave the booth at all?
No. Why should he leave when he's got a good-looking babe like your wife there? About 6 o'clock, they all left together. They all walked with a wobble.
Okay, Rayfield. Guess that'll be all. Thanks.
Don't mention it. And if you need my help again, be free to call on me. Nothing's too much for the guy what set me up the river for 10 years.
Of course I will accept your check for $200, Mr. Charles. That's Leo for you. He'll take a check from anybody.
You mind if I ask you a few questions, Leo?
Not at all. I personally am a convivial spirit, and I like conversation.
At what time did my wife break that mirror?
At precisely 2 a.m.
What makes you so sure?
I was waiting to hear the war news. You know, they have it on the radio every hour.
Bill Martin and this girl were with my wife all the time?
Yeah.
Why did you say Bill Martin was a no-good?
Did you ever hear of Pedro Gonzalez?
Sure, he used to have a bootlegging mouth.
It's black market now. This guy, Bill Martin, was connected with him. He tried to sell me some tax-free liquor once.
Oh. Leo, can I use your phone?
Sure, go ahead. Take a tip from me, pal. Don't fool around with Gonzalez. He ain't no convivial spirit.
I'm just trying to find out if Martin drugged my wife.
Hello?
Hello, Eb. How long have you been there at Jones' place?
Oh, a few minutes, Nick. Say, I'm glad you called. The killer was hiding in one of the closets.
Did you get him?
No, the killer got us.
What?
He socked Nori on the head. But she's all right now.
Oh, good.
He sneaked out the side entrance.
Well, did you find anything important in the apartment?
I reckon so. We found another corpse.
Who? Joan?
No. Her husband. Shot full of bullet holes. And plenty murdered.
Yeah. All I got you, Nick. All right, Nick, I'll do like you say. Goodbye.
Did Nick find the killer, Eb?
No, but he was telling me about the information he dug up.
What are you doing there, Eb?
Just looking at this corpse's pocket, Norrie. There's a bullet hole into it. I didn't notice that before.
Is it important?
Maybe. Now, that's the vest pocket, where a fellow usually carries a watch. You know, I think this fellow was not only killed, he was robbed by Godfrey.
Eb, did you notice that banjo clock on the wall?
Why, what about it?
It stopped at 2. And the reason it stopped is because there are a couple of bullet holes in it. Look. Oh, Joan, darling.
Hello, Nora. Oh, I've got the most awful headache. Gilbert! Gilbert, what happened
Now,
to him?
Don't try to put yourself together. Your husband's been murdered. We found him here like that. Now, dear.
Oh, Nora, this is awful.
There, now. Nick and our friend Ed Williams are working on this case. Now, if you can keep a grip on yourself, you can help us.
Well, I'll be all right, Nora. I was afraid something like this was going to happen. That's why I wanted to talk to you yesterday. My husband and Bill Martin, they were in trouble with Pedro Gonzalez. He's a gangster, you know.
Yeah, Nick told me all about that. Miss Lawrence, where was you last night?
Well, I'm not really sure. It's all very hazy. I woke up only a few minutes ago at the Royal Crest Hotel. Did anything happen to Bill Martin?
He's been murdered, too.
Oh, no.
Norrie was drugged.
Well, then I must have been drugged, too. Well, of course, I see it all now. They drugged us so I wouldn't go home and find them killing Gilbert, and Bill Martin must have known about it. He was very close to them, so they killed him to keep him quiet.
Yeah. Was your husband alive at 2 yesterday afternoon?
Well, yes, I had lunch with him.
Joan, why'd you murder your husband?
What are you talking about?
You, Joan. You murdered both of them.
Nora, he's crazy, isn't he?
Eb, how could she have done it? It's impossible.
No. She drugged you at about 5:15 yesterday afternoon. Then left, saying she had to make a phone call. But instead, she come up here and killed her husband. She turned the clock back to 2, put a few bullets into it, come back to the restaurant where you were sitting with Bill Martin. In your condition, Norrie, you didn't even know she'd been gone.
I don't remember everything, but I do know Joan was with me last night.
Sure. She was using you as an alibi. At 2 a.m., the time she wanted the police to believe the murder was committed, she and Bill Martin put you up to throwing that horseshoe into the mirror in back of Leo's bar.
But why'd she want me to do a thing like that, Eb?
To strengthen the alibi. Ain't that right, Joan?
He's out of his head.
Am I? You give Norrie an extra dose of the drug. Put her to bed in the Wilson Hotel. Now, up to this point, Bill Martin was helping you. Your problem now was to get rid of Martin.
I suppose I killed him, too.
You told him to call Nick's place, act like a goon, and use the name Wolfie. The object was to see if Norrie was home yet. Well, as soon as he finished phoning, you drove a knife into his back. Nick even heard his scream.
Listen, if I'm such a clever killer, why'd they ever pick on Nora to have tea with me?
Because you knew after your husband was found dead that Norrie would get Nick interested in the case. It'd be simple to hint that Bill Martin got some hoodlum to do it. Martin would appear especially guilty, since he was dead also.
All right. Get 'em up, both of you. I'm getting out of here. If any of you try to follow me, you'll be killed. Goodbye.
Hello!
Nicky!
I just clipped her lightly on the chin, darling.
Nicky, guess what? Eb solved the whole thing. She's the killer.
Well, of course, baby. I knew it all along.
Now, how did you figure it out?
Darling, you know I never discuss such things outside our bedroom. Wait till tonight.
Why can't you ever tell me how brilliant you are in broad daylight? All right, dear. I'm ready and waiting for your story.
Well, it was simplicity itself, baby. I knew that whoever drugged you probably committed the murder. There were only 2 suspects, Martin and Joan.
And since Martin was dead, it had to be Joan.
Right. I was afraid for a while that Joan was dead, too. I'd have to investigate Gonzalez. Joan confessed that she did it for her husband's insurance. Martin was in love with her, and so was a willing accomplice.
Did you miss me last night, dear?
Well, not at all.
You big liar. Eb told me what you said. I ought to stay away more often. It'll make you appreciate me.
You better not try it, or Or I'll stay away nights, too.
What about me did you miss most of all, Nicky?
The way you say good night.
Oh. Well, then. Good night, Nicky, darling.
Thank you, Nick and Nora Charles, for another chapter in The Adventures of the Thin Man. Tonight's presentation in the Mystery Playhouse. Before taking our usual trip to the green room, let's discuss 3 ways we can all help lengthen the war. Here they are. First, throw away all your extra equipment. Second, don't take care of the equipment and ordnance you have left. Third, waste your field rations. Only eat the parts you like. Well, that's only 3 ways. But if each and every man and woman in the service indulged in just those 3 consistently, V-Day would be a far cry indeed. Of course, no one would act like that on purpose, but unfortunately, we all tend to treat GI Materiel a little bit like a stepsister. And when you multiply your carelessness and wastage 1,000,000 or more times, it's no longer funny. So let's not help lengthen the war. Let's shorten it by conserving everything we have. And now to the green room and a preview performance of our next Mystery Playhouse attraction. Follow me, please. Come.
Mr. Finney, why did Mr. Clabber have us all come here for a conference?
I don't know, Miss Warner. It's about the theft of those rare books, I guess.
You've been with the A.H. Dark Company for a long time, Mr. Finney. Tell me, is the bookstore in a really bad way?
Well, it's pretty bad, Miss Warner.
Careful, people. Here comes old Crank Clever.
Oh, here he is.
Philip Dark, you coming in here with me, or aren't you? I'm coming, Mr. Clever. I'm coming. Now, silence, please.
All right. Just a moment, people. Mr. Clabber has something to say.
As you all know, for the past few months, the A.H. Star Company's been losing rare items out of our private stock of first editions. I'm convinced those thefts are an inside job. One of you employees is the thief.
Now, wait, please. I want you all to know that Mr. Clabber and I are in total disagreement on this. Personally, I trust every one of you.
Well, I don't. This stealing keeps up, the company will go bankrupt. So I've decided on a drastic step. As of closing time today, the entire staff of this store, every last one of you, is fired.
Me too. But Mr. Clabber, I've been with the A.H. Dock Company as bookkeeper for 58 years. Mr. Dock, Mr. Phil.
I'm sorry, Mr. Finney, but I'm helpless. Mr. Clabber now owns 51% of the stock. That gives him full power to dictate store policy.
But even if one of us is a thief, why make the rest of us suffer?
I know, Miss Warner, but my hands are tied. Mr. Clabber's arranging to have new clerks report tomorrow and a new secretary stenographer.
I may as well tell you that Mr. Dark's talked me into promising that if and when the thief is caught, all you people will be rehired. Now, that's all. Back to your counter. Dark, where are you running to off such a hurry?
Boston, Clabber, and I wish to heaven it was the North Pole.
But aren't you a cop anymore, Mr. Fletcher?
I should say not, Miss Porter.
Heck no. Fletcher's the ace investigator of the Worldwide Insurance Company now. And look at me.
What for, Billy?
Huh?
Henry, you'd like Fletcher's style. He goes in for fancy deductions the way you do.
Oh, a competitor, huh? Right. Ellery, I'm on a case for Worldwide involving the A.H. Dark Company, and you can do me a favor. Me, Fletcher? I was nosing around the Dark bookstore this morning and overheard one of the employees phoning you. She's due here any minute.
Yes, a clerk there named Miss Warner.
But how can Ellery do you a favor, Mr. Fletcher?
No one down at Dark's knows who I am, and it's better if they don't find out I'm an insurance company detective. How about introducing me to this Warner woman as your associate? Let me sit in.
I'll go.
That must be Miss Warner now. Queen, what do you say?
Well, of course, I'd be glad to.
Billy, let's you and me duck into the other room. Too many of us might scare the woman out.
You'd scare her top sergeant.
Ellery, this is Miss Warner of the A.H. Dark Company.
How do you do?
How do you do? And I brought along Mr. Finney, the bookkeeper.
Sit down, please. Meet Mr. Fletcher, my assistant.
How do you do?
How do you do?
What can I do for you?
You start, Mr. Finney.
Well, Mr. Queen, young Mr. Philip Dock doesn't know much about the rare book business, and, well, the firm's in pretty bad shape. So some time ago, Mr. Dock was forced to take in a partner, Mr. Clabber, who knew rare books and had capital, too. Adolph Clabber...
Adolph Clabber's one of the leading rare book experts of America, Queen.
I've heard of him, Fletcher.
Well, sir, Mr. Clabber started printing special editions of classics limited to one copy for wealthy collectors.
Editions of one copy? That's really limited.
Yes, miss. Mr. Clabber does all the work by hand himself. His private press and bindery in his Long Island home.
Mr. Finney, the point is business didn't improve much, and then valuable old firsts began to disappear from the store. The insurance company hasn't found the thief yet, and now Mr. Clabber's gone and fired everyone in the store.
What? That's terrible, Miss Warner.
Even me. 58 years with the store.
But Mr. Clabber will take us all back when the thief is caught. So, Mr. Queen, will you find the thief?
And get our jobs back.
Well, that's an appeal I can't resist. Yes, I will.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
Thank
Queen.
you.
Now, do you know anything about the theft?
Well, I don't, Mr. Queen, but Mr. Finney here does. That's one reason I brought Mr. Finney along.
You know something, Finney? What?
Well, I can't tell you. Miss Warner, I told you I couldn't tell anyone yet.
Well, I can't understand you, Mr. Finney. You must tell about your discovery.
You've made a discovery, Mr. Finney?
Yes, but it's a secret, a terrible secret. So terrible I can't disclose it to anyone.
Well, can't you even give us a hint, Mr. Finney?
Well, it would ruin Doc's, maybe the whole rare book business. That's all I can say. Mr. Queen, please don't ask me anymore.
If we discover the thief, will you tell us?
Maybe, sir. Maybe.
Does either Clabber or Dark know you two have come to Mr. Queen for help?
Oh, no, Mr. Fletcher. Old Clabber is not a man to ask anyone for help. And Mr. Dark, well, he's nice, but sort of scatterbrained, full of fun, loves parties, and keeps practicing magic tricks like a stage magician. No sense of responsibility at all.
Well, we'll look into it. Nicky, will you see Miss Warner and Mr. Finney out?
Yes, Mr. Queen.
You'll hear from us.
Yes, all right, then.
Fletcher, do you know the secret old Finney's so upset about?
No, I don't.
Speedy and I overheard the whole thing.
Secrets. Hey, Maestro, you mean to say you're going to take a case Fletcher's already investigating?
If Fletcher doesn't mind.
Why should I mind, Queen? Go do it. Well, thanks a lot. I've got to run. Bye, you two mugs.
So long.
Bye.
Where's Mr. Fletcher going in such a rush?
I hope to get a head start in Ellery.
You better get busy, Maestro. Fletcher's tough competition, and rare books are his racket.
Wonderful. You'll find he's in a contest. Nicky, come on. You and I are going to investigate this case from the inside. We're going to become bookstore clerks.
Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Rita. I'm glad you called, Angel, but we'll have to make it another time. A man has disappeared with some of his company's money. His employers can't wait to find out what's become of him. In fact, it looks like the suspense may kill them.
Once again, the National Broadcasting Company brings you The Adventures of the Falcon, dedicated to private investigators everywhere. Those hard-hitting detectives who, like Mike Waring, risk their lives to aid law enforcement agencies. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. And now NBC is happy to bring you his adventures on the air. Yes, it's Michael Waring, that freelance detective who's always ready with a hand for oppressed men and an eye for repressed women. So join him now when the Falcon solves the case of the Amorous Bookkeeper. It's late Sunday night in New York, and Lucille Landis is worried. Lucille is the tall, willowy brunette who is gliding down the hall of the third floor in the Tremont building. She stops at the door of the Style Center Dress Company, pauses briefly with her hand on the knob, then shrugs daintily and opens the door. Her partner, large, paunchy Barney Murdoch, looks up from the books on the desk in front of him as she enters.
Ah, at last. Come in, come in.
All right, Barney. Now, what is it? You were so excited on the phone.
Come here. Sit down.
Well?
I've been suspicious for some time. Didn't say anything because I didn't want to alarm you if I was wrong. Unfortunately, I am not.
Well, for heaven's sake, will you tell me what it's all about? Must be pretty important to get you to the office on Sunday and then have you send for me.
Yes, it's pretty important. I've had an accountant down here all day. What do you think?
Something wrong with the books?
Hard to believe. Finch has been with us for, almost from the beginning, and he's such a mild little guy.
What's wrong? Has he made a mistake?
Mistake? Yeah, quite a mistake to think he could get away with it. He's been taking us, Lucille, for the last 6 months.
Are you sure? Oh, I can't believe it.
It's all here, black and white.
How much?
Nearly $30,000.
Oh, no, that's impossible.
$30,000 in 6 months. I thought our profit was off for the volume we were doing, but I couldn't find anything. So I've had an expert go over it. He's found where Finch has been juggling.
Well, what'll we do?
What can we do? Have the police here when Finch comes to work tomorrow. I hope he hasn't spent it all.
Yes, I suppose so. Oh, poor little fella. But if he's a thief...
For $30,000, we can waive sympathy. Well, now, come on, let me show you. That's why I asked you down. I want you to see what the accountant pointed out so you'll understand.
Well, you know I can't make heads or tails out of figures. I leave all that part of the business to you. If you say Finch has been robbing us, well, that's it.
You ought to take more of an interest.
Well, I do in designing and production. But believe me, Barney, when it comes to bookkeeping, I don't know a debit from a ledger.
All right, Lucille, if that's the way you want it.
That's the way. Now, let's call the police, shall we? Here I am, Finchy.
Oh, Lucille, I've been looking for you. I didn't see you in this back booth.
Oh, that's why I picked it. I don't want us to be seen. Sit down.
You don't have to worry. Cora doesn't know about us.
It's not your wife we have to worry about anymore, Finchy.
What do you mean?
The jig's up. Barney had an accountant work on the books today.
Oh, dear.
To put it mildly.
What'll we do?
Well, you've got to get out of town.
Oh, I knew it would come to this sooner or later. I knew it.
Good. Nothing like being prepared.
We'll go to California.
We? Oh, are you taking Cora?
No, you.
Oh, Finchy, don't be silly.
What? But I don't want to leave you.
You don't have much choice.
You'll join me later?
Now, think about it.
You won't join me. You want to get rid of me?
Now, Finchy.
Well, you're acting so cold.
I'm worried, that's all.
I should think you'd want to go with me, if you really loved me.
Let's not go into that now.
Sometimes I think... Well, I just wonder if you've just been using me to juggle the books for you now that I'm no more use to you.
I'm tipping you off, aren't I, so you can get away?
Yes, but... Well, maybe you don't want me talking.
Well, I don't, but...
I've got to know the truth. I've got to...
You let go of my wrist.
Do you love me? Answer me, Lucille. Do you love me?
Finchy.
Do you?
Well, you asked for it.
I know it. I know it all the time.
Look in the mirror sometime, Finchy. Did you think for 1 minute that
Stop. Don't say it. I didn't think even for 1 minute. Not really. I pretended, that's all. The whole thing was just like a dream. Just a daydream. Now it's turned into a nightmare.
Oh, I'm sorry. Honestly.
You better be, for yourself. You're in this with me, Lucille. And I may decide not to go to California. I may stay, see? And I may talk.
Oh, Finchy, don't be silly. You juggled the books, you took the money. And there's nothing to prove you gave any of it to me or that I knew anything about it.
But you wanted me to get out of town.
Well, partly for your sake and partly because I don't like unpleasantness. I can deny anything you say, but I'd rather not be bothered.
A little unpleasantness, that's all you're afraid of. Well, just don't underestimate me, Lucille. I'm warning you now. Don't underestimate me.
Thanks for the tip.
Barney Murdoch underestimated me. It cost him $30,000. Cora underestimated me. She wouldn't believe I could ever have a woman like you. Well, I did. Maybe someday people will find out that Elliot Finch is... Oh, what am I talking about? Lucille, don't leave me, please. I'm scared.
Good night, Finchy.
Lucille! She hates me. No, she doesn't even hate me. What am I going to do? What am I going to do?
Yes?
Michael Waring?
That's right.
My name's Barney Murdoch, Style Center Dress Company. Want to hire you.
Oh, I never was much good on hemstitching.
All right, you've had your joke. Now, may I come in?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. They call you the Falcon or some such falderall, don't they?
Oh, I've been called every kind of falderall in the book.
Well, I'm not much for fancy names, but I understand you're sharp. Can deliver the goods. That's what I want.
Oh, just what goods do you have in mind?
I want you to find a man for me.
What man?
Name's Elliot Finch, bookkeeper. Worked for us until today. Didn't show up for work this morning, and his wife doesn't know where he is.
Well, how much did he get away with?
How'd you know about that?
Well, when the bookkeeper disappears and his boss rushes frantically to a detective...
Good. You're on the ball. 30,000, Waring. 30,000 nice, round simoleons.
Well, to coin a couple of cliches, Finch certainly believed in making hay. And, brother, that ain't hay. What's in it for me?
Your fee is...
$50 a day in expenses.
I'll give you $500. If the job's done in less than 10 days, keep the change.
Well, fair enough. Tell me something, Murdoch. When did you discover Finch's defalcation?
Yesterday.
And today, Finch disappears.
Yeah, I've been wondering about that. Don't see how he knew we'd found out about him.
Well, who did know, besides yourself?
Just the accountant I had work on the books. And my partner, Lucy Landis. But surely neither of them...
You trust them implicitly?
Of course.
As much as you trusted Finch until this happened?
What are you trying to suggest?
Oh, just thinking out loud. And in my business, you don't get very far if your thoughts are all sweetness and light.
Very good, Waring. Suspicious of everyone. Probably just as well. Although I don't think... then I'll leave the speculation to you.
All right, Murdoch. And as soon as I have something concrete, I'll let you know.
What is it?
Are you Mrs. Finch?
Yes.
My name's Michael Waring. I'm looking for your husband.
He isn't here.
I know that.
How do you know? What do you want with him? Are you from Style Center?
In a way.
Get out of here. Go on back to Mr. Murdoch. Tell him all he's lost is $30,000. I've lost a husband.
Well, perhaps I can help.
Help! Elliot's gone. Run away. And he's not too well, Mr... What did you say your name was?
Waring.
I'm telling you this. Jail would kill him. He's never been strong. But he was a good husband and a good employee. For 25 years, and then... Well, we all make mistakes. Temptation.
Yes, I know how you feel, Mrs. Finch, but...
Oh, no, you don't. You wouldn't be here. Trying to find him so you can take him to jail, so you can kill him.
All right, Mrs. Finch. What was that?
What?
A door closed in the back of the apartment.
I didn't hear anything. Maybe the wind.
Maybe your husband.
No, he isn't here.
How do you know? Maybe he just came in the back.
He didn't. He wouldn't.
Come on, let's go see.
No, Elliot. Elliot, if you're here, get out. There's somebody here looking for you.
It's all right, Cora.
Elliot, he wants to take you to jail.
He's not going to take me to jail.
But where did you get that gun?
I found it.
Now, look, Finch.
Please, I don't want to listen to any lectures. I took the money, I admit it. I can't pay it back either. But I'm not going to jail. I'm sorry about this, Cora, but you know the whole story. You know there's nothing I can do. So this is all that's left. Goodbye, Cora.
Finch, wait.
During the months to come, General Mills has planned to bring radio listeners an excitingly new half-hour show each weekday evening. Not just one, not two, but 6 thrilling half-hour shows. 2 of these shows have already joined the Wheaties Big Parade. On Mondays, Night Beat brings you tales of newspaper columnist Randy Stone, who hacks stories out of the shadows to make good reading in the morning papers. Join us here tomorrow for Night Beat. And then on Wednesday, you can follow the fast-moving adventures of Brian Dunleavy on A Dangerous Assignment. More to come in the Wheaties Big Parade of NBC shows will be a frolicking series starring Penny Singleton and a comedy detective series with a feminine punch starring Sarah Berner. Dimension X, NBC's exciting science fiction series, will also join the big parade, along with true stories of North America's oldest law enforcement body, the Texas Rangers. You'll hear all of them in the Wheaties Big Parade of NBC shows. Half an hour has passed since Elliot Finch tried to shoot his way out of his troubles by putting a bullet in himself. Finch has been rushed to a hospital, and now Mike is talking to Cora Finch, who is just recovering from the shock.
Is there anyone you'd like me to get to stay with you?
Only Elliot. That's impossible.
Well, if you'd help me, perhaps we could...
What could I do?
You say Mr. Finch was a model husband.
He was.
Well, men don't just change overnight unless something happens. Now, what happened to make him suddenly take money from the firm?
I told you. Temptation finally got the better of him.
What temptation?
Money.
And it took its time. He'd been with the company for years.
It grows with time.
Mm-hmm. And that's all? He didn't have any sudden need for money?
No.
What did he do with the money?
Oh, please, after what I've been through, do I have to go through this third degree.
I'm just trying to help.
Like you helped Elliot. Hounded him, killed him.
Now, look, Mrs. Finch. In the first place, I had nothing to do with your husband shooting himself. In the second place, he's not dead. And in the third place...
He's not dead.
Well, didn't you know?
But they carried him out. I
The
thought...
doctor told you.
Oh, I was so dazed. You're telling me the truth?
Yes, of course.
No, you're just trying to fool me.
All right, call the hospital.
He's really alive. Elliot's really alive.
Here's the phone. Now, hold it. Stop it.
I'm sorry.
Now, that's better. Now, do you want to call?
Yes. Give me the phone.
Yes?
Mr. Waring is here, Mr. Murdoch.
All right, send him in. Already. Oh, Waring, come in. Come in. Any news?
Yeah, I found Finch.
What? Good boy. That was fast.
And I love to take bows, Murdoch, but I'm afraid I don't rate one on this. He walked in on me, that's all.
Walked in on you? Where?
At his home.
I thought he'd skipped.
No, he had no place to go.
Well, where is he?
In the hospital. He tried to kill himself.
Tried to, you say?
Mm-hmm. They're working on him now. He's still unconscious, but the doctors give him a good chance.
He tried it while you were still at his place?
That's right.
Why'd you let him do it?
He had a gun. What could I do?
Guns don't usually stop the Falcon, do they?
Well, sometimes. Don't want to get in a rut.
Did he say anything about the money?
To his wife. It's gone.
All of it?
So she said.
Where? Gambling?
So she didn't say.
Another woman, maybe.
Maybe. Where's your partner?
Lucille? She hasn't come in yet today.
Interesting coincidence, wouldn't you say?
What?
Day after Finch's dirty work is discovered, he doesn't come to work, and neither does Lucille.
Oh, she often doesn't come in till afternoon.
It's afternoon?
You're hinting at something, Waring. You hinted at it before.
I'm just trying not to overlook any possibilities.
Well, but... Yes?
There's a Sergeant Corbett of the police here. He wants to talk to you.
Oh, just a minute. Must be something about the robbery, Waring. I'll see him in a minute.
Well,
But
it's
first,
not just the robbery, Murdoch. Corbett is with the homicide squad.
Homicide?
Mm-hmm.
But who... What homicide?
Ask Corbett.
Yeah. Send the sergeant in.
Yes, Mr. Murdoch.
You said Finch tried to kill himself, Waring. Well, that's suicide, not murder. Besides, it didn't work.
That's right. Hello, Corbett.
Waring. Well, now my day's complete.
Mm-hmm. And what can we do for you?
You can sit tight and keep your mouth shut. I want to talk to Mr. Murdoch.
Well, what's it about, Sergeant?
Your partner, Lucille Landis.
Lucille?
She's been murdered.
What?
What do you know about it, Murdoch?
I guess that's about all I can tell you, Sergeant.
All right, Murdoch, stick around. We may want to talk to you again.
Sure thing. Good day, Sergeant.
So long. Goodbye, Waring.
Bye-bye, Corbett. I'll see you down at headquarters later. There are a few things I'd like to find out.
And you think we can help you? You flatter the department, Waring. I thought you're the guy who likes to tell us, not ask us.
Oh, you're all right for routine, Corbett. If it's simple.
He expects us to give him what we got after that.
You will, Corbett, in spite of yourself.
Your irresistible charm, no doubt.
Why, Corbett, you do care.
I've got work to do.
All right, Waring. Your friend, the sergeant's gone. You can stop being cute. I want results, and I want them fast.
What results?
Proof that Finch killed Lucille.
And if he didn't?
He did. Must have. She got him to jockey the books.
Did she?
Look, it's your idea. You've been hinting at it right along.
Yeah. Tell me something, Murdoch.
What?
Just when did you catch on to my hint?
Now, wait a minute, Waring. I don't like that kind of a question. You're supposed to be working for me.
Well, why so touchy, Murdoch? All I said...
I know what you said. Now listen to me. I hired you to find Finch. You did. Okay. Now I'm hiring you to prove he killed Lucille. For an additional $1,000. Do you want the job or don't you?
Well, why are you so anxious to pin this on Finch?
Because he killed Lucille.
Well, if she was double-crossing you...
Get out of here, Waring. I'll get somebody who can take orders.
No, not so fast, Murdoch. A job's a job, and money's money. You want me to nail Finch? Okay, I'll nail him. I just wondered why you're so anxious.
Because he's guilty.
Oh. All right, if you say so.
Well, if you don't think
no,
so...
I do.
All right, then.
After all, Murdoch, the customer's always right. What more proof do I need? Hello, Sergeant. Told you I'd be around.
Yeah, Waring.
Well, what have you got for me?
For you, nothing.
Now, look, Corbett, if you want me to solve this case for
You're
you...
a little late, Waring. We've taken care of that little detail already.
You've made an arrest?
We will. We know who we want. We know where to find him.
You got the wrong man.
Oh, we have.
Naturally.
How do you know who I'm talking about?
Don't need to. I know you, Corbett. Bound to be wrong.
I don't know why I put up with this guy.
You can't do without me. Now, would you like me to tell you who really killed the Landis girl?
Yeah, tell me.
Elliot Finch.
Oh, Finch.
That's right.
And just how do you know it was Finch?
Because I know which side my bread is buttered on.
That makes a lot of sense.
Does to me. I like butter.
All right. Now, would you like me to tell you who pulled the job?
Yeah, who did it?
Finch.
What?
Only I happen to be able to prove it.
I don't believe it.
They took the bullet out of Finch's shoulder. It came from the same gun that did the murder.
Oh, no, there must be some mistake.
There's no mistake, Waring.
But, Sergeant, if you and I agree with each other, one of us is bound to be wrong.
It's 20 minutes since Mike Waring and Sergeant Corbett startled each other by seeing eye to eye on a case. Now they're at the hospital to see Elliot Finch. They find Mrs. Finch in the waiting room.
Hello, Mrs. Finch. How's your husband?
He's regained consciousness, but I haven't been able to talk to him yet. They're giving him a transfusion, and then they say I can go in again.
Not until I do.
Well, who are you?
Oh, excuse me. Mrs. Finch, this is Sergeant Corbett of the police.
I might have known. Can't they give him any rest even now?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Finch.
I'll bet you are. I can see it written all over you.
Why do they always have to have families? You stay here with her, Waring. I'm going inside.
But, Sergeant,
you better do as he says, Mrs. Finch.
I don't know why you all have to pick on Elliot anyway. He doesn't have the money. He only took it because that woman made him. She's the one who has it.
Lucille Landis?
Yes. If you want the money, ask her.
Now, we'd like to, but there's one catch.
Well, what's that?
She's dead.
How did that happen?
Somebody killed her. But what I'd like to know, Mrs. Finch, since you know about your husband and Miss Landis, how come you didn't tell me about her before?
Because I didn't want to. I don't have to account to you.
No, but you did account to me. Everything except that you knew about Miss Landis.
Why do you make so much of that?
Because you must have had some reason for holding back.
I'm not holding back. I've just told you about her.
Yeah, I know. That's what puzzles me.
It must be awful.
What?
Your kind of work. Makes you suspicious of everybody and everything.
Mm-hmm. Still, it's better than being afraid of everybody and everything.
What do you mean by that?
I'll tell you later. Here comes the sergeant again. Well, Corbett?
Mrs. Finch can go in now if she wants.
What did he say to you, Corbett?
He has a story.
Yeah?
He admits he was at Lucille Landis's, but he says he got there after the murder. He found the gun then and took her with him. That's
gun.
how he got it.
Gun, Miss Landis's. You weren't here about the money. This was about the murder.
Easy, Mrs. Finch.
You can't think Elliot did it. He'd never hurt anyone. He didn't do it. Why can't you leave him alone?
When a man has a murder gun, you don't just leave him alone.
But he told you.
Yeah.
You buy his alibi, Corbett?
For now, he's not going anywhere.
That's right. But suppose I could rip his alibi right down the middle.
What? How?
Well, suppose I could prove he took the gun with him to Miss Landis's, that he went there to kill her.
Go ahead.
He can't. It's a lie.
Mrs. Finch told me her husband admitted taking the money, but she tried to conceal his connection with Miss Landis. Now, why?
I told you.
Was it because she knew what was going to happen, and she wanted to protect Finch?
No.
Couldn't she have seen him take the gun? That would frighten her into trying to hide his affair with Miss Landis.
No, you must believe me. I wouldn't shield Elliot. Not if he were a murderer.
Well, you tried to protect him when you knew he was a thief.
I didn't.
You didn't want him jailed for it. You seemed to think it was all right for him to take the money. You said he was just yielding to temptation. Your only criticism was of the police and me for wanting to catch him.
Well, what could I do? He's my husband. I love him. Naturally, I don't want to see him go to jail.
Nice code of ethics. Anything he does is okay, as long as he's your husband. Embezzlement, murder.
You don't understand.
No, the trouble is, I do. Corbett, I think you have a case. You can make an arrest.
No. Elliot didn't kill that woman, I tell you. He didn't.
Now, we'll see.
But he's sick. This might kill him. Let him alone till he's stronger. Then you'll see. He'll be able to prove
You mean
that...
there'll be time to think up another alibi? It's no use, Mrs. Finch.
Why do you have to be so hard, so unfeeling?
I know. It's another side of that rotten work I'm in. Well, Corbett?
Okay.
No, please. If nothing else will stop you, I'll confess. I killed her. I did it.
She's sure determined to protect that guy.
Yeah, only she happens to be telling the truth.
Huh? But you said...
I didn't say anything. I simply asked some hypothetical questions. But now I am saying Mrs. Finch killed Miss Landis, Corbett.
You said before I could arrest Finch for the murder.
No. I said you could make an arrest. You can. So what are you waiting for?
Yes?
Mr. Waring is on line 1, Mr. Murdoch.
Right. Hello, Waring. What news?
Well, I've wrapped it up.
You did? Finch?
Yep, I hung it on him.
There's been an arrest?
Yep.
Right. Come on over and tell me about it. I'll give you your check.
Well, there's not much to tell. You wanted me to prove Finch killed Miss Landis, so I did.
Good.
Yeah, forced the real murderer into confessing.
What?
Yes, Mrs. Finch didn't like her husband being ruined by another woman, so she eliminated the other woman.
Mrs. Finch?
And that's right, Murdoch. She's the one who killed your partner. But I didn't think you'd mind it turning out like this. All you really wanted was for me to prove you didn't do it, right?
Yeah, Waring, but I was so sure
Yes,
that...
I know. You ought to be careful about that, Murdoch. You know, there's a theory we're supposed to operate on that a man is innocent until he's proved guilty. Not a bad idea. I'll see you around.
Don't look so smug, Waring. You were lucky, that's all.
Was I, Corbett?
You thought Finch was our boy. It just happened Mrs. Finch broke down.
Mm-hmm. And I had nothing to do with it?
Not intentionally.
I suppose I tell you I suspected her almost from the first minute I met her.
More hypothetical questions?
No. On the level.
Okay, you suspected her. You suspect everyone.
Yeah, that's what she said. But I picked her as the best bet.
Why?
Because one of the first questions she asked me was, are you from Style Center?
What does that prove?
Nothing. But she followed it up with, get out of here, go on back to Mr. Murdoch. The Style Center isn't just Mr. Murdoch. It is, or was, Murdoch and Lucille Landis. But Cora Finch had already crossed off Landis. And I couldn't help wondering why.
I see.
Then what clinched it was her holding back on me about Finch's tie-up with the Landis woman. Although she knew about it all the time.
Could have been she was protecting her husband, like you suggested at the hospital.
Yeah, except that when she heard her husband was better, that he would live and could talk, suddenly she told me about him and Lucille Landis.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so she couldn't have been trying to protect him, or she would have continued to keep quiet.
So you figured she wasn't covering for him, but for herself?
Sure. She didn't want us to know that she was wise to her husband and the Landis woman, because then we wouldn't know she had a motive to kill her.
Uh-huh. But when she found out her husband was going to live and might admit he had told her the whole story, she decided to spill the works.
That's right. She thought it would look better coming from her than it would if we latched onto it ourselves.
But instead, it cooked her.
Well, she's not cooked yet, Corbett. Just about, with the confession and all, but I reserve final judgment until the jury comes in.
Why so cautious all of a sudden, Mike?
I just like to practice what I preach. And I've been preaching.
Isn't that a little out of character for you?
Well, could be.
Fact seems to me this whole case is out of character for you.
How come?
Well, there are only 2 gals in it. One of them gets herself bumped off. You pin the job on the other one, and that leaves you holding hands with me.
Oh, no. You're overlooking one thing, Corbett.
What's that, Mike?
The receptionist in Murdoch's office. She's waiting, and I'll just have time to pick her up. So here's where you get off. Good night, Sergeant.
The Case of the Frozen Lettuce. The Case of the Frozen Lettuce. That's the title of next week's adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that a person who tries to keep his mouth shut may wind up silent as the grave. So be sure to listen next week at this same time to another exciting Adventure of the Falcon. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written tonight by Jerome Epstein, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was conducted by Harry Sosnick. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbett. Tonight, Theater Guild on the Air presents a thrilling courtroom drama starring lovely Paulette Goddard, the wonderful Pat O'Brien, and handsome Tom Drake. The story is the highly dramatic Trial of Mary Dugan. Hear all three top stars in The Trial of Mary Dugan, later on Theater Guild on the Air. This program came from New York. Peter Roberts speaking.
For sportsmanship, clean living, for thrills, follow the adventures of Frank Farrell.
Frank Farrell and his friend Jim, after fighting their way through the storm in search of gas, came to a small shack at the side of the road. Receiving no response to their knock, they entered. After a few minutes' search, they discover an old man securely tied. The boys quickly go to his aid and learn he has been robbed by the same two men who had held up Frank Farrell and his friends on the road, making away with their car. The old man offers to give the boys what gasoline he has so they may continue their drive to Syracuse, Kansas, where they're to meet Mr. Newman. Returning to the car abandoned by the two bank robbers, the boys expect to find Helen and Spud, who were left to look out for things during their absence. Much to their surprise, when they reach the car, they find Spud lying on the ground, unconscious, and Helen gone. As the present episode opens, the boys have put Spud inside the car and are trying to bring him to. Frank is speaking.
Well, what do you suppose could have happened here?
If anything happens to my sister, somebody will pay for it. I can tell you that.
His head looks to me as though it's been bumped. It hasn't been cut. Boy, he's got a knot as big as an egg.
Whatever happened to him sure put him out of commission. Oh, why don't he come too? We've got to find out what happened to Helen.
Now, look, I'm just as anxious as you are, but we'll just have to wait, that's all. Jim, there's someone standing out there. See by the car?
Where? Oh, yeah, I see. I wonder... Oh, I believe it's the old man, isn't it?
It may be. Say, go out and see if everything's all right.
Okay. Is that you, Mr. Beasley?
Yes, it's me. I was just wondering what was holding you up. Want to pull the car out now?
No, not just yet. Get in the front seat here, Mr. Beasley. There you are. The wind's died down quite a bit, hasn't it?
Yes, it's down considerable now. Well, what's wrong? Something happened here?
Yes. We left my sister and this boy here to take care of things till we left. And we found the boy on the ground unconscious and my sister disappeared.
Well, that's too bad. The boy badly hurt. What's happened to him?
Oh, he's been hit on the head with something. Wait a minute. I think he's coming to. I felt him stir a little bit then. Keep rubbing his wrist, Jim.
I wish he'd hurry. Every minute lost may make it harder to find Helen.
Shh. He's coming to, all right. Spud. Spud. It's Frank and Jim. Spud.
Oh, my head. Where am I? Who are you? Say, what goes on here?
It's Jim and Frank, Spud. What happened? Where's Helen?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my head is sure sore.
What happened to you, Spud? Think quick and talk. What's happened to Helen?
Where is she, Spud?
Say, will you wait a minute till I can open my jaw? Oh, my whole head hurts, even down to my jaw. Oh, boy. Say, how did I get here?
We found you out there unconscious and carried you in. Now, quick, Spud. Tell us what you know about Helen.
Well, you see, we were waiting for... Oh, gee, my jaw is sore.
If you don't tell us what you know about Helen, I'll make your jaw hurt worse than it does now.
Hey, you say it could make my jaw hurt worse than it does now?
Yes, and I will if you don't talk.
Well, what are you all so excited about? Has anything happened?
Plenty has happened. We leave you here to look after my sister. We come back and find you knocked out and my sister gone. Now talk a little, will you?
Well, what do you think I have been doing? Just making motions with my mouth so my jaw will hurt?
Come on, Spud. Don't you see Jim is worried about Helen?
Yeah, and you were gone so long that she worried about you, too. We thought maybe something had happened to you.
But you can see nothing's happened to us. What we want to know is what's happened to you.
Well, you can see what happened to me. Look at my head.
Why, say, is the boy still out of his head? He talks like he might be.
Say, I resent that. Who said that?
Never mind who said it. No, Mr. Beasley, it isn't a question of being unconscious with him. He's unconscious most of the time. Come on, Spud, what happened?
Now, is that a nice way to talk in front of strangers? I ask you, is that nice?
Now, Mr. Beasley's a friend of ours, Spud. He's going to give us some gasoline to pull this car out of the ditch so we can get to Syracuse.
Well, what do you know about that? That's where Helen went to get some gasoline.
You mean to say she left here to try and find gasoline?
Yeah, but she didn't go alone.
Who'd she go with?
Come on, Spud, quick. Who did she go with?
Well, if you guys will quiet down for a minute so I can tell you what happened here, maybe you'll find out.
Well, that's what we're waiting for, so come on, talk.
Boy, did I get a bump on the head. Oh, say, you know, you fellas hadn't been gone more than 5 minutes before... Uh-oh. Look, here comes a car.
Is your trunk off the road, Mr. Beasley?
Yes, it's pulled over to the side. Oh, that feller's lights are plenty strong. He can see my truck all right. Well, I guess they're going to stop.
I wonder who this is.
I don't know. We'll find out in just a minute.
A woman's getting out. I'll climb up and see what she wants.
Huh, she's coming down here. Why, Jim! It's Helen!
It sure is. Hey, sis.
Oh, now she's back before I had a chance to tell you what happened.
Yes, now you can save your breath. Helen! Gee, sis, I'm glad to see you. What happened? Where'd you go?
Didn't Spud tell you?
No, we came back and found him unconscious.
Unconscious? Well, has something happened to him? Well, how is he?
I think he's still unconscious. Hop in, sis. I'll close the door.
How are you, Spud?
Well, I don't know, Helen. I may pull through, but I doubt it. See, I told you better take me with you.
But what happened to you?
Well, I've been trying to tell these guys for the last half hour, but they want to do all the talking themselves. I can't get a word in sideways.
Can you beat that guy? I'm sorry he ever came to.
Oh, Jim, don't talk like that. Did someone hit you, Spud?
Hit me? Ha ha. Say, you should know better than that. If anybody ever hit me, they'd be the one that'd be unconscious, not me. Oh, I just bumped my head. I don't know yet, but I think I caved in that radiator. Did you notice if it's leaking?
Well, how did you do it?
Well, when you drove away with those people, and I stood up there on the road all alone, I thought sure I saw someone running across the highway at me. But it was only the wind blowing a big piece of paper. Well, I started down the hill and I couldn't stop. I tripped over something and I hit my head on the radiator of the car, and that's all I remember.
Well, at last we found out what happened to him. Now, for goodness sakes, Helen, let's have your story.
There isn't time for that now. We've got to hurry. Oh, the people in the car up there, the name is Williams. Oh, by the way, they have 5 gallons of gas for us. Whose truck is that up there?
It belongs to this gentleman. Mr. Beasley, my sister, Miss Newman.
Well, I'm pleased to know you, miss.
Thank you, sir.
This Mr. Beasley's going to pull the car out of the ditch for us.
Oh, fine. We'll get busy, boys, and let's be on our way. I'll tell you what happened later.
Oh, don't bother, Helen. I'll tell them what happened.
You try. Just try. All right, Frank, let's get going.
Be right with you, Jim. All right, Mr. Beasley, we'll pull her out now if you'll give us a hand.
Well, yes, all right, boys. It won't take long. I guess we better use both of the tow ropes. It's going to be quite a pull getting that heavy car out of here. You boys can kind of get behind the car and push.
All right, Mr. Beasley.
Say, I wonder if that girl would mind introducing me to her friends. You know, I'd like awful well to meet people like the Williamses. I'd sure like to see if I could get a job with them. You know, just to take care of things around the place, maybe.
Sure. See, that's a good idea. Well, after we get the car out of the ditch, I'll have her introduce you.
Well, thanks.
I'm surely grateful we're on our way again, and I'm certainly glad the wind has died down.
Never mind the wind. Go ahead with your story. What happened?
Well, just about 5 minutes after you boys left us, a car drove up. They stopped thinking we'd been wrecked. When I explained the situation to them, the woman felt so sorry for us that she made her husband turn back and take me to the nearest service station.
Why didn't you drive the other direction and pick us up?
Oh, we did, but we couldn't find you. We drove for at least 2 miles before we started back towards Kendall.
We took the side road leading to the right. That's why you didn't see us. Sure was a break for poor Mr. Beasley, you meeting those people.
Can you imagine it? That's what I call fate. The old man was just about ready to give up the fight.
And to think he met the very people who needed him. They made him a good proposition, and he'll have a good home now.
What kind of work's he going to do for them, Helen?
Well, he'll take care of their farm. Well, it isn't exactly a farm. What they really want him for is to take care of their kennels. They have some very fine dogs.
And old man Beasley loves dogs. He sure felt bad about losing Prince.
He must know all about them because, well, Mr. Williams was perfectly satisfied with them after a few minutes' conversation. He told his wife he had a real find.
Gee, I'm glad. We told the old fellow that things would brighten up for him before he knew it, but I had no idea it'd be that soon.
And out of a clear sky, he was taken care of, and, well, the Williamses are happy because he's the very man they needed.
Now, if we can just get your dad's car back, we'll be happy, too.
Boy, this is a swell running car, isn't it?
I'll say it is.
Can you imagine those crooks leaving their keys in the car?
Well, they were out of gas and knew the keys wouldn't do them any good.
But to leave their perfectly good car behind like this.
Chances are they stole it somewhere.
For goodness sake. It may be a stolen car at that. How much further is it to Syracuse?
Not so very far. That was Kendall we passed through a while ago. Syracuse isn't far from Kendall. Wonder how Spud's getting along back there.
Poor kid. It's a shame to make him stay back in the racing car all alone.
Well, I warned him to ride up here, but he wouldn't stand for it. He said that was his job, taking care of the racing car, and that a sore head or a sore jaw just wouldn't stop him.
Good old Spud. Oh, look. An ambulance must be coming up the highway. See the red light through the rear window?
Yeah, either an ambulance or a police car. They're in a hurry, all right.
You better get over, Jim. Give them plenty of room to pass.
I'll stop. I want to take a look at that left rear tire anyway. Feels like it was going down.
You stop it. I'll look it over.
Okay. Well, they're stopping here, too.
Jim. Oh, Jim, it's a police car. A policeman's getting out. He's coming over.
Take it easy, sis.
Don't worry, Helen. They're not looking for us.
All right, Bob. Keep him covered. This is the license number, all right. Hey, you back there, you kid. Get out of that car.
What do you mean, me?
Well, there's no one in there with you, is there?
Not that I know of. Just me and my shadow.
Now, no wisecracks. Come on. Well, where do the rest of you think you're going?
We're going to Syracuse.
How long since you left Ulysses?
Ulysses? Why, we were there this afternoon. Why?
Oh, you want to know why? Well, you're all under arrest.
Under arrest? What for?
For robbing a bank and stealing a car.
Oh, boy, is that a laugh. Hey, do we look like bank robbers to you?
You bet your life you do. I guess you didn't get that bump on the head from making mud pies, did you?
See here, officer, you've made a mistake. We didn't steal this car, and we didn't rob a bank.
Yes. It's always the gangster's moll that wants to square it with the cops. You're a real nice-looking kid. Too bad you got mixed up with this bunch of crooks.
Hey, we're not crooks, and she's not a moll.
Yeah, that's what you say.
Now, just a minute, officer. You're making a big mistake. We didn't rob that bank at Ulysses.
Uh-huh. How did you know there was a bank robbed at Ulysses? I think you're the one that's made the mistake, buddy. All right, move over. You're all under arrest.
And now what? Will Frank and his friends be held for a crime they did not commit? Just how, if possible, will they establish their innocence? There are thrills ahead. Don't miss a single episode in the adventures of Frank Farrell.
After all, what would you do if your husband thought romancing in the moonlight with you wasn't as much fun as solving a murder mystery?
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as Jean and Pat Abbott, those popular characters of detective fiction created by Francis Crane. NBC invites you to join Pat and Jean each week at this time for another recorded adventure in romance and crime. Now here is Jean Abbott to set the stage for tonight's puzzle in murder.
You've heard about the unbelievable fogs they've been having recently in England. Well, this one topped them all. Pat had been working on a case in a remote town in Scotland. And now we were flying back to London to pick up the transoceanic plane and return to the States. The plane we found in Scotland was a chartered job. It was the best we could get, being in a hurry to reach London. Pat, of course, was sitting as calmly as could be. Nothing on earth rattles that boy's nerves. He was nonchalantly thumbing through a magazine. Me, well, as usual, I wasn't doing too well, peering out at the weather. Pat? Want to play Scrabble?
Nope.
Oh, be sociable, Pat. You should say I'd be delighted to play Scrabble, especially with you, Mrs. Abbott, the world's champion player.
Mm-hmm.
I found a set, Pat. Now I'll get a pencil and paper and we'll play. Let's see, I have a pencil. Oh. Maybe he has some paper.
Who?
That man right in front of us. That very distinguished-looking man.
Well, if you're looking for an excuse to talk to him, dear, go right ahead. I'm not the jealous type, you know.
Not much. If he talked to me for more than 60 seconds, you'd pick him up like you were back out west with a newborn calf. Toss him out of the plane.
I would not. Now, go on. Ask him for the paper.
Okay. I beg your pardon.
Yes?
We wanted to play a game, and we haven't any paper. Have you?
Oh, surely. I have a pad right here in my briefcase.
Well, it's awfully kind of you.
Oh, not at all. There you are. Go on, take the whole pad.
Well, thank you.
Sounds a bit rude, but it isn't a game 3 could play, is it?
Why, surely, Mr.
Dr. Rhodes.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Doctor. I'm Jean Abbott, and this is my husband, Pat.
You aren't Dr. John Rhodes, the psychiatrist, are you? Yes, I am. Well, I'm delighted to meet you, sir. I read your book, Psychoneurosis in Wartime. Jean, Dr. Rhodes is one of England's foremost analysts.
Oh?
You sound as though you were quoting the dust jacket on my book. I wish you wouldn't. It's most embarrassing. Are you a physician, Abbott?
No, I'm a private detective from San Francisco. Your book, as you might well imagine, was very closely connected with my field.
You mean some private detectives read? I was under the impression they all solved their cases by being periodically knocked unconscious.
Well, that happens, too. But criminal psychology is also helpful at times. Your theory about us is very much like our theory about you.
And what is that?
That all psychiatrists begin a case by fluoroscoping the patient's wallet.
I'm afraid our business is considerably more serious than that.
Especially, Doctor, in the area where psychosis becomes crime?
Yes, Mrs. Abbott. You know, our most widespread problem medically today is not heart disease or cancer, devastating as they are. By statistics, it's mental illness. Hundreds of thousands of persons lie in hospital beds today because they are emotionally ill. Still more are at home or wandering the streets.
Wandering the streets, contemplating murder, eh, Doctor?
Occasionally.
Does becoming absorbed in the criminal mind sometimes make you, well...
Wonder about myself? Of course. I simply like to think my more evil impulses are reasonably controlled, though.
So controlled you could never commit homicide?
No, I'm susceptible too. But we are admitting an entire area in this discussion. The area of fanaticism. The lunatic who believes he must have power in the form of admirers, followers, who believes he has a special mission on Earth, even though it means bloodshed. Which gets me to my present trip.
Might we ask what that is, Dr. Rhodes?
The British government is sending me to Kensington Downs, to a hospital there. There are some very perplexing cases in that hospital. Cases of fanaticism.
Pat,
I'm going to...
Excuse me, Pat. Pat, something's wrong. The pilot isn't cutting that motor. It's missing.
Yes, I know. I hear it. It's all right. It'll pick up again.
Pat! Pat, the lights!
Steady, Mrs. Abbott. If anything were really wrong, the pilot would warn us.
Just stay in your seat, Gene. Don't fidget. Don't become hysterical. We can always make a belly laugh. We aren't over water. We're somewhere near London. He'll find a place to set us down. This whole section is pockmarked with airports.
Fasten your safety belts. Fasten your safety belts.
Pat, we're going to crash.
Now, easy, darling.
Oh, Pat.
Get that belt tight.
Yes.
There you are.
Pat, we'll be killed. We'll be killed.
Now, don't lose your head, Gene.
Oh, we're going to die. Pat, we're going to be killed.
No, we're not. Now, darling, steady. Steady now. Steady.
Where are you, Pat?
Gene.
Where are you?
Gene, darling. You hurt?
Oh, no. I'm all right. Are you, dear?
Yes. Just a little shaken up. Oh. Can you stand up?
I think so. Wait till I unfasten the belt.
Here, let me help you.
I'm okay. I'm pretty dizzy, though. Oh, golly, the plane's all in one piece.
Yeah, so let's get out of here fast. It might catch fire. That emergency exit's open. See it up ahead?
What is it? Where are you? I can't see you.
Over here. Dr. Rhodes.
Was he hurt?
He's out. Cold.
Oh, Pat, there's the pilot outside. He'll help. In here. There's someone hurt in here.
All right. Take it easy. I have a flashlight.
Oh, please, my eyes.
Shine it this way. That's it.
That chap got it bad, didn't he?
Oh, his head.
Well, I sent someone for an ambulance. They'll fix him up.
I don't think so.
Why not?
He's dead.
He is. Oh, no.
Too bad that confounded motor had to blow like that. Well, you two come on out. We'll take care of him.
Watch your step, Gene. That's it.
Gosh. Dark and cold out here. Ooh. What is this, a swamp?
No, we're about 80 miles from London. There's a hospital down the road. I sent there for help. I'll be back. Have to see about the other passengers.
Ooh. So cold. Can you see anything, Pat? It's so foggy.
No, not much.
Darling, we should get down on our knees and thank God for that pilot. I never thought we'd walk away from this landing.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing? Get away from that motor. It's broken. It's liable to explode or something.
Uh-huh.
Pat, will you listen to me?
Yeah, huh?
Fine thing. A man nearly gets killed in an airplane crash, and what's he do? Calmly strolls around examining motors. Of all the coats...
Gene, that motor is in awfully good shape.
It just doesn't make any sense to go... Good shape?
Yes. Looks like nothing's wrong with it at all.
Oh, but
Yes,
darling...
I know. We had a crash landing. It's a puzzle, huh? Yes, and when you've got the answer to that, you might try telling me how Dr. Rhodes got killed.
Well, he was killed in the crash.
He was tied into his seat with a safety belt. He didn't bounce around any more than we did. We're well, but the doctor's head is bashed in. Skull is cracked wide open. You wanted to play games, Gene. All right. Get a pencil and paper and figure that out.
We stood beside the huge silhouette of the plane in that cold, damp English countryside with the dead body of Dr. Rhodes inside the plane. Spotlights swept the ground from police cars. Ambulances roared about. White-coated interns like ghosts flitted past us. Pat was very deep in thought and businesslike. Now that he'd stumbled into a murder, he kicked the ground pensively.
All right, come on, get it out. Yes, run away now, Gene, listen. When they come over to us, no matter what I say, follow my lead. Don't ask questions.
Pat, do you think you know why we had that phony accident? And why Dr. Rhodes was killed?
I'm just a detective, dear, not a crystal gazer. Keep your pretty shirt on.
Good evening. My name is Sterling, Major Sterling. I'm the director of the Regent Hospital down the road. You people feel all right? Anything we can do for you?
Why, we're...
I think you might help me. I feel punchy from shock. You're kind of tossed around in the plane.
Why, certainly. If you'll come this way, I have a car. You can rest at the hospital, and we'll have a look at you there.
Fine. Thank you, Major.
Major, I'd appreciate it very much. I'm his wife. I'm Mrs. Abbott, and this is my husband, Pat.
Well, don't worry, Mrs. Abbott. We'll have him fixed up in no time. He's probably just a bit rocky from the fall. Now, if you'll take his other arm, he can lean on both of us. That's it. There we are. Now, I'll just tell the pilot that I'm stealing two of his passengers. I say there. Yes? I'm taking Mr. and Mrs. Abbott to the hospital. Mr. Abbott doesn't feel well.
He doesn't feel well?
No, he said he's very dizzy and weak.
That's funny.
Why?
We simply had a rough landing, that's all. I don't see how he could have been hurt so badly.
You don't?
No.
Well, that's strange, too.
Why?
Well, you say the landing wasn't rough enough to injure my husband. But it was rough enough to kill Dr. Rhodes, wasn't it? As soon as I saw the hospital, I realized it was some sort of military establishment. It was surrounded by high stone walls with sentries and machine guns. The major told Pat he'd soon be okay and advised him to lie down for a while. They put both of us in a small private room. You can stop groaning now, Pat. We're alone.
Oh. Didn't I do a terrific piece of acting?
Marvelous, darling. Pat, you know you haven't kissed me for ages. After all, we might have been killed.
You know something? Maybe I should have been an actor instead of a detective. Just imagine. Radio City Music Hall presents Ava Gardner and Pat Abbott.
I was talking about a much more fascinating subject.
Now, let's see. What role would I play? Maybe I'd be... Huh? What'd you say? What were you talking about?
Kissing, remember?
Oh.
Lots of fun. Very popular nowadays.
Oh, Gene, now stay away from me. I'm supposed to be sick. What if somebody walks in?
Well, they'll get a good practical lesson in the art of kissing from two highly qualified experts.
No, Gene, I'm supposed...
Close your eyes, dear. Lie back. You're supposed to be sick. And I'm Dr. Abbott, who's about to give you something that's a sure cure for chills, fever, Well, maybe not fever. You ready?
Oh, Doctor.
Yes. Oh, your fever's worse. Better give you another treatment.
Excuse me. Sorry to break in on you like this. I'm Vic Williams. The Major sent me. I'm an intern.
What is it, Vic?
He said for you to drink the stuff in this glass. It's a sedative.
Oh, thanks, Vic.
Hi. You don't mind my saying so. That was quite a clinch you two were in. Young love's a wonderful thing. What?
Yes, sure is, Vic. Now, if you'll just run along...
You should see me and my girlfriend. Like two lovebirds we are. I haven't seen her in a fortnight. Been stuck here at the hospital. Can't even talk to her. The phone lines are down, you know, on account of the store. I shan't be able to call her for a couple of days. She must be pining away no end.
Yes, I'm sure she is, Vic. Now, if you've nothing else to tell us...
You're from the States, aren't you?
That's right.
Married?
Yes. Now, look, if you'll just...
where are you from in the States?
San Francisco.
They just brought in that corpse from the plane, Dr. Rhodes. He looked like a real top line there in the morgue. Sort of friendly-like. Did you know him?
We just met him on the plane.
Hey, how'd the accident happen? I mean, were you two just sitting there?
Look, Vic, suppose we ask you some questions.
All right, I'll go ahead.
What is this hospital?
It's called British Military Hospital, T-17, Kensington Downs.
Well, what sort of men are here? Veterans of World War II?
Yes, ma'am. And others, the weird ones.
You mean mental cases?
Well, some of them are legitimately that, ma'am. The others...
Yes, what about the others?
Oh, you know, the British government's mixed up with plenty of fanatics in the Near East. We're always having trouble with them. They got some chaps here from the Mediterranean Society.
Oh, what in the world is that?
Wild-eyed blokes, I call them. Professional assassins. Stage riots in the Near East, kill people, usually for money, although they claim some other fancy reasons. A lot of them are homicidal maniacs. Some of them are narcotic addicts. British Army rounds them up now and then, pulls them out of the area, ships them here for the cure.
The cure work?
I often wonder.
Lots of the Mediterranean League in this hospital?
You know, it's quite a three-ring circus with those boys and the kind they attract.
What kind do they attract?
Deportees, ex-Nazis, neo-fascists, the lunatic fringe. There's a lot of ex-Nazis who've turned up in the League.
Let's come in.
Everything all right, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, fine, Major. Thank you.
Well, you try to get some rest and take that sedative. It'll calm your nerves. If you want anything at all, just tell Vic.
Thank you.
We haven't any caviar or champagne, though. Much as I'd like to give it to you. I'll see you in the morning.
I'm getting on myself. I know you two want to be alone. How long have you been married?
A few years.
San Francisco, huh? What business are you in, Mr. Abbott?
Oh, I make a fortune, Vic. I dunk donuts for nearsighted millionaires. Now, look.
I know. I'm going. Oh, by the way, after I go, bolt the door.
Why?
This is a hospital for lunatics, ma'am. You remember? During the nights, they get hopped up. They start running around. They're pleasant dreams.
Oh, lovely place. Lovely. Pat, what are you doing?
I'm going for a stroll.
Here? Now?
What did you think I pretended to be sick for? I want to see what makes this hospital tick.
Or wouldn't you rather lock the door and make believe we're back in Scotland on that moor in the moonlight? You made quite a fancy Heathcliff back on that moor, Pat, darling.
Right now I'm more interested in who bounced Dr. Rhodes on the coconut and why. I'll see you around, Mrs. Abbott.
Not on your life. If you prowl, I prowl. If you think for one moment you're going without me, I'll scream.
No, all right. Shh. Come on. There are no lights out here. Follow me. Tiptoe.
Pat, look. A light's shining under that door.
Yes, I see it. Oh, come on. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy. I'll peek through this keyhole.
What do you see?
2 doctors. Looks like an operation. They're working on a man's arm.
What are they doing?
One of them has a tattoo mark on his arm. Looks to me like the doctor is taking off the tattoo.
Oh, is that all?
It's enough. More than enough. Come on, Jean. We're going to find the Major.
But, darling, thousands of men have tattoos.
Not those men, and not for that purpose. Now, come on, let's go. Hurry.
Sorry to break in on you, Major.
Oh, what's wrong, Mr. Abbott?
You know what's happening to some of your prisoner patients?
What?
I just saw them in the operating room. The doctors are removing tattoos from the men's arms.
Tattoos are usually...
Now, Jean, in a situation like this, those tattoos may be very important. Every man who served in Hitler's Waffen-SS bore a tattoo, a Nazi insignia and his blood group. Ex-Nazis by the hundreds have them. And as for that Mediterranean League, they probably have a tattoo also. Most fanatic secret societies do.
You're right, Pat. I remember the Pachucos, the dangerous secret society in America. Same deal.
Yes. Once out of this camp, any of those men has a much better cover story. It would be much easier to deny any affiliation they once had.
Rotten trick of theirs. Well, I'm grateful to you, Mr. Abbott. I'll telephone our headquarters in London, and I'll double the guard. Oh, you'd best get back to your room. Mrs. Abbott will be safer there. These men may riot if they find out we're onto their game.
It's okay, Major.
Hello. I want military headquarters in London.
Here's our door, Pat.
Yes, and you're going to stay in this room, Jean, because...
Look out, Pat, behind you, the pilot. He has a knife.
Yes, I see him.
You... Wrist. You break my wrist.
Now drop the knife. Let go of that knife.
All right. My wrist.
I'll let go of your wrist after we finish playing a little quiz game.
All the double-crossing.
You faked that crash, didn't you?
Didn't you?
Yes. You turned out the lights, left the controls, ran back, and in the excitement, you hit Rhodes over the head. Simple, wasn't it? Especially when the plane's supposed to be out of control, anyway. Then you went up front, did a few wing-overs and a sloppy landing. They'd say the doctor died in the accident. Very neat way to commit murder. Now, why did you do it? Why did you do it?
You break my arm. I got paid 2,000 pounds.
All right. You're going to stay here a while. Come on, Jean, let's get out. I'll lock him in.
Here's the key, Pat.
Get a doctor. My arm.
Yeah, that does it. He'll stay there now. Come on, let's find the Major.
Well, Mr. Abbott.
Oh, it's Vic.
I heard cries. I thought you were sick. What are you running about for?
Come with me, Vic. I'm going to the Major. We're all in for a little entertainment. Your Nazi guests are acting up.
Huh? Well, what do you know?
Major?
More trouble, Mr. Abbott?
Yes. The pilot of our plane was waiting for me in my room. With a knife. I had to knock him out. He's confessed he murdered Dr. Rhodes. It was a fake accident.
What? He walked?
I'll give you the details later. But I haven't picked up by your men.
Oh, yes, I certainly will. No, I just telephoned headquarters. There's an investigating squad on the way here now.
Well, it's about time.
You know, Major, you're quite a remarkable man. Taking all this in stride. Telephoning London.
Well, it's all part of my job, Mr. Abbott.
No, I think you deserve special mention for an extraordinary job. Telephoning London, and the telephone doesn't work.
What was that?
Pat.
Yes, it's amazing. You say you call London for help. But Vic here told me a few minutes ago that the lines were down on account of the storm. He wouldn't be able to telephone his girlfriend for the next 2 days. How did you manage it, Major? Is magic also one of your accomplishments?
You've been asking unpleasant questions all evening, Mr. Abbott. I think I've had about enough.
Careful, Pat. He has a gun behind the desk. I can see it from here.
Vic?
Yes, Major?
We'll have to get rid of Abbott. Quickly, too. I wouldn't try any childish tricks, Mr. Abbott, or I shall be forced to kill your wife.
Yeah, surprised me. This chap was trying to gum up the works. You suspect Abbott at all, Major?
Yes, I did, Vic. Since he first presented himself at the hospital. It was obvious there wasn't anything wrong with him. I allowed him to come in, though, basing my tactics on the old saying, give a man enough rope.
You paid that pilot to kill Dr. Rhodes, didn't you, Major? You had to get Rhodes out of the way.
Go on. Very interesting.
The British authorities suspected everything wasn't exactly as it seemed in this hospital.
They probably figured some of the so-called incurable prisoners were cured a long time ago. That some were feigning insanity. That all sorts of shenanigans were going on here, so they selected a top-flight psychiatrist, Rhodes, to check the patients. Not a full-dress investigation. Just a seemingly innocent visit.
Yes, they underestimated me on that, too, Mr. Abbott.
Yes, you needed a bit more time before staging what was probably going to be a wholesale escape. So you hired the pilot to keep Rhodes from coming here.
You fit the pieces together very well.
Thank you. You even told the pilot to crash right near Kensington Downs so you could sign the death certificate and get the body out of the way fast. Who paid you, Major?
No one. I helped them because I believe in the cause. My father was British, but my mother, Mr. Abbott, was an Asiatic. I was raised in the Near East, and raised in a tradition that loathes the British Empire and the Western world in its entirety. My father left my mother. I grew up as a poverty-stricken gamin in the filth of the worst of Cairo. This Mediterranean League you wish to destroy is my fondest hope.
Even though it's really a hopeless cause, Major.
Is it, Mrs. Abbott? Or does it burn within us with a high, dead white flame? Mr. Abbott, you will drink the contents of this glass. It's an overdose of a sedative I offered you before. It will be fatal almost instantly. A most regrettable accident. Happens occasionally in a hospital.
Oh, Pat.
Take the glass, Mr. Abbott. In your hands. That's it. Now drink it. I said drink it. Oh, my...
I'll take that gun.
Oh.
You know, for an apparently intelligent man, Major, it's quite a foolish error to hand someone a full glass of medicine and stand close to him so he could easily throw it in your eyes. A childish trick, as you warned me about before. Vic, try reaching London now.
But...
You work for MI5, don't you, British Intelligence?
Yes. You are a smart bloke. I've been investigating this hospital for some time now.
Well, Vic, the least you could have done
I'm sorry, Mrs. Abbott. Obviously, I couldn't tell you anything. I had to let you both sweat a bit. I had no other choice. I'll call London and report this. I'll see you later, Mrs. Abbott. Get moving, Major.
Bye, Vic.
I hope you'll get to talk to your girlfriend soon, Vic.
Oh, I will. Love conquers all, you know. Get going, Major.
Pat and I finally did get to London. We caught the Clipper, and as we flew over the Atlantic toward home... Pat? If Vic told you he was an investigator, why didn't you tell me?
He never told me.
Well, then how did you know?
Because in the first place, he asked an awful lot of questions when we met him. Too many, in fact. Made me wonder whose side he was on. Then he told us to bolt the door, so I knew he was worried about us.
Darling, how could you be sure?
Well, dear, when the Major said he'd use the phone, Vic didn't say anything.
Uh-huh. And that did it, huh?
Mm-hmm. That did it.
Pat.
What?
I just thought of a wonderful game we can play.
Scrabble again?
It's too dark.
Well, what kind of a game can you play in the dark? You got neon checkers?
No. I was thinking we could play...
Well, what?
Post office. Footnote to the story of the Dead White Flame. Modern airplanes are perfectly designed for safety, speed, luxury travel, and indoor sports.
The National Broadcasting Company has presented The Adventures of the Abbotts, starring Claudia Morgan and Les Damon as those popular personalities of detective fiction, Pat and Jean Abbott, created by Francis Crane. Tonight's cast included Everett Sloane, Burford Hampton, and William Lally. The Adventures of the Abbotts was written by Howard Merrill Original music composed and conducted by Dewey Bergman. Produced by Ted Lloyd and Bernard L. Schubert. Directed and recorded by Harry Frazee. Next week, same time, same station. Another exciting adventure in crime with Pat and Jean in The Adventures of the Abbotts.
Those were some great shows, and I hope you're enjoying The Adventures of Video so far. Let's dive into the next few shows. First up, we have The Adventures of Charlie Lung, a unique radio show that starred Charlie Lung in all of the voice roles. He was also the writer and the producer of every episode on the show. The show was short-lived and only ran for a few episodes in 1948, but they are really great fun to listen to. In The Midnight Rendezvous, El Lobo, a famous bandit in Arizona, is nursed back to life in a mission and decides to turn his life around and become a force for good instead of evil. The character Goldpan Jeffers is challenged to a duel by the evil Steve Cody, another bandit. Jeffers accepts the duel, but he's tricked by El Lobo, who takes his place instead in order to show his gratitude for Jeffers saving his life. Arriving at the town of Tico City where the duels take place, El Lobo lets Cody know that he will be facing him instead of Jeffers. A lot of excitement and good versus evil fun in this great episode, and remember, every voice you hear is voiced by one man, Charlie Lung. Next up is The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall, a great detective show that ran from 1944 to 1945 on Mutual and starred Walter Hampton as the detective, who was a professor of criminology at the Meredith School for Boys in Dalton, Massachusetts. His opinionated housekeeper, Mrs. Mullet, is played by Ethel Ramey and later by Agnes Moorehead. In Murder at the State Fair, a woman is found murdered at the State Fair, and Witherall discovers that 3 different people had been threatening to kill her. So it's up to him to use his amateur crime-solving skills to find the killer and solve the mystery. After that, we have The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, the great detective created by Raymond Chandler, which ran from 1947 to 1958, and starred Gerald Moore in the title role for most of its run. In The Orange Dog, Marlowe is his usual tough guy, smart aleck, sarcastic, hard-boiled self, and in this mystery involving a string of multiple murders, a Chinese statue, and a beautiful blue-eyed blonde woman. One of my favorite episodes of this great detective show. Next up, we have another radio show aimed at teenage and 20-something listeners, The Adventures of Frank Merriwell. It ran from March to June 1934, and then was resurrected in October of 1946 and ran until June of 1949. This episode, The Riddle of the Wrong Answers, was from the second iteration of the show, and it starred Lawson Zerb as Merriwell, a Yale student at the turn of the 20th century who constantly found himself in adventures and mysteries against evil protagonists, always prevailing in the end. In The Riddle of the Wrong Answers, one of my favorite episodes of the show, a group of gamblers wants Yale to lose a football game, and they try to prevent Merriwell from playing. It's also known as Gambling is the Devil's Pastime, and it aired on October 5th, 1946. It also starred Harold Studer as Bart Lodge and Patricia Hossley as Elsie Bellwood. The show is a lot of fun, regardless of your age. And then we have The Adventures of Dick Cole, which was similar to Frank Merriwell in its target audience and its main character. Cole was a student at Farr Military Academy, and the show follows his adventures with his best friends Ted and Simba. Cole was played by Leon Janey, and this episode, Laura Gets Jealous, is the 7th episode produced. Now, let's sit back and enjoy these 5 great shows, and I'll be back in a little while.
The Adventures of Charlie Lung. All the voices of all the characters you're about to hear come from the throat of one man, Charlie Lung, the man of 100 voices. Chapter 30, The Midnight Rendezvous. And now for the adventures of Charlie Lung. At the Lazy Y Ranch in Arizona, a chain of exciting events is unfolding. El Lobo, banded scourge of the Badlands, whom all thought dead, reappears and tells of his miraculous escape from death and how he was nursed back to life at the little mission of La Rosita. He then promises to dedicate the life given back to riding on the side of law and order. Goldpan Jeffers and his riders, believing El Lobo will keep his promise, return his magnificent mare Lorena. Then Goldpan Jeffers receives a message from his ex-foreman, the double-crossing Steve Cody, a challenge to meet him in an open gun battle at Tico City. The gray-haired Jeffers prepares to leave for the gun duel, but is tricked by El Lobo, who, wishing to show his gratitude, rides in Jeffers' place. Upon arrival at the little cow town of Tico City, El Lobo sends the blacksmith to tell the bull-necked Steve Cody he is going to have to face him instead of old Jeffers. As the battered clock before the general store chimes 12, the street empties until only the two grim men remain. From the south, the stocky figure of Steve Cody, guns already drawn, cautiously moves up the winding road, seeking cover behind every storefront and abutment. From the north, the black-garbed El Lobo walks with the stealthy step of his namesake, the wolf.
Soon I am going to meet Senor Cody, huh? You two gun must shoot straight for me this time. You must come out from the holster like striking rattlesnake.
As the distance between the two tense, stalking figures shortens, Steve Cody crouches lower and checks his guns again to be sure they're ready for the kill.
Well, it ain't gonna be long now, Mr. El Lobo, before you're gonna be buzzard bait.
Suddenly, both the gunmen hear each other's approaching steps. But the rambling front of the pool hall that projects and angles the sidewalk in a V before them keeps each from seeing the other. Realizing it is but a matter of moments until the showdown, they press their bodies against the rickety side walls of the pool hall and slowly inch themselves to the front. Then they come face to face. As the blue haze of gun smoke slowly clears, the spectators of the gun battle desert their safe hiding places and rush out onto the street. Before them, both smoking guns in hand, El Lobo stands motionless, while stretched on the narrow walk a few yards away is the still figure of Steve Cody. First to reach him is old Doc Rafferty, who stoops for a quick examination. As he looks up, El Lobo walks toward him.
Senor Doctor, here's Steve Cody. How bad is he hurt, huh?
Well, the saints be praised, as near as I can see. He's just got a bullet graze alongside of his head. Sure, and he's not going to die, I can tell you.
Bueno, I do not want for him to die.
By all the lakes in Ireland, you don't want him to die.
No, senor. I only try to wing him. I could have easy killed him. Now, I give him to Goldpan Jeffers, and he will turn him over to the law.
And I've got a gun in your back, El Lobo, that says you have a bill to pay to the law, too. Get your hands up.
Caramba! Whoever you are, you have drop on me, but only because you fight from the back.
Now your guns. Yeah. Thank you.
So, you are Tico City Sheriff, huh?
That's right. Sheriff Cornell, better known to my friends as gentleman, Cornell.
Your friend make one big mistake, senor.
Indeed.
See, gentlemen do not fight from the back.
We'll discuss that when I get you to the jail.
Why'd you throw me in jail?
Because you can't come to Tico City and shoot people in cold blood. That's why.
Caramba. But I beat this hombre in fair fight. So now, you frame me, huh?
We'll let the judge decide that tomorrow.
Ho, Maisie.
Yeah, whoa. Easy there, Sheriff. Ho.
Whoa, Mikey, stop your horse. Stop. All right. Come on, get out there, Charlie. Let's get going. Well, and Lobo, we rode here as fast as we could. So, you met up with Steve Cody, did you? Ho. You winged him, huh? Dandy. Hello, Jeff. But now, the sheriff, Gentleman Cornell, he wanted to take me to the jailhouse. Huh? Jailhouse? Say, you crazy, Sheriff? This here was a fair fight.
Nevertheless, I'm taking El Lobo to jail.
Yeah. Bound and determined, huh?
That's right. Now, get going, El Lobo. Up to the jail with you.
What's the matter, you? You crazy? Mr. El Lobo, he's not a bad man anymore. He's a good man.
Oh, go on, pipe down, Charlie. It ain't no good. That monkey gonna put him in the jail out there for sure.
That cheap-side, winding, smooth-talking dude. He had a fool of me, none. No, sirree. Gentleman Cornell. He don't remember me, but ding busted, I remember him.
Oh, you might be meeting him before, Mr. Jefford?
That burn right I did. And furthermore, he weren't no sheriff. No, sirree.
What was it then, sir?
He was a cheap gambler. Why, they run him out of Los Guamas in New Mexico for crooked dealing. And now he's a-dealing a crooked hand to El Lobo. Well, El Lobo had the gizzard to ride down here to fight Cody for me, didn't he? Now I'm going to stay right here and put El Lobo to rights. Yes, sirree. Gentleman Cornell has just dealt the last crooked card he's going to deal for a long, long time.
As Sheriff Cornell, followed by a curious crowd, marches El Lobo toward the Tico City jail, Goldpan, Cyclone, and Charlie ride to the Antlers Hotel. Then, in the privacy of their room, discuss different plans to free El Lobo.
Well, but I'm a-telling you, Cyclone, it's again all the laws of the West. Why, Dad, bust me. That was a fair fight. It ain't legal.
Is that so?
Yeah, they can't put El Lobo in jail for that.
Yeah, they can't, huh? But he's in there, ain't he?
Yeah. But he ain't going to stay.
Holy mackerel. But how are we going to get him out, please?
Well, I'll tell you now. Listen close.
Yeah, sir?
Now, that there jail, see, well, she's older than old Billy Bejiggered. She was built about some 30 years ago. Yes, about 31 years it was. And I was there the day that she was opened up.
Yeah, so as a customer?
Yes, no, not as a customer. No, there was a shindig at the time. Kind of a formal opening.
Uh-huh, kind of like a housewarming, like.
Yeah, kind of, I guess. I don't know, but I do remember. They have only one cell in the whole place. And that's where they're going to put El Lobo.
Oh, they only catch you one cell in the whole jail?
That, Charlie, just one.
But they're going to guard jail very carefully, I think. Nobody ever going to get out of that jail, I think.
You don't think so, huh? Well, Charlie, I'm a little older than you are, Sonny, and I think I've already cooked up a scheme to tear that there cracker box loose.
Oh, jumping catfish, Mr. Jeffers. Is we all going to pull the jail, eh, Pop?
Well, yes and no. I calculate stretching is more the word.
But if we go up to jail, somebody they see us.
Well, we ain't going to do our remodeling job until it's dark, Charlie. Now, let's get out on the street and stretch our legs and get us all something we're going to need for tonight, for the jailbreak.
Yeah? Well, what's that, Mr. Jeffers?
I'll tell you. Some nice, strong wire rope. The loops we're going to throw tonight have got to be mighty strong. Mighty strong.
Quickly, Jeffers, Cyclone, and Charlie leave the hotel and walk to the hardware store. Goldpan buys 3 pieces of wire rope, each the same length as a lariat. Then they return to the hotel to discuss his plan to stretch the Tico City jail. Meanwhile, back at the Lazy Y ranch house, Professor Beerstone and Mr. Fitzmaurice grow anxious as the hours slowly pass and Goldpan, Cyclone, and Charlie don't return. Seated at the piano, Mr. Fitzmaurice plays in an effort to relieve the nerves of himself and Professor Beerstone.
Splendid, Mr. Fitzmaurice. You are an excellent piano player. I always enjoy your music.
Well, thank you, Professor, but I've been here in the West so long now. I'm beginning to know more about branding cows than I think I do about music.
Oh, nonsense. You play remarkably well. Will you play us some more? It steadies our nerves.
Well, I'd like to, but I have the weirdest feeling that, well, I just seem to be sure that something's gone wrong at Tico City. Here it is getting dark already, and they still have not come back.
You're right. They should have returned hours ago.
Well, I hate to sound gruesome, but I have a premonition. Something seems to tell me that El Lobo is not walking around.
Great Scott, you are not trying to suggest that Steve Cody beat El Lobo to the draw. Why, Mr. Fitzmaurice, what is it you are thinking? Try and explain to me.
Well, Professor, it's something in my mind. Seems to be trying to tell me something, and it keeps buzzing like a bee, like this. Buzz, 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 buzz. Of course, it may be nothing.
As night mantles the little cow town of Tico City, behind the locked door of their room in the Antlers Hotel, Goldpan Jeffers, Cyclone, and Charlie work frantically over the newly bought lengths of wire rope. What is the plan Jeffers feels so sure will free El Lobo from jail? Will they succeed? Or will fate take the side of the ex-gambler sheriff, Gentleman Cornell? Listen! In just a moment, we'll return to the adventures of Charlie Lung. Now, pretty quick, schools will let out for the summer, and most folks will be going on vacations. So I want to have a little talk with you right now. I want to caution you about the way you drive, the way you walk on the streets, and for you kids especially, the way you play near the streets and the highways. Now, every one of us has the tendency now and then to think that accidents happen only to the other people. That's silly, isn't it? But it's just that kind of thinking that gets us into trouble. An accident can happen to you, and if you're not keeping your wits about you all the time, you're a cinch to land in a hospital ward or on a slab in the morgue. That's a gruesome thought, I know, but let's face realities and pay attention when we're driving the car or walking on the streets. You don't want that vacation of yours ruined, do you? Okay, then. Watch what you're doing. Give the other fellow the right of way. Be considerate and polite. And above all, don't take chances. The gamble isn't worth it. The price is too great if you lose. Okay, I'll step off the soapbox. But before I do, just remember this. The life you save may be your own. Now, Charlie Lung says,
better you look twice before crossing street, because cars much quicker than walking feet.
Now back to the adventures of Charlie Lung. As a full moon rises in the heavens over the small cow town of Tico City, a tense human drama is about to unfold. El Lobo, the reformed bandit, who at high noon beat the crooked Steve Cody in a fair gunfight, has been thrown in jail by the dishonest sheriff, Gentleman Cornell. Meanwhile, in their hotel room, Goldpan Jeffers, Cyclone, and Charlie work frantically on the lengths of wire rope that Jeffers vows will free the falsely imprisoned El Lobo. At the Tico City jail, Sheriff Cornell walks up to the barred door of El Lobo's cell.
El Lobo! El Lobo! Come over here to the cell door.
What do you want with me? I prefer to sleep than talk with cheap tin horn who'll frame me into jail.
Oh, forgive me. I thought you might be interested in getting out of jail.
What do you mean, get out?
Oh, now I detect a little interest. Step lively and listen to me.
Oh, you are going to let me out of jail, huh?
Well, that depends some on you.
What do you mean?
El Lobo, I understand you have a considerable amount of money that you made by selling rustled beef.
Caramba, what good does money do for me if I'm in jailhouse?
Well, none at all, of course. But as I could use a little extra money right now, we might be able to work out some kind of a deal. You might get out of jail, and I might get the money. Right?
So that is it, huh? Why, you cheap double-cross. You come to... Never mind. I am excited. How much money you want, Senor Sheriff?
$1,000.
1,000? That is a lot of money, senor.
El Lobo, sometimes freedom comes rather high. But if you prefer staying in jail, then you stay in.
Oye, amigo, I will pay you. I'll pay anything to be free.
Well, I thought that you'd see it my way. Now, how do I get the 1,000? I know you don't have it with you.
No, senor. But I have key to room where it is hidden.
Oh, very well, then give me the key. Tell me the location of the room and where the money is. And you have the word of Gentleman Cornell. You shall be freed.
Gracias, senor. Come closer to the cell door. I can give the keys to you. Hold your land and higher, so I can see which is right key.
Which of these keys on the ring is it here?
I hold them up close to the bar to point it out. Bueno. Not that big key there, but this! You do not think I will hit you through cell door, huh?
Why, you cheap double-crosser. You'll live to regret that trick. Why, I'll frame you to stay in jail for the rest of your cursed life.
Oh, you fool. You think because I am reformed, I am soft like old woman, eh? I would not give you money if I were to be hanged tomorrow.
You'll pay for that punch, El Lobo. You'll rot in jail for that, I promise you. I promise
you! Sheriff Cornell, shouting threats of vengeance and nursing his rapidly swelling jaw, leaves the jail and hurries up the main street to Ace Kimball's dance palace. Meanwhile, at the Antlers Hotel, Goldpan Jeffers, satisfied the wire rope lassos are ready, speaks to Cyclone and Charlie.
Well, gents, them wire ropes is going to be dandy. And in busted. Before midnight, we is going to have El Lobo out of that concerned jailhouse.
Yes, sir, but you all ain't done so telling me. Just how we going to do it?
By Jiminy, that's your light, Mr. Goldpan. How we are going to do? Well, I tell you, we'll take our horses and El Lobos down to the jail. When we get there, we fasten these here wire ropes onto them iron window bars. Then we snub 'em onto our saddle horns and start their horses to a-pulling.
Holy mackerel! We make a pull bar out of his cell window?
Oh, Lordy, but suppose them bars ain't inclined to pull out.
They're going to come out. They're going to pull out of that old adobe just like it was talcum powder.
Oh, I think a very fine idea. Very good. More better, maybe so. We make a start right now?
Oh, now, just a minute, Charlie. First, we'ns have got to be sure that mangy sheriff, Gentleman Cornell, is kept busy, and, more important, away from the jail.
Oh, how we do that, please?
Well, that's going to be your job, Charlie.
Oh, my job? What I am going to do?
We're going to fix you up so you look like a bandit with a big handkerchief around your face and 2 6-guns.
Charlie and Cyclone, wide-eyed at Jeffers' last remark, follow him down onto the street. After a few moments, they stop in front of the gaily lit Golden Nugget Casino. Jeffers leads them into the shadow of one of its many entrance halls. Glancing around, he motions Charlie and Cyclone closer.
Now, gents, if when we're going to get El Lobo out to jail, we're going to have to act fast here. Now, Charlie, at exactly midnight, you're going to go in through that door there and start a shooting ruckus in the casino.
Oh, I make it to 12 o'clock.
Yep. Then start a firing at them big oil lamps a-hanging from the ceiling and start to yelling loud, mighty loud, "Sheriff! Sheriff! Sheriff!" That's going to start a panic in there, and that 2-bit sheriff will come a-running this way.
Say, doggone, that's a fine idea. But what you want me to do, Mr. Jeffers?
Well, listen, I tell you. Now, Cyclone, I want you to get all the horses and hightail them there to the jailhouse at exactly midnight.
Yes, sir. I'm going to do it.
Well, it's mighty near 12 now, so get to going there.
Yes, sir. I'll leave them. I'll have the horses there just about 12. Sure enough, sir.
Now, Charlie boy, turn around here. I want you to tie this handkerchief around your face for a mask.
Oh, all right. I tie on your face.
Here, tie her tight there. Now cover everything but your eyes. That's it, kind of That's it, get it there. Now, good luck to you, Charlie. I'm a-heading for the jail to get them lassos rigged. And for Pete's sake, don't you miss them lights.
Charlie crouches in the dark hallway, face hidden by the big bandana handkerchief, his 2 guns drawn, waiting for the first stroke of midnight. Cyclone quickly rounds up the 4 horses and sits hidden from the moon beneath a clump of dense cottonwood trees near the jail. Jeffers slips silently under cover beneath the water tank that stands a few yards from the cell window. Slowly, the minutes drag by. Then, it's the hour for the midnight rendezvous.
Oh, by golly. Now 12 o'clock. Oh, I go in the dance hall. Then I make you shoot out all the light and he yell sheriff. Oh, this place all full of people. More better hurry or they make a shooty me. Now I make a shooty.
Hey, the lights is out. Get the sheriff here. Sheriff! Sheriff! Get the sheriff! Sheriff! Sheriff!
Lady Luck is with Charlie. Long before his blazing 6 guns are emptied, the big lamps that lit the Golden Nugget are out. His call for the sheriff is taken up by the crowd who mill around in the casino. Charlie rushes back through the darkened hallway and runs for the jail. Goldpan Jeffers, with the wire rope lassos rigged on the iron bars of the jail window, waits anxiously outside El Lobo's cell for his 2 companions.
Say, El Lobo, I hear the firing at the casino. Charlie must have shut them lights out.
All I can say is I know Jeffers is. I hope he doesn't miss them.
He ain't going to miss. That little Chinese is a ding-busted good shot. Yes, sir. Hey, come swing with me. Here comes Cyclone with them horses.
Yes, Mr. Gamble. Oh, Lord. Is everything ready? I done hear Charlie fine there at the Golden Nugget.
Yeah, it's all ready. Now get back on your horse. Snub this wire rope to your saddle horn. We ain't got a minute.
Yes, sir, sure. Steady now. I put it on you. I've got it fast.
All right, then I'll join you. Now, easy there.
Uh-oh. Say, here comes Charlie.
Oh, I come. Oh, I no can make it believe. Oh, I loading really fast.
Hey, Dad, burn it, Charlie. You got all them lights out, did you?
Oh, all the lights out and everybody calling for the sheriff.
Oh, good. Now grab that last rope hanging there from the window bars. Mount and tie her to your saddle horn.
Oh, hold on. I do. I get on the horse. Oh, steady. Now I make it fix it up. He fix it.
All right, now, gents. Tighten up on them ropes.
Yes, sir. Oh, come on here. Easy. Easy. Ho. Now, I've got my rope tied, yes, sir.
I let it go, Mr. Goldpan.
Dandy. Now, gents, we have got to hit the pull all together. That's the important part of it. So when I tell you, you get them bang tails to moving all at the same time. Say, Lobo, get back from that there cell windy, because when we start a-pulling, ain't no telling what's going to break.
I stand back, senores. I hope your horse is strong enough to pull the iron bar out.
Well, Gump Swiglet, in a few seconds we're going to know, ain't we? All right, gents. This is it. Take up the slack there, easy.
Yeah, but come on.
Okay, right now, stow, steady with the strain, all of you. Get up alongside me there, Charlie.
Hold on, I'll let it.
Well, fellas, it's now or never. Oh! Ha!
The three horses, driving their powerful legs deep into the loose dirt, strain against the tightening wires that run from their saddle horns to the iron bars of the jail window. Urged by their riders, the willing horses fling their whole weight against the taut cables that twang and hum under the terrific stress of the load. Will they succeed in liberating El Lobo? Be sure and tune in next week for The Reckoning. The Adventures of Charlie Lung is written and portrayed by one man, Charlie Lung, the man of 100 voices. The music by Dave Bacall, sound by Bob Conlon and Parker Cornell, and engineering by Joe Kay. Production and direction by Jack Lyman. This is Bruce Anson speaking for Hal Gibney from Hollywood's Radio City.
All right, mister, you're paid your quarter. There's the rifle. Take your shots.
Stop! Put down that gun.
What's wrong, lady?
Well, look, behind the target he's shooting at. Running down the side of the wall. See it? That's blood.
Well, there's a dead body behind that target. Police! Murder!
WOR Mutual presents the distinguished American actor Walter Hampden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall.
Always getting mixed up in murder.
You wouldn't think so. He looks just like Shakespeare.
It's his beard, and he's the head of an important school for boys in New England.
He also writes the thriller stories on the side, the Lieutenant Hazeltine stories.
But Leonidas is engaged in much more vital business now, isn't he, Mr. Hampden?
Yes. Business that takes precedence over all of Leonidas's regular activities. The neighborhood housekeeper in Dalton, Witherall's close friend, Mrs. Mullet, has entered a contest to determine who makes the finest preserves in the state. The contest is a feature of the annual state fair, and Witherall has borrowed a horse and buggy, in which he's now heading for the fair. Get up there, girl. Mrs. Mullet, you should have no difficulty at all in winning this contest. Something of an epicure, I can say your preserves are perfect.
Well, I'm going to have mighty hard competition, though, Mr. Witherall. That Mrs. Axelbent's not easy to please.
Mrs. Axelbent?
Mm-hmm. She's going to be the judge. Going to taste all the entries. Very uppity she is. Might not like my preserves at all.
Prefers axle grease, perhaps.
Well, don't you know Mrs. Axelbent?
Yes, met her once. Her face is familiar, but her name is impossible.
She's a divorcee, you know.
Oh?
She was married to that farmer in Berry County, Mr. Axelbent. Now she's going to marry the wealthiest farmer in the county, a Mr. Fribbits.
Axelbent, Fribbits. For a moment I thought she was making a change for a better name. Wrong again. Come on there, gal. Get up. Go on.
She divorced him about 2 years ago. They say he never got over it either. Still very jealous. And he used to be very pleasant. Now he's gloomy all the time.
Rufus, I haven't time to talk to you now. Come and see me some other day.
You're always too busy to talk to me.
Oh, don't be tiresome, dear. Now, I really must go. I'm due at the state fair. I'm to be a judge.
I'm going to the fair myself, entering a prize bull. Before you get out of here, I have something to say. You marry Fribbits, I won't let you.
Rufus, we've been legally divorced. And it's so painful to go over all of our differences again. I've told you before, you're the most insanely jealous man on earth. That's why I divorced you. That's why you're behaving now like a hopeless fool.
You made me jealous, playing up to every fellow we met.
Oh, you imagined all that. Why upset yourself?
You don't love Fribbits any more than you love me. He's the wealthiest farmer in the state. That's what you're after.
Now, that's very unfair. You've no idea of how I feel about him.
I know how you feel about everything. It either pays off for you or it doesn't. Now, get this. If I can't have you, no other man will. Remember what the minister said? Whom God hath joined together.
You're being very final about something that's none of your business.
Before you marry that man, I'd rather see you dead first. I will see you dead first.
Mrs. Axelbent never did strike me as a very pleasant person, Mrs. Mullet. Possibly because she was always so deliberately pleasant. She has such an even disposition, irritating all the time.
Oh, you turn to the left here.
Uh-huh. Where you going there, you old plug? Get up there now. Go on.
Well, this Mr. Fribbits, the man she's going to marry, he has the best-looking son. Randy's his name. They say Randy's not very happy about that woman marrying his father. He's always been kind of a hot-tempered lad anyway. Doesn't relish having her as a stepmother.
You want me out of the way, don't you, Mrs. Axelbent?
Why, no, Randy. Why do you say that?
Because I always tell the truth. You're not marrying my father because you love him. You want to own this farm.
And you've always expected to inherit the farm yourself. Is that it?
I've worked on this farm since I was old enough to stand up. That gives me a good claim, doesn't it?
Randy, why don't you take, what's that girl's name?
Connie? Connie Maplegrove?
Yes. Why don't you marry Connie and get away from the farm? Earn a living in your own way, under your own steam. Why do you feel content to just sit back and wait till your father dies?
Go away, huh? I'm wise to this dirty game you're playing, but I've one sure way to cut it short.
What in the world are you talking about?
You keep trying to marry my father and take the farm away from me, you'll see what I'm talking about. The ceremony will have to be postponed, because nobody can marry a dead bride.
There's the fair right up ahead of us, Mr. Witherall.
Uh-huh, so it is. I want to wish you luck, Mrs. Mullet. I'll be very surprised if you don't win.
We can tie up over there. Looks like a parking place.
All right. Oh, girl. Oh. I'll just tie her up here. You know, only see hitching posts at the fair these days.
There's Mrs. Axelbent, standing by that first booth. See her? My, how she's dressed. Decorated like an admiral's flagship, ain't she?
Yes, decorated when the admiral wasn't looking. Hold still now there, girl. That's it.
Hello there, Mrs. Axelbent.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Mullet. Oh, I know you. That beard. Now, just a minute, just a minute. Oh, of course. The man who looks like Shakespeare. You're Leonidas Witherall.
Yes, Mrs. Axelbent. And how are you? How's every little thing?
Are you going to judge this preserves contest, Mrs. Axelbent?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Whacker.
Well, Mrs. Whacker, you know Mr. Witherall, don't you? Mrs. Whacker does most of the folks' laundry back in Dalton.
Oh, well, how do you do,
Answer
Mrs.
my
Whacker?
question. Are you going to judge the preserves contest, Mrs. Axelbent?
Yes, I'm to be the judge.
Well, I'm taking back my jar if you're to be the judge.
My dear woman, I hardly think a scene at this time.
I don't care who hears me. I'll take my jar back, thank you. I couldn't win if you're the judge. You're set against me.
Now, after all...
Everyone knows about you and me. They know you're trying to take my boy away from me.
Well, merely suggested to the ladies' council that I hardly think a laundry is a fit place to raise a baby.
My baby's very healthy and very happy.
Well, perhaps we could discuss this some other time, eh?
We'll talk about it now.
What's the matter? What's the matter? The women having a fight?
Oh, just ironing out a baby.
Where do they think they are?
Now, you're making a scene, and this is in very bad taste.
You wouldn't talk to me in that house of yours, and so we'll talk now.
Come on, Mrs.
Oh, you let go of me. You leave me alone. You wouldn't dare to take away my baby. You sniveling, nosy body. You cheap hypocrite.
Your son hasn't a proper home.
For what it's supposed to be, my son has the finest home in town.
But it's for the boy's own good.
You couldn't take my son away from me in a million years. You've nothing in your own life to satisfy you, and so you make up for it by meddling with everyone else's.
This promises to be the most jelly-shaking contest in history.
You meddle with my life and you'll pay for it. You take my baby from my house and I'll kill you. And God would forgive me, too.
Ah, these country fairs, so peaceful, the hope of a new world.
You know, I'm sorry for you, Mrs. Whacker. Terribly sorry. So many people in your circumstances are blind to what's best for them.
Oh, Mrs. Axelbent.
Oh, yes, Mr. Bradley.
Could you change your plans a bit? I mean about the preserves contest.
Why, what's wrong?
We'd rather have you at the war bond booth. It's much more important to sell bonds, and, well, you're so popular.
Yes, isn't she?
And we thought it would be better if someone else would judge the preserves.
Well, who'll judge them? Who could we get?
Why, those little jelly jars are causing one crisis after another, aren't they? Before being eaten, too.
Let's see. Somebody around here could do it.
Well, Mr. Witherall could do it.
Now, hold on, Mrs. Mully, please.
Oh, would you, Mr. Witherall? Oh, I'd appreciate it so much.
Well, as a gastronomist, I'm afraid I'm caviar to the general.
What's that?
Shakespeare. I thought you said you recognized me.
Oh, go on, Mr. Witherall.
I'd like him to do it. He looks like a very honest man.
Well, thank you, Mrs. Wacker. To be honest, as this world goes, is to be one man picked out of 10,000.
Hey, what's wrong here?
Oh, just a discussion, Rufus. We need someone to take my place judging the preserves. Do you all know Mr. Axelbent?
Hurry up and settle it. I just took Dalton Chancery, Prince Igor IV, over to his pen.
Dalton Chancery, Prince Igor IV, pen name of a writer?
It's my prize bull. Trouble getting him here, too. It was very wild today. See him in the booth with the flag on it?
Yes. He looks formidable, as the English say, doesn't he?
Well, get going here, folks. I've no time to waste.
All right. I'll do my best as a jelly taster.
Hey, what's up? Why don't you get things started?
Well, I'm not going to judge the preserves, Randy. Mr. Witherall is. Do you know everyone? Randy Privet.
Come on, get going, folks.
Everybody over to booth number 3 for the preserve contest.
Booth number 3.
Hey, see my bull, Randy? I bet you we come out on top this year.
You think so?
Yeah.
Here's my jar, Mr. Witherall.
Mine. There's about 2 dozen others already in the booth.
I'll clear the crowd over. You get up on the platform, Mr. Witherall.
See you later, Shakespeare, and thank you for taking my place.
See you later.
By the way, here's our entry, Mr. Witherall. We should walk away with a contest. My fiancée made these. Connie Maple Grove.
Oh, all right, Randy. Let me first hop up on this platform. There we are.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet, everybody. Quiet, please. Thank you. Here's a clean spoon, Mr. Witherall. You can start any time now.
Start clean, eh? All right, Mr. Bradley. Here goes.
What's wrong back there?
The back of his wild bull! He broke out of his pen. He's heading this way.
Come on down off that platform, Mr. Witherall. Why, the bull's liable to pick you out.
Me? Pick me out, oh, you flatter me.
Well, there he comes. Get out of the way, everybody.
Stand back, everybody. Don't push. Go
Don't get near him, anybody. He's my bull. He's my bull. I know him. He'll claw you to death. Dalton, boy. Go back to your pen. Go back.
Why, that bull's running around like he's crazy.
Crowd, pushing so much, I can hardly stand up.
Look out, Randy. You'll knock over that jar of preserves.
Oh,
gosh. Your coat. I'm sorry. I couldn't help it, Mr. Witherall. Now you've got that jelly all over your coat.
well, of all things to happen, spilling preserves all over his coat.
Don't move, everybody. If you start to run, that bull of mine will kill you.
Come down off that platform, Mr. Witherall. The bull's looking at you.
At me?
Well, yes. Don't move now. Don't budge an inch.
That bull's too close for comfort.
Don't run, Witherall. He'll go after you.
Get out of my way, everybody.
Anybody got a gun? Let's shoot him. Hey, don't you dare shoot my bull.
But he'll drive those horns right into Mr. Witherall. Oh, don't run. Oh, good heavens. Somebody save him. Save Mr. Witherall. Or the bull's almost caught him. Faster, Mr. Witherall, faster.
Help! Hey, he's got him near that wall. Don't back up against that wall. He'll get you into a trap.
Oh, I can't look. It'll be horrible. Look. Mr. Witherall's up against that wall. While the bull's going to charge. He's getting set. Do something.
Take off your coat, Witherall. Throw your coat at him. It might stop him.
I think him angrier, too.
You've got to take that chance. Take off your coat. Throw it at him.
All right, I'll try anything. Here goes.
Why, it's working. The bull's looking at his coat.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. I thought it'd distract him.
The bull's goring his coat.
Well, that's a lot better than going Mr. Witherall.
All right, Randy. You, Joe, a couple of you men. Sneak up on him. Grab him. We can pull him back to the pen. He'll be quiet now. Yeah, he's taking quite a fancy to Witherall's coat.
Yes, lucky it was covered with jelly.
Come on now, slow. Easy. Sneak up.
Careful. Okay, I got him. Now, hold on now. We got him. Right. Easy, Dalton, boy. Calm down now.
What'd you want to break out of the pen and scare all these people for, huh? Come on, calm down, boy.
Well, isn't anybody going to ask about me?
You all right, Mr. Witherall?
I'll be all right as soon as I get my heart out of my mouth.
Well, that was just about the most terrible thing I've ever seen happen to you, Mr. Witherall. It was your own fault, though. You shouldn't have started to run.
Yes, I knew it was my fault. In fact, while I was making my 100-yard dash from the platform with the bull's horns flitting with my coattails all the way, I kept thinking of that famous phrase, "Is this trip necessary?"
All right, folks, all right. Come on, break it up. No need to crowd around. Lots of other booths are open here.
Why, look at that bull chewing on your coat. Oh, it's a shame you have to lose it.
Well, let the poor little thing keep it. I'm warm enough now to get along without it. And anyway, those preserves...
He seems to like those preserves a lot. Look at the way he's licking them off the coat.
Quite a judge, isn't there? Well, he's usurped my place. Why not give him a spoon, too?
What's the matter, Dalton, boy? You tired from chasing Mr. Witherall? Yes, poor Dalton, boy.
Yes, hope I didn't frighten him.
Say, you know, this bull of mine looks sick to me.
He looks sick? My good man, what do you think I've been doing?
Well, chasing after you to wore him out.
Wore him out? No, that's odd. Very peculiar.
Running a couple of yards after Mr. Witherall wore out your prize bull.
Well, now listen to him. Look at him wobbling on his feet.
Oh, too bad I wasn't wearing slippers, too.
You want to lie down, Dalton, boy? You're feeling bad, huh? Lie down if you want to. Go on, lie down.
Yes, he's been under quite a strain. Perhaps we could get a chaise longue for him.
Never mind being so funny. My bull's sick, and you made him that way.
Well, he made me sick, tit for tat.
Well, the bull does seem pretty badly off, doesn't he?
You keep out of this, Mrs. Wacker. The very idea. The bull nearly kills Mr. Witherall. Now everybody's feeling sorry for the bull. Come on, Mr. Witherall. Let's get out of here.
Yes, a little relaxation is in order, Mrs. Mullet. They probably won't reorganize your jelly contest for a while.
Well, want to stroll around the rest of the fair?
Yes, a very good suggestion.
If this bull of mine's really sick on account of you, Witherall, I'll sue you.
Yes, serves me right, teasing wild bulls. Bye. Come along, Mrs. Mullet.
Doesn't it strike you as very funny that a big husky prize bull would get sick just from running around a bit?
Funny is not the word, Mrs. Mullet.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I'm walking over here toward the bull's pen purposely. He did not break out by himself.
What?
I'm wondering who let him out. Mrs. Mullet, that word is murderous, perhaps. Oh, look, Mrs. Mullet, there's a shooting gallery.
Well, you're not such a good shot, are you?
Oh, I'm not, eh? I was captain of the Meredith rifle team. Dead-eye Witherall, they called me. I'm for that shooting gallery. Come on.
All right.
No free shots. Here you are, folks. 10 shots for a quarter. They're all trying it. Every man his own commando. Step right up and test your skill.
I'll try it. Here's a quarter.
Yes, sir. Yes, all right. Here we are. Going to win a Cupid doll for your girlfriend.
What did you say?
Oh, never mind him, Mrs. Mullet. He means to be complimentary. Say, fella, what's the most difficult object to hit?
Well, now, that clay pipe way over on the left side there. You see it? You hit that thing, you get a free round. Yeah, plus a gorgeous, rosy-cheeked, blue-eyed, practically genuine Cupid doll.
You get the doll ready. Dead-eye Witherall is about to perform. Now, here we go.
Well, I'm glad you're shooting blanks.
Oh, lady, you couldn't knock anything over with blanks. Those are real bullets. Go on, mister, go on.
Right.
Did you say dead eye, mister?
I'm merely warming up.
Still warming up.
Mr. Witherall, stop shooting. Put down that gun.
What's the matter?
Why, what's happened?
Well, look on the curtain behind the target. It's trickling down the curtain. It's blood.
Well, she's right. Someone's behind that curtain. Someone's been shot back there.
Come on, let's see. Hurry.
It must be between the curtain and the steel wall. I got a reinforced steel wall behind the target curtain. Holy smokes.
It's Mrs. Axelban.
Well, she's dead.
Yes, standing up.
Yeah, look at all that blood. Must be about 15 bullets in her. Blanks, indeed.
Gagged and tied to this pole back of the curtain. No one could see her, but nearly everyone who took a shot was likely to hit her.
Oh, good gracious. I've never in my life seen anything as awful as that. Oh, that pool of blood.
Say, you were the last guy to shoot, mister. I think the cops will want to talk to you, you murderer.
Me?
Oh, just can't stand looking at it. Take me away. Take me away.
Take her away. Help. Police. Murder. Murder.
Take it easy, little man, or you'll wake the dead.
You were shooting to the extreme left of the target curtain, huh, Bill?
That's right, Sergeant McCobble. None of the bullets from my rifle could have hit Mrs. Axelban.
Yeah. Murderer sure was a brute. Taking that woman and tying her to the pole there behind that curtain. You know, Bill, she must have tried screaming, but I guess the handkerchief was so tight that she couldn't make much noise. Oh, by the way, who was shooting here just before Shakespeare? Would you recognize him?
Oh, I know some of them. There was a lady, the one that owns a laundry, you know, over in Dalton.
Yeah.
Well, that's Mrs. Wacker.
Mrs. Wacker, and a young fella, the Fribbit boy, Randy Fribbit.
Go on, who else?
Well, the farmer, you know, the bull got loose. What's his name? Axel Grease?
Axelban.
A couple others, too. There's a soldier and some sailors.
Say, it makes things kind of tough, doesn't it, Bill?
It is hard to pin on anyone, Sergeant.
Is that so? Well, how about him, Sergeant? You know this fella?
Shakespeare?
No, this fella right here.
Why, sure. I've known Mr. Witherall for years. Don't be silly.
Well, why couldn't it have been him, if you ask me? He's a fancy-looking guy. Got a beard. He might be a spy or something.
I'm a spy. Bearded men are either spies or philosophers. I'd rather be a spy.
Hey, you, Mr. Witherall. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, Mr. Axelban, I'm afraid we've some very bad news.
Oh, never mind that. Something important's happened. My bull's dead.
Your bull died?
Yes. Dalton Chancery, Prince Igor IV, my prize bull, died a while after you left, after he chased you. It was your fault, Witherall.
He died, eh? Sergeant McCobble, that's the answer.
What are you thinking of, Bill?
That bull was poisoned.
Poisoned?
Of course. Don't you remember His Royal Highness ate something just before he became ill?
He ate your coat?
No, he licked the preserves off my coat, Mrs. Mullet. And the preserves were poisoned, you see.
Poison preserves. What's this all about? What's the police here for?
Mr. Axelbent, we found your ex-wife in back of this shooting gallery. I should say we found your ex-wife's body. She's been murdered.
Merrick?
Bill, whoever tied Mrs. Axelbent up behind this gallery, he tried to kill her first by poisoning the jelly.
Uh-huh.
You see, because they knew she was going to be the judge of the contest and they'd be tasting each bottle. Isn't that it?
Exactly. Therefore, Sergeant, your problem now is who made the preserves that were spilled on my coat?
Here's the girl who made that jar of poisoned preserves, Bill. Connie Maplegrove.
Okay.
Yeah, I got her name by checking the number of the broken bottle against the entry list.
Why, she's Randy's sweetheart.
Well, what about it? I don't know anything about this. I did make the preserves, but I never dreamed of killing Mrs. Axelbent.
Connie, darling.
Oh, Randy, it's awful. They think I killed Mrs.
Dear. And I know you're perfectly innocent. You've got no right to keep her here, Sergeant.
Mind your own business, Randy. I'm running this. They tell me, Connie, that if Mrs. Axelbent married Randy's father, your boyfriend would never inherit that big farm his father had.
That's right. But Connie had nothing to do with it.
I'm asking Connie the questions, not you.
Well, it's true, but she didn't have any right to get the farm. Randy deserves it. He worked on it all his life.
With that woman out of the way, while you marry Randy, he gets that tremendous farm, and you're sitting pretty. Is that correct?
Well, I never thought of such a thing. Besides, there's something else you didn't think of.
What's on your mind, Connie?
Well, it's very simple.
Yes, I know, but what's on it?
Why do you accuse me? Anyone could have poisoned the preserves somehow. It might have been that laundress, Mrs. Wacker. It might have been Mr. Axelbent. He's very jealous.
Strangely enough, Connie, we've already realized there are quite a number of prospects, and suspects, too. But you're here for a specific reason.
Besides, the jar of preserves was sealed with paraffin, wasn't it? How could anyone else get poison into that bottle? You're the only person in the world who could have done it, Connie. And you're going to sit there until you tell us the truth.
Yes, we've got the goods on you, all right.
Please, Mrs. Mullet, leave this to me. Now, go on, Connie. Go on. Start talking. Well, go on.
I tell you, I don't know anything about that.
Okay, then we'll just sit here till you change your mind and quit lying.
Yes, we're waiting for you to tell the truth.
Please, Mrs. Mullet, leave this to me. Go on, Connie. Now, it'll be easier for you if you don't stall. You killed Mrs. Axelbent, didn't you? You murdered her, didn't you? You tied her up behind that shooting gallery, and then you went out front and you paid $25 for enough bullets to commit cold-blooded murder. Now you're going to hang for it.
No, I didn't do it. I didn't.
Come on now. It'll be easier for you if you don't stall.
Please, Mrs. Mullet, leave this to me.
I don't know anything about this. I never wanted to come to the fair. I was afraid something would happen. I didn't want to enter the contest. I really didn't want to come here at all. That's why I sent Randy ahead with my jar. I wanted to stay home.
Just a minute. Didn't you come here with Randy?
No, I came much later. I only been here about 10 minutes. Like I said, I didn't want to come at all.
You weren't here when the contest started, when the bull broke loose?
What bull?
Ah. Sergeant, our problem is not who made the preserves. The murderer is the person who let that prize bull out of his pen.
Let the prize bull out?
Certainly. The killer planned to dispose of Mrs. Axelbent by means of the preserves. Originally, that's obvious. But at the last minute, there was an unexpected change of judges. I took over the role. The killer wasn't after me, thank heaven. So she, or he, had to get rid of that bottle of poisoned jelly before I tasted it.
So whoever it was let the bull out of the pen as an excuse to start a panic, so as the bottle could be broken.
That's it. The murderer is the person who deliberately broke that bottle of preserves and spilled it on me.
Why, that was...
Grab him, Sergeant.
No, all right, you stay right where you are. Just stay here.
You killed Mrs. Axelbent.
Fiendish way to kill, Randy. Fiendish. Tie up your victim, and then deliberately buy the bullets. 10 shots for a quarter. 10 bloody, fatal shots.
Ow! Either you stand still or this blackjack of mine's going to make you... Take those handcuffs, Bill. Slip them over his wrists while I hold his arms. That's it. Okay.
I swore she'd never marry my father and take that farm away from me. Well, she didn't. She didn't get it.
No, neither of you will get the farm. That's even-handed justice, so my poet phrased it.
There's just one thing, Bill, about getting the poison into the jar, I mean. It was sealed with paraffin.
Oh, that's easy, Sergeant. An ordinary hypodermic syringe and needle would do the trick. Inject the poison through the paraffin without disturbing it. How about that, Randy?
Did you throw the hypodermic away, or is it still in your pocket?
Well, it's in my pocket. Left-hand pocket.
I'll get it. I'll search it.
Mr. Witherall, he hit the sergeant on the head with a handcuff. There he goes. Stop him. Stop
Still.
him.
My gun. Take it. Stop him.
Don't shoot. You'll kill him. Randy!
You got him, Mr. Witherall. Looks like you hit him in the leg. And with just one shot, too.
Of course, just one shot, Mrs. Mullet. Remember, Deadeye is my middle name. Now let's find another shooting gallery, and I'll get you a rosy-cheeked, blue-eyed, practically genuine Cupid doll.
WOR Mutual has presented the distinguished American actor Walter Hampden in The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall. Mrs. Mullet is played by Ethel Ramey. The character of Leonidas Witherall is from the mystery novels by Alice Tilton. The radio script is by Howard Merrill, and the program is directed by Roger Bauer. Mr. Hampden has an important announcement to make. Mr. Hampden.
Well, Leonidas's friends won't be sharing a puzzle in homicide with him next week because our program is changing time. Witherall, Mrs. Mullet, and the worthy sergeant will be back on the air on Sunday, October 8th, that's 2 weeks from tonight, at 7 p.m. Eastern War Time. That's 2 hours earlier than usual. I hope you'll make a note to join us then, Sunday, October 8th at 7 p.m. Until then, good night.
Beginning next Sunday evening, October 1st at 9 p.m. Eastern War Time, WOR Mutual will present a new musical program, Steel Horizons, with John Baker, baritone of the Metropolitan Opera Association, and guest soloists and an orchestra conducted by Frederick Wunsch. And remember, Leonidas Witherall will return on October 8th at 7 p.m. The Adventures of Leonidas Witherall came to you from the stage of the WOR Mutual Playhouse in New York. This is Mutual.
A startled corpse, a blue-eyed woman, and a cryptic message scrawled by a dying man, with the pieces of a Chinese puzzle that wouldn't fit together, until I found out what was deadly about the orange dog.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character as CBS presents The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. And now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Orange Dog.
By 6 in the evening of a very slow day, I'd resigned myself to the business of no business. So I took my feet down from my desk, switched off the lights, and started out the door for home with the prospect of a nice, quiet evening ahead of me. But I didn't make it, even as far as the door. Oh. Hello, Philip Marlowe.
Marlowe, my name is Shelley Martin. I'm at 8412 Los Feliz, a private residence. I want you to come out here right away. My sister is in a jam, a nasty one.
Well, Miss Martin, as a matter of fact, I was just closing up for the night.
Look, I need the services of a private detective right now this minute, and I'm prepared to pay for them. There are plenty of others in town. Are you coming or not?
Yeah, okay, and thanks for the reminder. That's me you hear sprinting up your front walk.
That's much better. And Marlowe, bring your brains along. You're going to need them.
And that was the end of my quiet evening. But I just couldn't resist those government engravings of Mr. Lincoln. So I drove down to Weston, turned off on Los Feliz, and found the number 8412. The yard was an overgrown tangle of perennial plants losing their battle with the weeds. It was like a girl in a strapless evening gown with her hair up in curlers. However, I could see a light through the Venetian blinds, and the doorbell worked with a resonant two-tone chime that caused the door to open just far enough to allow a pair of eyes so blue they were almost purple to peek out at me.
Yes, what is it?
I'm delivering that private detective you ordered.
Oh, Marlowe, come in.
Thanks.
Sit down, won't you?
Thanks again. All right, what's the next move?
It's about my kid sister.
Mm-hmm.
She's involved with a man named Lou Horner, a San Francisco broker. She's quite deeply involved, I'm afraid.
Oh?
You see, some very strange things are going on, Marlowe, and my sister is a naive kid caught right in the middle of them.
Yeah, I see. What sort of strange things, Miss Martin?
Shelley.
Sweet.
Well, to begin with, when I arrived from San Francisco today, my sister called me and asked me to meet her here in this house. When I got here, the lights were on, the radio was playing, and the front door was open. But the place was deserted.
Whose house is it, Horner's?
No, I think she said it belongs to a friend of his who's in Europe now. This Horner person uses it when he's in Los Angeles.
Well, couldn't they have stepped out for a while?
Mm-mm.
You know, you don't look the type, Shelley, but maybe you're just panicky, huh?
No, I'm not being panicky.
All right. Where's the nasty jam?
Right behind the couch. Take a look.
Okay. But you know, I see what you mean. Who is he, Shelley? How'd he get here?
Maybe it's Horner, I don't know. I tried to search him, but I couldn't.
Mm-hmm. Well, it wouldn't have helped anyway. Whoever shot him cleaned him out. No wallet, no papers, nothing.
I found this magazine lying under his hand. Look here.
Mm-hmm.
He must have written this just before he died.
Where's that?
Here.
Oh. It says, call Marion tonight about the orange dog, a foe. Orange dog, a foe. For what?
That's why I called you, Phil. Marion is my sister. And whatever the orange dog of foe is, it must be awfully important. We've got to find out what it means, Phil, for Marion's sake.
So far it means murder, honey, and that's for the cops.
No. Well, all right, call them. But keep Marion's name out of it. A thing like this could destroy her.
But look, maybe she pulled the trigger on our friend here.
Maybe, but I don't think so. She's a sweet kid, Phil. Give her a break. If I'm wrong, I swear I'll help you bring her in myself. Is that fair enough?
Okay, Shelley, it's a deal. It makes just as much sense as the orange dog of foe, but no more. After I checked as far as I could on my client and sent her home, which was to the Villa 12 at the Wilshire Gardens Hotel, I ripped the General Squeegee tire ad with the message scribbled across it out of the magazine, folded it up and stuck it in my pocket. Next, I called Lieutenant Ibarra at Homicide and told him where I'd found a body, probably named Lou Horner, leaving out all the details about Shelley, Marion, and the orange dog. Then I started out the door, but got back as a shadow slid across the walk. I caught a glimpse of a large, ugly head of long, dirty hair set on a small, ugly body that was moving fast. By the time I got out on the walk, Longhair was already putting mileage on a green coupe with a broken taillight. It winked mockingly as it went out of sight. So I got in my car and headed for New Chinatown. It was the logical place to get some information regarding a Chinese dog. I saw a light filtering through a dingy window, illuminating the words James Tang, dealer in Oriental curios. Inside the musty shop, a little man, dressed in a black kimono, drifted forward, softly.
Yes?
I think perhaps you can help me, huh?
I am honored. To be able to help would bring fragrance of plum blossoms to my nostrils, carpet of rose petals to my humble floor, and 1,000 blessings upon my head.
Oh, that's very pretty. Tell me, what is the dog of foe?
The dog of foe? Why, this fantastic creature here is called the dog of foe. His fierce eyes and snarling mouth are to frighten away evil spirits from temples of Buddha.
Why do you say called the dog of foe?
Amateur collectors and auctioneers have named him that. It sounds exotic to cash customers. Actually, he is a lion. The lion of Korea.
I see. Tang, would you happen to have an orange dog of foe?
Very strange that you should ask that, my friend.
Strange? Why?
Reason number one. There is no authentic orange dog of foe.
That's a good reason. Why not?
Because to Buddhists, orange is color of sorrow. The piece you speak of could not possibly be authentic.
What's reason number two?
You are second person to inquire after this non-existent orange dog of foe within the last few minutes.
Was it an ugly little man with long hair?
Quite contrary. It was a very pretty girl with short hair.
Was her name Marion?
She made point of not leaving her name.
Well, that proves something.
However, my friend, old Chinese proverb, loosely translated, says, "A little knowledge is the instrument of a fool."
There were 9 other curio shops in the neighborhood, so I started making the rounds for the non-existent orange dog of Foe and a girl who was interested in one. From the first 3 shops, I got a fast horse laugh and the fact that the girl was still ahead of me. The next 2 netted an insult apiece and a total blank on the dame. And from the 6th, called Saxon's, a glossy, well-ordered place on West 7th Street, the only effect was a coldly curious raised eyebrow. The man in front of me, whom I took to be Mr. Saxon himself, was a gaunt white Russian with a high, naked head the color of warm paraffin. His slender fingers played nervously with each other as we talked.
The orange dog of Foe. Yes, I have heard of such a piece, I think. It would be porcelain.
Probably. This is your business. Who has it, Mr. Saxon? Can you tell me?
No, I'm sorry. I believe I heard this orange dog mentioned just once, somewhere down in the village. But I'm sure I could never remember who spoke of it or when.
Oh, no idea of its value then, huh?
Now that you mention it, I seem to remember the figure 20,000.
You mean yen? How much in American money?
I am speaking of American money. It would be an importation from China, you know.
How could it be worth that much? It's not even authentic, Mr. Saxon.
Authentic? You seem to know a good deal more than I about this orange dog. Possibly one would have to see it to appreciate its value.
Yeah. Tell me, has a girl been in here tonight looking for this orange dog?
A girl? I know.
Know anybody named Marion?
Marion. No, there is no one in my acquaintance by that name. But why do you ask?
Because Marion has quite an interest in the orange dog. I have a feeling they'd make a great team if we could get them together.
I see. And what is your name, sir?
It's not Fu Manchu, Mr. Saxon. Good night. Saxon's expression didn't change. I turned and walked out of the place, and then because, with both of us using double talk, the conversation was bound to deteriorate. At least I had found out that the orange dog of Foe existed and was going for a very high figure, especially for a phony. And it didn't take an abacus to figure out that Saxon knew more than he told me. Well, I started up the sidewalk to the next bric-a-brac emporium when I saw something parked on the side street which brought me to a halt. It was that green coupe with the broken tail light. I went over to it, found it empty, and stuck my head inside to check the registration card for Longhair's real name. Yeah, it was a very foolish move because Longhair at that very moment prodded my kidney with the muzzle of a .38. And neither he nor the gun had a sense of humor.
All right, Mr. Wise Guy, come on, walk. You and me are going up the alley here.
What's the matter? Don't you feel at home in the light?
Shut up. I don't like it much anyway, so you better ease off with the smart sayings. Okay, this was far enough. Well, Mr. Wise Guy, did you find what you're looking for?
You mean the orange dog, Shorty? The answer's no.
The orange dog. So that's where the plates are.
What plates?
You're working for Horner. You don't know what plates.
Look, chum, when you get your next haircut, have your brains dusted off. Nobody works for Horner anymore. Horner's dead.
Dead? Since when?
What's the surprise act for? You saw the body. You were sneaking around that house on Los Feliz. In fact, you might have killed Horner yourself.
That body wasn't Horner. Why, Horner is 3 times the size of that guy in Los Feliz. He's bald. Also, he's so dumb he can't remember his own phone number. Oh, hold it.
I'm looking for Vera Street where they sell those enchiladas. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I don't want to intrude.
Hey, quiet. I'll blow your brains out. All right, now, come on, Mr. Wise Guy. Tell me what Horner's got on his mind. You know all right. I saw you taking orders from his girl.
You mean Shelley Martin?
Who else?
Thought maybe you meant Marion.
Marion? Who's Marion?
Shelley Martin's sister. And don't let it worry you. Marion's got the orange dog eating out of her hand.
I don't say. It ain't funny, mister. It's just peculiar. Because Shelley Martin don't have a sister, I know. So it seems like you're a very mixed-up character. In fact, Mr. Wise Guy, you're so mixed up, you're no good to me at all. So get over there with the rest of that.
I took my time getting up. The dirty, long-haired little man was gone, and my head ached from the rap he'd given me with the pistol barrel. And I was disgusted with myself. Dry, dirty, disgusted like a drunk at sunrise because a nasty little jerk with an oversized head and a blue-eyed dynamo with auburn hair had me jumping through hoops like a trained ape. I stood in the alley and swore at myself until the futility of that routine dawned on me. Then I decided to go hunting. But I made one stop first at a telephone to at least get Ibarra off my conscience.
Lieutenant Ibarra.
Marlowe, Lieutenant. I just found out that body on Los Feliz isn't Horner.
I knew that an hour ago.
Huh?
The body isn't Horner's, and Horner is no broke. He's a counterfeiter, a big one.
Oh.
The dead man was a treasury agent named Spade who was closing in on Horner. So if you've got anything you haven't told, Phil, you better get it off your chest.
At this point, it's a pleasure. Girl named Shelley Martin's calling the signals about now, and she can be found at Villa 12, Wilshire Gardens Hotel. Yeah, hurry. You'll just about meet me there, Ibarra.
Now, wait. Suppose you go alone and find out what you can first.
That's a switch.
I'll follow in half an hour. Let's not freeze her up, Marlowe. Let's keep her talking, okay?
Okay, Ibarra. That's easy for her. She's got a forked tongue. Only this time it's going to wag strictly on the straight and narrow, I guarantee it.
In just a moment, we will return to the second act of the adventures of Philip Marlowe. But first, it's no mystery that hunger and cold confront many families abroad this winter. CARE will help feed and clothe these needy people. CARE, the safe, sure, non-profit way to send supplies to Europe and Asia. A check to CARE for $10 will send a 21.5-pound, 41,000-calorie food package, or a baby food package, or a layette, or a baby blanket package, or material for clothing. CARE guarantees delivery. You get a signed receipt that your package has reached its destination. Write your check tonight. Mail it first thing in the morning to CARE, C-A-R-E, 50 Broad Street, New York City. And now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Orange Dog.
When I pointed my car toward the Wilshire Gardens and a beautiful liar named Shelley Martin, I was sure of two things. The plates that Longhair had wisecracked about just before he piled me into a row of garbage cans were the engraved kind that counterfeiters use to make money the easy way. And second, both Longhair and Lou Horner were racing for the plates as well as the Orange Dog, which could be one and the same thing. But 20 minutes later, as I pulled up near Villa 12, which was strips of yellow light and raised voices drifting out of half-open Venetian blinds, I forgot about the gentleman involved and concentrated on a lady who didn't have a sister called Marion. I went around to the back of the villa where I found the service door unlocked and the kitchen beyond dark. And when I entered and quietly moved to a spot near the living room where I could see Shelley snapping at a pompous, excitable man with a red face,
All right,
I figured that a little eavesdropping might pay
where I
off.
belong. I'm here in Los Angeles. Is there anything wrong with that Mr. Horner?
Yes, everything. Why, I wouldn't even have known you were in town if I hadn't gone back to the place in Los Feliz where I saw you and some man having a delightful little chit-chat over the body of that T-man.
Treasuryman?
Yes.
Is that who he was?
A meddlesome fool I caught snooping through my papers.
Then you killed him, Lou.
Of course I killed him. I had to. Now stop asking questions and get out of here. Because this is business, not pleasure, Shelley. And that leaves no room for you.
Or Marion?
What do you know about Marion?
Not enough. But what I do know, I don't like. Look, Lou, who is Marion and what does she mean to you?
Marion means money to me, Shelley. Nothing more. So just leave me alone here so that I can make a call according to schedule.
A call about... Lou.
What's the matter, Shelley?
Behind you, Lou. They're in the garden. Lou!
The bullet crashed through a closed window, didn't stop until it got to Horner, who grabbed at his chest and dropped to the floor even before the glass quit flying. And by the time I got outside to where the shot had come from, I found nothing but a little wind rustling a lot of trees. When I got back to Shelley and the blood over tweed on the carpet, Horner was already dead.
Marlowe, the man out there was Henry Peel.
Peel? Something in long hair and dirty clothes?
Yes, I met him in Horner's office once. Lou said he was a broker from Chicago.
Come on, both Peel and Horner are counterfeiters.
What? Lou, a counterfeiter?
That's right. Never mind the carefully arched eyebrows, honey. They mean nothing.
But, Marlowe, I swear I never knew that Horner was anything but a broker.
A broker maltreating poor sister Marion? You're a liar, Shelley.
About Marion, yes. I haven't even got a sister. But from there on out, I'm telling the truth, Phil.
Then tell some more and fast.
All right, here it is. Lou Horner's been my boyfriend.
And, checkbook?
For the past year and a half. But about a month ago, he suddenly stopped being very attentive. And I couldn't figure out why.
So you decided to keep your big blue eyes wide open, huh?
Exactly. And it paid off. Because I found out that, 1, he had taken better than $20,000 out of his bank account. 2, that he was coming down here to Los Angeles.
And 3, that an item named Marion might be beating your time.
Yes. And that part of it upset me plenty. Until 10 minutes ago. But then I found out that Horner here was a murderer, and that, Marlowe, I don't buy.
3 cheers for the all-American girl.
Oh, skip it, Marlowe. I'll live my way, you live yours.
Don't worry, honey. Nobody wants to change places with you. Hey, look. Why does Horner wear a little rubber band on his little finger, do you know?
Oh, he had a bad memory. Used every kind of gadget in the books to keep himself from forgetting things, especially numbers.
Oh.
Well, for example, that rubber band might mean 10 o'clock.
How do you figure?
Like 5 and 5. The fingers on each hand reading from left to right. He used things like that.
Oh. Wait a minute. Horner was going to make a call to Marion just now, and the message the T-Man left was...
Call Marion tonight
about the orange dog of foe. Shelley, baby, where's your phone? Fast. Come on, it's 10:15 already.
Well, it's out there in the hall, Marlowe.
Oh.
Well, what are you talking about?
A line, honey, a line on your ex-sister, Marion.
This is Mr. Saxon.
Ah. Lou Horner, Mr. Saxon. I know I'm some 15 minutes late with this call, but I'd still like to see you about the orange dog of foe.
Certainly, Mr. Horner. The orange dog is here, waiting for you.
Good. I'll be right over.
Marlowe, who is Mr. Saxon?
A man very close to a lot of trouble, Shelley. Now, look, you wait right here for the law, and in particular, one Lieutenant Ibarra. Tell him nothing but the truth about Horner and what he meant to you in dollars and cents, and you may be all right.
But where are you going, Marlowe?
To a curio shop on West 7th Street to see, among other things, the orange dog of foe.
You are the Mr. Horner who called?
Yeah. Also the one who was here this afternoon, you remember?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't call you at 10, Mr. Saxon, according to schedule. I hope it hasn't inconvenienced you.
No, that's quite all right, Mr. Horner. One moment, sir.
What's the matter? Is anything wrong tonight? Seem on edge, Mr. Saxon.
I am. So please, Mr. Horner, don't make a single stupid move.
What? Wait a minute. Why the gun, Mr. Saxon? I promised not to bite the orange dog.
You won't even touch the orange dog. Now, who are you?
Oh, we've been all through that. I'm Horner, Saxon. Lou Horner of San Francisco.
No, you're not. Horner would have had no reason to wander around curio shops as you did this afternoon, asking any and everybody about the orange dog. Now, once more, who are you, and where is the real Lou Horner?
All right, we'll take them in that order. I'm a private detective named Philip Marlowe, and Lou Horner's a corpse. But also, I'm a good friend of yours, Saxon, because I'm going to give you a little bit of advice for free. Call it quits, Buster. You're licked.
What are you talking about, Marlowe?
A T for Treasury man named Slade. Before he died, Saxon, he talked.
I see.
Yeah, and believe me, he said enough to put you away till orange dogs are as popular as lifesavers. And what do you say, Saxon? Do we play it smart?
Very well, Marlowe. We will play it smart. My kind of smart. Now, turn around and walk through that curtain there. I want to show you something.
Orange dog, maybe?
Yes. The orange dog of foe. I want you to see it for yourself. Before you die.
Saxon said die like it already happened. And after he relieved me of the comforting bulge of the gun in my pocket and marched me to a large, windowless room that was a little darker than the lining of an 8-ball, he told me to stand very still. Then he turned on a single lamp that rested on a large, scarred table, and next to it an ordinary shipping crate and cushioned on all sides by white wrapping paper. I finally saw the orange dog of foe. It was a porcelain lion, pop-eyed, majestic in a crazy way. And also it was colored orange, bright and clear. But now that I'd seen it, I knew that the next move was Saxon's. And I turned to face him. It was then that I noticed the black curtain behind him moved slightly. And Longhair quietly stepped into the room. This Mr. Saxon did not know about.
Well, Marlowe, now that you have seen the orange dog for your first and last time, what do you think of it?
He thinks it's just Jim Dandy, mister. Now drop your gun before I blow the top of your head off. Go on, drop it. It's better. Now sit down there and stay put. You, Marlowe, get across the room.
Okay. Thanks for showing up, Peel, before Saxon here ran out of small jokes.
Don't kid yourself, Marlowe. I didn't just show up. I've been right behind you all the way. That's how I work.
So what do you want, Peel?
A couple of very fine engraved plates that I've been after for 6 months now.
Plates which could be in the orange dog of foe?
No place sells Spud. Or do you think that maybe the late Mr. Horner wanted as an ornament?
But that's all it is. There are no plates in the orange dog. It is only a collector's item.
And you're a liar, Saxon. And I know the best way to prove that. Marlowe, Pick that thing up and toss it against the wall.
No, don't. I tell you, there's nothing in it.
Toss it, Marlowe. Go on.
Okay, Peel.
Now we'll see who's right about the plates being hit.
Nothing, huh, Peel?
No. Nothing. All right, Saxon, get up. I want to know what the plates are, so I'm going to count to 3. That's how long you have to live if you don't tell me.
No. Peel, believe me, there are no plates.
1, 2.
Hold it, Peel. Wait. Here are the plates. Here. In this jeweled box. Look, right here, under your nose.
Is he out, Marlowe?
Yeah, he's out all right. He took the light with him, too. Is there another lamp in here?
No, there isn't. Nor is there another gun.
Why, you stinking little... Wait a minute, those sirens, Saxon, they're heading this way.
Police?
Yeah, the police. Looks like sooner or later everybody gets together in the back room at Saxon's,
But not everybody stays here, so I'll take this wrapping paper and leave now.
Wrapping paper? The stuff that was around the orange dog?
Yes, a sample of the best grade of counterfeiting paper made, Marlowe. And that's what Horner was supposed to buy, not plates. Those he got a month ago.
Still makes you a crook, Saxon, and one who'll never get past the front door.
Oh, no, we'll see about that. Marlowe!
Keep shooting, Saxon, in the dark. You got 4 shots left.
You filthy murderer!
Only 1 now, Saxon. That's number 6. You're through, Saxon. By the time Ibarra and his boys, plus a half a dozen very anxious T-men, got into the room, Saxon was already coming apart at the seams. After a half hour of steady questioning, he split wide open and led us all to a basement hideout where the T-men went wild over a few thousand sheets of A1 counterfeiting paper. But an hour later, after Peel, who admitted murdering Lou Horner, and Saxon, who was ready for the nearest straitjacket, were both in the lockup, there was still the problem of the glib lass from San Francisco. But finally, when Shelley, Lieutenant Ibarra, and I stood under the green light of the globe in front of police headquarters, I knew that the girl who technically was only guilty of withholding information from the police was not going to spend any time in the pokey. Because, after all, I was more or less guilty of the same thing. Besides, Lieutenant Ibarra was still interested in the others.
Well, Marlowe, it looks like the whole business actually boils down to a single transaction between Clay Saxon, who had the counterfeiting paper, and Lou Horner, who was supposed to buy it.
That's right, Ibarra. But Horner, who must have made his contact with Saxon via some middleman in San Francisco, only had a telephone number and the password, the orange dog of foe, to work on here in L.A.
But how'd you get hold of that number, Phil?
From the message the T-man left before he died.
You mean you actually called someone named Marion?
No, honey, I just dialed Marion. M.A. Madison. R-I-O-N 7466. Madison 7466. You get it?
Yeah. Another one of Horner's screwy memory tricks, like the rubber band on his 10th finger.
Hey, that's pretty good, Phil.
Oh, it's an old gimmick, really. I read it in a dozen detective stories.
What do you know? Maybe I ought to read some of those. Well, good night, fella. Look for you tomorrow.
Good night, Lieutenant. Well, Shelley, do I show you the way home?
No, Marlowe. Aren't you hungry or thirsty or something?
Yeah, guess I am at that.
Well, I know just the place for us, darling.
Oh?
It's a cute little place right smack in the middle of Chinatown.
Well, we got through a small Chinese dinner without seeing or hearing from a single orange dog. And when it came time to leave, I was thinking that Shelley wasn't really too bad a kid at that. So when she left the table to powder her nose, I started to make plans. But when she got back, I forgot about them because in the meantime, she'd run into an old friend. Yeah, a rich old friend who was all alone in the big city. I said I didn't mind taking a rain check when she explained that he was from Kansas City and a broker at that. He certainly was overweight. Too much steak and potatoes. Steak and potatoes. Wonder if Lindy's is still open.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, created by Raymond Chandler, stars Gerald Moore, and is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Script is by Mel Dinelli, Robert Mitchell, and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Francis Robinson, Edgar Barrier, Tony Barrett, Lou Krugman, and Ed Begley. Lieutenant Detective Ibarra is played by Jeff Corey. The special music was by Richard Orant. Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
I was hired to find a blackmailer, and I did. But first I found a badly beaten Adonis, a Jezebel with an accent, and a man who had been an easy mark for murder.
NBC presents The Adventures of Frank Merriwell. There it is, an echo of the past, an exciting past, a romantic past. The era of the horse and carriage, gaslit streets, and free-for-all football games. The era of one of the most beloved heroes in American fiction, Frank Merriwell, the famous character created by Bert L. Standish. Merriwell is loved as much today as ever he was, and so the National Broadcasting Company brings him to radio in a brand new series of stories. Today, The Riddle of the Wrong Answer, or Gambling is the Devil's Pastime. The Yale football team is returning to New Haven from its preseason training camp at Blue Lake. Spirits are high, and as the train rushes along...
Oh, listen to the boys sing, Frank. The team seems in awfully high spirits.
They are, Inza. We had a very successful training season this year, and now everybody's anxious to get back to New Haven for that opening game Saturday.
Is the Trinity team any good, Frank?
Yes, they have a good team this year, I understand, but I think we'll win.
Oh, of course you will.
But just a minute, young lady. I didn't invite you to ride back to New Haven with us so that we could talk about football. What about that review history exam tomorrow? You were supposed to help me prepare for it, remember?
Oh, I'm sorry, Frank. I got interested in the singing. Let's see, where were we?
You were asking me questions. What's the next one?
Well, let's see. Oh, there were 41 signers of the Mayflower Pact. Name as many as you can.
Oh, that's an easy one. Here they are.
Well, we might as well play another hand, Sloan. It doesn't look like Merriwell's going to leave his seat for a while.
What's he doing now, Cope? Can you see?
It looks like he's still talking to that girl back there at the end of the car. I don't like this idea anyway, Sloan. It's too uncertain.
Now, wait a minute, Cope. I'm running this, and I say we try it. If we can get him into a little game, let him drop a couple of hundred, get him to sign an IOU, well, there you are. We'll have the hold we want on him. I wish those guys would stop that singing.
And John Bradford. I think that's the lot, isn't it?
Oh, Frank, that was wonderful. You named all 41 of them without a mistake.
Well, I guess I'll pass the test, all right. Now I better take this book back to Jack Diamond. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Jack's up ahead in the next car.
Hey, Frank, say, come on and sing with us, Frank.
No, I've got something to do now. I'll see you later, fellas.
All right, let's start one, shall we, fellas?
Here comes Merriwell now, Sloan.
Oh, good. Now let me handle it. Oh, pardon me. Aren't you Frank Merriwell, Yale fullback?
Yes, sir, I am.
Glad to meet you, Merriwell. Seen you play off.
Thank you.
My name's George Sloan, book salesman. Do a lot of business with your school.
Say, Mr. Sloan, ask Merriwell if he'd like to sit in on our little game.
Yes, how about it, Merriwell? These gentlemen have just organized a friendly little game to pass the time.
Well, no, thank you. You know, they say that gambling is the devil's pastime. I don't indulge, gentlemen.
Oh, come now, Merriwell. Surely a little friendly game.
I'm afraid you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Sloan. I must see a friend up in the next car.
I told you Merriwell wouldn't fall for a simple trick like that, Sloan.
Yeah, it would have been easier that way. But we'll have to try something else.
Try it my way. He's sweet on that pretty girl back there, Insa Burge. You know my plan, and I can handle it.
New Haven, New Haven.
Here's the team, gang. Let's have a cheer for them. 1, 2.
Well, Enza, Enza, how do you like riding from the station on the team's carryall?
Oh, it's fun, Frank, but what'll people say when they see me up here?
Well, if you ask me, Enza, they'll say this is the best-looking team we've had in years.
Oh.
Well said, Bart.
Oh, look, we're coming to my uncle's house now.
I'll take your things in for you. Here, Enza, I'll help you down.
All right.
There you are.
Hurry up, Frank. We're all going over to Maury's as soon as we unload our
Oh,
baggage.
you go on with them, Frank. I'll wait here in the porch until my uncle comes.
You sure you won't mind,
Of
Enza?
course not. Go ahead with the team.
All right, I'll see you later.
Come on, Frank. Here, I'll give you a hand.
All right, goodbye, Enza.
Goodbye, Frank. Goodbye, boys. Oh, what a bunch. Oh, I hope my uncle gets here soon. Oh, this isn't my suitcase. It's Frank's. Frank, wait. Oh, dear, they can't hear me. Oh, well, he'll be back for it.
Miss Burridge?
Oh, yes. What is it? My uncle isn't here.
I don't want to see your uncle. I want to talk to you.
I'm afraid I don't know you.
Of course you don't. But I happen to be a Yale fan, and I'm interested in the football team.
Oh, I can't help you. I have nothing to do with the football team.
No, but Frank Merriwell does. That's what I want to talk to you about.
If you have anything to say that concerns Mr. Merriwell, I think you'd better go to see him.
I'd rather talk to you about it.
Please, I must ask you to leave this porch.
Not until I've had my say.
Get off this porch or I'll call for help.
Oh, no, you won't.
Let go of my arm.
You keep quiet if you know what's good for you.
You're hurting me. Help!
Shut up.
Sorry, Enza. I left my bag by mistake, so I ran back. Hey, what's going on here?
Frank, this man.
Merriwell.
Catch him, Frank.
Oh, no, you don't.
Take it easy, Merriwell. Take it easy.
Speak up. What are you doing here?
Nothing. I wasn't going to hurt her.
Well, this is for bothering a lady. There. Now get up and get going. You show your face around here again, you'll get what's really coming to you.
All right, Merriwell, I'll go. But I won't forget this. I won't forget it.
Are you all right, Ensign?
Oh, yes, but... Frank, I don't understand. Who was that man?
I don't know, but I don't think we'll have any more trouble with him.
Oh, I hope not. I was really frightened.
It's a lucky thing Bart threw the wrong bag down. Well, now I'll stay right here with you until your uncle comes home.
All right.
I can meet the gang at Maury's later on.
Hey, Bart, here comes Frank now.
Oh, good, Pinky. Mac. Hey, Mac. Will you set another place at the table here for Frank Merriwell?
Yes, sir. Sure will, Mr. Bart.
Oh, hiya, Frank.
Hiya, Frank.
Did you get the bag straightened out?
Hello, everyone. Yes, Bart's all right now.
Welcome back to Morris, Mr. Frank.
Oh, hello, Mac. It's good to be back again. Have I time to eat before that history exam, Bart?
Sure, Frank. Plenty of time. The exam's not until 3 o'clock.
Oh, we don't even have to watch the clock, fellas. We'll know it's time to hightail it when we see Andrews leave.
Andrews? Who's Andrews, Pinky?
Professor Stout's new secretary. He's sitting alone over there at that corner table. See him?
Oh, yes, I see him. He's not a Yale man, is he?
No, he isn't. No, he needs to know where he's from.
Pardon me, Mr. Merriwell, but there's a gentleman over there at the next table who wants you to autograph this book for his son.
Why, certainly, Mac. Glad to.
He said the little boy is a great fan of yours, Mr. Merriwell. It would please him if you'd write something personal.
Go ahead, Frank. This looks like your one chance to get your name in the encyclopedia.
Oh, that's the book he gave me, Mr. Merriwell.
Don't mind Bart Hodge, Mac. He's trying to develop a sense of humor. There you are, Mac.
Thanks, Mr. Merriwell. The gentleman's little boy would be mighty pleased with this.
Well, boys, what shall we have tea?
Oh, whatever it is, we better eat it fast. We only have half an hour till the history exam, and there goes Andrews now.
Hello, Woods. Mind if I talk to you a minute?
You made a mistake. My name's Andrews.
So I've heard, but you don't mind an old friend calling you by your right name, do you, Woods?
All right, Sloan. What do you want?
A little service on account of that $5,000 gambling debt you tried to run out on.
I don't have the money, Sloan, and there's not much chance of my ever getting it with your hounding me out of one job after another.
Well, let that be a lesson to you. You can't beat an IOU just by running away and changing your name. Not with George Sloan, you can't.
Give me another chance. I'll pay the check.
How? On your salary as secretary to a college professor? That would take about 20 years, wouldn't it?
Well, it's the best I can offer.
No, it isn't. I'm going to give you a chance to write that debt off right now.
Now, listen here, Sloan. I can't afford to get mixed up in any of your shady deals.
You'll do what I tell you to. I'm dealing this hand.
What do you want?
Now, listen, Woods. I mean, Andrews. I know all about your setup here with Professor Stout, and it's made just to order. Couldn't be better if I'd planted you up here in Yale myself.
Get on with it, Sloan. Professor has a test at 3, and I have to be there.
I know all about that, too. Now, here's what I want you to do. As soon as that examination is over, the old professor will suddenly be called out of town. Now...
All right, gang, signal 21, 35, 28. Highs, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's a nice run, Frank.
Well, thanks for that block, Bart. You really hit him. Okay, let's line up again.
How about trying that 45 play this time, Frank?
Okay, Bart. We'll certainly use that one Saturday, all right.
Oh, now what?
Merriwell!
I guess the coach wants you, Frank.
Merriwell, will you come over here a minute?
Right, Coach. Be right back, gang. What is it, Coach?
Frank, I have some news for you. Bad news, I'm afraid.
What's wrong?
It's about that history exam you took yesterday afternoon.
What's wrong? Did one of the team fail it?
Yes, Frank. You.
I failed? But, Coach, that's impossible. History is my best subject.
Well, maybe so, Frank. I happen to know myself you've always had an A in history, but here's the notice. You're on probation for a month.
But that means I'll miss the Trinity game.
And the 3 games that follow it, too.
Is something wrong, Frank? What is it, Coach?
Well, I've just been notified Merriwell's on probation. He failed yesterday's history exam.
Probation? You're joking, Coach.
It's no joke, Bart. I'm out of Saturday's game.
Well, what are we going to do?
I think we'd better go see Professor Stout, boys. You're sure you passed that examination, Frank?
I'm certain, Coach. Come on, we'll call on the professor now.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but there's nothing I can do. All the test papers are locked in Professor Stout's safe.
When will the professor be back, Mr. Andrews?
Well, I can't say, Coach. He received a telegram saying his mother is ill. He left immediately.
But I'm certain there's some mistake. Maybe the professor got the marks mixed when he made out the list. If only I could see my paper.
I understand, Merriwell, but I have my instructions. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm due at the professor's next class.
Just one more thing, Mr. Andrews. Did you see my exam paper?
No. No, the professor read all the papers himself.
Well, Frank, I guess that's that.
It's too bad, Merriwell, but you know the rules and how strictly Professor Stout applies them.
Come on, Frank. We'll take this higher. We'll go to the dean.
Coach, it isn't within my authority to question the list of marks posted by Professor Stout.
But, Dean Clark, look at Merriwell's scholastic record. All A's in American history until this last test.
A failure is a failure, and I don't intend to create a precedent by interceding in Merriwell's behalf.
But the circumstances in this case...
Yale athletes have to pass their examinations before they may play football. That's the rule. Yale standards must be maintained, no matter what the cost.
In case Professor Stout gets back before Saturday, do I have your permission to request a review of Merriwell's exam paper?
Yes, that's quite permissible. But I'm afraid you should not count on the services of Mr. Merriwell. Work your team hard, Coach, and we'll try to beat Trinity without him.
Frankly, there's not much hope of that, but I'll do the best I can.
Gosh, Enza, all Frank has done tonight is idle away at the piano.
I know, Bart. I asked you both over here hoping that we could cheer him up.
Oh, this is no fun at all. Golly, I'd like to get to the bottom of this business.
Bart, I've been thinking maybe we can help. Suppose we went over to Professor Stout's office and tried to find out what questions Frank missed on the examination.
Tonight?
Why not? Mr. Andrews is usually there at this time, isn't he?
Well, yes, he is. But, well, he told us this afternoon there was nothing he could do.
Well, just the same, I'd like to talk to him myself. Will you come with me, Bart?
What about Frank?
Well, I think just now he'd rather be alone a little while. Besides, we won't be gone very long. What do you say?
All right, Enza. I'll do anything to help get Frank in Saturday's game. I guess he isn't in, Enza. Here, I'll try the door.
Oh, it isn't locked. Let's go inside and wait for him.
All right. Oh, I see he's left the gas light on, so he should be back any minute.
I hope he isn't too long. Oh, goodness, what's that?
Gosh, I don't know. Oh, yes, of course, it's the telephone.
Oh.
I remember during summer vacation they were installed in the office of all the faculty. Nothing but the best and most modern for Yale.
Oh, shouldn't we do something about it? We can't just let it ring.
I'll answer it. Let's see. This is the receiver. Yes? What is it?
Well done, Andrews. Everything went off without a hitch, didn't it? You can cancel that debt right now.
Oh, wait a minute. This isn't...
Well, what's this?
Oh, Mr. Andrews.
Someone's on the telephone, Mr. Andrews. I think they want you. We were just waiting here for you.
Here, give me that. Andrews speaking. Yes? Well, I'm glad you're satisfied. I will. Goodbye. Oh, excuse me for being so abrupt. The telephone excites me. I can't get used to it.
That's all right, sir.
It wasn't important. Just one of those book salesmen. They're always bothering me.
Mr. Andrews, we came to see you, Mr. Hodge and I, about Frank Merriwell's examination.
Well, I'm afraid, miss, there's little I can do until Professor Stout returns.
Well, do you think there's a chance he'll get here before the game?
Well, I couldn't say, but I don't think Merriwell should count on it.
No, we're all counting on it, Mr. Andrews. We have no one to replace Frank at fullback.
I thought Bob Marlin was playing in Merriwell's place.
Oh, Bob's a wonderful end, but he's no fullback. He can't punt at all.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So you see, it means Yale will lose the opening game just because of a few questions Frank missed in American history.
Well, if he hadn't bungled that one about the Mayflower Pact, he might have pulled through. But Professor Stout couldn't conceive of anyone missing that.
The Mayflower Pact? Well, Frank knew
But I think we'd better go. We don't want to take any more of Mr. Andrews' valuable time.
10 signers of the Mayflower Pact. Why, that's ridiculous, Bart. I can name all of them.
Of course you can, Frank. I heard you do it on the train.
Well, just the same, that's what Andrews said. He practically said you'd have passed it if you hadn't bungled that one question.
Bart, this thing doesn't add up.
How do you mean?
Well, when I asked Andrews about my paper, remember when we went to see him with the coach? He claimed to know nothing about it.
You're right, Frank, you're right.
Yes, and when Bart and I asked him, he told us you missed that easy question.
It sounds odd, all right. What do you make of it, Frank?
I'm beginning to think somebody switched papers on me. Substituted a failing paper for my passing one.
But, Frank, would that be possible?
Well, a lot of impossible things have been happening around here lately.
But how could anyone forge a paper and hand it in under your name?
That's what I've got to find out before Saturday's game.
Frank, do you actually believe anyone would go to such lengths to keep you out of Trinity's game?
Yes, I do. Remember the man on your porch the day we got back from Blue Lake?
You mean the man who threatened me? Oh, could he be behind all this?
He might be. I wish now I hadn't let him off so easily.
But, Frank, where would someone like that get a sample of your handwriting in order to forge a paper?
Oh, that wouldn't be hard. I've signed hundreds of autograph books. For instance, Bart, remember the man in Morey's, the one who asked me to sign an autograph for his little boy?
Oh, sure. The man with the encyclopedia.
Wait a minute. I just got an idea. There was a man on the train by the name of Sloan, George Sloan. Said he was a book salesman. Later that same day, a strange man offers me an encyclopedia to write my autograph. Then tonight, there was that business you just told me about in Andrews' office.
You mean the book salesman who called Andrews on the phone?
Of course, there must be some connection.
Bart, try to remember exactly what that man said on the telephone.
Well, let's see. It was something about, everything went without a hitch. And then something about, Andrews could cancel a debt. And that's about all.
And Andrews seemed upset when he came in and saw you talking?
Yes, he grabbed the receiver right out of my hand.
Frank, you don't think Andrews is mixed up in this, do you?
Well, they'd have to have someone on the inside to switch the papers. But wait, let's not go so fast.
What can we do, Frank?
Well, it's pretty late, Ensa. You'd better stay here at the house.
Hi.
But Bart and I are going out to find Mr. George Sloan tonight.
No, gentlemen, I don't believe we have a guest by the name of George Sloan. You might try one of the other hotels.
Thank you, we will.
George Sloan? Oh, no, sir. I'm sorry.
Thanks. We'll try another place.
Why, you're Frank Merriwell, aren't you?
That's right.
And you say you're looking for a Mr. Sloan?
Yes.
Yes, I think we have someone by that name. Let me see.
Hey, maybe this is our man, Frank.
I hope so.
Oh, yes, here it is. George Sloan in room 14. He's a book salesman.
That's it. Thank you very much.
What are we going to say to him, Frank? We haven't any tangible evidence yet.
No, but I'm positive he's our man. Of course, we can't make any formal charges until Professor Stout gets back. But there are a couple of points I want cleared up.
Well, here's the top of the stairs. Which is his room?
There it is. Number 14.
Should we go right in?
No, we'll knock first. As far as Sloan knows, we don't suspect a thing.
He's not there. The room is dark. See the transom?
Well, let's try the door. No, it's locked.
Well, I guess it's no use. We might as well go.
No, wait. There might be something in that room that can help us.
We can't break the door down, can we?
We don't have to. Suppose it's not exactly legal, but how about that transom?
Of course. Come on. I'll boost you over and you can unlock the door. Here, step on my hand.
Right. Okay, let's go.
There you are. Can you make it, Frank?
I can just about squeeze through. There. Come on in, Bart.
It's pretty dark in here, Frank. You think we should risk a light?
Oh, why not? Here's a match. I'll see where the gas jet is.
Oh, there it is, on this wall.
Good. There. That's better.
Well, what are we looking for, Frank?
I'm not sure, but we'll start here at the desk. Hey! Does this book look familiar, Bart?
Yeah, it's an encyclopedia, but I don't see... Hey, isn't that the...
That's right, Bart. It's the same book that autograph hunter in Maury's wanted me to sign. Look here. Inside the flyleaf. My name and the message I wrote.
That means it was Sloan who sent that man for your autograph.
Naturally.
Why, Frank?
I think it's pretty obvious. But we better not stand here talking. We'll turn out the light, lock the door, and get out of here. I don't want Sloan to know we've been here yet.
But what about the book?
We'll take it along. He'll miss it, of course, but he won't know where it's gone. Come on. Oh, clerk, Mr. Sloan wasn't in his room.
I know, Mr. Merriwell.
I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't mention our visit. We wanted to surprise Mr. Sloan.
But, Mr. Merriwell, I'm afraid I've already told him.
You did?
Well, Mr. Sloan came in while you were upstairs. I told him you were looking for him.
What did he do?
Well, it seemed rather odd. He looked surprised, and, well, I guess he was a little worried. Then he went right out again.
Oh, fine.
That means we must work fast, Bart.
Where are we going?
To get Andrews. And before Sloan does.
Oh, I hope he's still here, Frank. You try it again.
He's in. I can see the light under the door.
Yes? Who is it?
Frank Merriwell, Mr. Andrews. I want to talk to you.
Just a minute.
Hello, Andrews.
It's rather late for a social call, boys.
This isn't a social call, Andrews. We want to talk to you about a certain George Sloan.
I don't know what you mean. And I'm sure it can wait until morning.
I'm afraid not, Andrews. We want a confession from you.
A confession? I don't know what you're talking about.
You received a telephone call from George Sloan. And we have evidence to prove you're mixed up in a plot to keep me out of the Trinity game. Now, would you rather talk to us or to the police?
The police? Now, just a minute. I didn't do anything criminal.
You just what, Andrews?
Come on, talk fast.
Very well, then. I'll tell you. It's been preying on my mind long enough. I owed a gambling debt to George Sloan. He wanted access to those history exam papers. I had to arrange to let him see them before Professor Stout corrected them.
I thought so. Bart, go get the coach.
Okay.
We're going to have Mr. Andrews tell his story to the dean.
Well, gentlemen, from Mr. Andrews' story and the other evidence that we have at hand, it's fairly obvious that Mr. Merriwell has been the victim of a plot.
Then he's clear, sir? He can play in the game?
Well, I'm afraid it isn't as simple as that. Mr. Andrews was just an accomplice. Now, actually, he did nothing to the examination paper.
But, Dean Clark, I told you what happened. This book proves Sloan wanted my handwriting so that he could forge a failing exam paper. Professor Stout was sent out of town by a ruse so that I can't have a new examination. And Andrews here can testify that the papers were tampered with.
I know all that, my boy, but there's nothing I can do about it until Professor Stout returns. I've already sent him a wire, and he should be back by Saturday.
In time for the game?
Well, I don't know. I hope so. I've done all I could.
Then, sir, if Professor Stout does get here in time, will I be able to play?
That will depend upon the professor. As you know, he's not, athletically minded. But perhaps if you could produce George Sloan, well, who knows?
Well, it looks to me like we're licked. Even if Stout does get back, how are we going to find Sloan? He skipped out of his hotel.
Yes, Coach. I guess there's small chance of finding him before the game tomorrow. All we can do is hope for the best.
Well, Frank, the third quarter's just about over. Doesn't look so good, does it?
They're only leading 2-0, Coach. If Bart could just get loose for one good run.
No, they've got him pretty well bottled up. Oh, I wish you could get in there, Frank.
I know. I wish Coach.
What's wrong, Frank? What do you see?
Coach, this is important. Is it all right if I leave the bench for a little while?
Well, sure, go ahead. You can't help much here anyhow.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
saw you wait for me to come down here, Frank. What is it?
I just saw Sloan in the stands. He's watching the game. Might have known he would with all that money at stake.
Oh, but what good can that do now?
Might do a lot of good, Enza. Part of it depends on you.
On me?
Yes. Now, here's what I want you to do.
Well, Sloan, it looks like we're in. They can't do a thing without Merriwell.
Yes, but that was a bad moment last night when I found Merriwell searching my room.
What do we care as long as Yale loses? Say, look, isn't that Merriwell's girl coming this way?
Yeah, that's right. She might recognize you. Keep your head down, Cope.
Pardon me, are you Mr. Sloan?
That's right. What can I do for you?
I'm Inza Burridge. An acquaintance of mine, Mr. Andrews, asked me to give you a message.
Andrews, huh? What is it?
He wants to see you. He said it was something about the game.
Where is he?
Down at the entrance of the Yale dressing room. He's waiting for you there.
I see. About the game, you said. All right. I suppose I'd better talk to you.
Can I win a game now, Coach?
In another minute or two, Pinky. The fourth quarter just started.
Where did Frank Merriwell go? I saw him leaving the field.
Well, I don't know. He didn't say. Hey, watch those end runs!
Oh, look at that fullback.
Hey, Coach, look. Here comes the dean with Professor Stout.
Where? Oh, they're coming over here.
Coach, here's Professor Stout. You said you wanted to see him the instant of your eye.
Good day, gentlemen. I'm sorry to interrupt your baseball match.
Football, Professor Stout. This is the football coach.
Football, yes, to be sure. But what is all this nonsense about Merriwell's examination?
I explained the circumstances to Professor Stout, Coach, but there seems to be little that he can do.
But you know what a good student the boy is, Professor.
Yes, to be sure. But there's nothing I can do unless I have some proof that the wrong examination paper fell into my hands.
Well, there's not much use worrying about it now. The game is practically lost anyhow. Well, that reminds me. Pinky.
Yes, Coach?
Get in there for a diamond.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess it didn't work. He should have been down here by now.
Wait.
Here he is. Hello, Sloan.
Why,
looking for someone?
Merriwell. What are you doing here?
Looking for you, Sloan. I want you to make a little confession.
Stand back, Merriwell. Don't come any closer.
Oh, so you've got a gun. Well, maybe you aren't expecting a tackle. All right, Sloan, now you're going to talk.
Don't you break my arm.
Talk, Sloan, talk.
All right, I'll talk, only don't break my arm.
And you'll do your talking right over there at the bench. Come on.
And so, Mr. Sloan, you admit forging this boy's paper and substituting it in the examination.
Yes, I did it.
There you are, Professor. Now can Merriwell play?
Well, this is all highly irregular.
Get your helmet on, Frank.
Yes, sir.
But first he must pass the examination, you know.
Oh, no, there's no time for that. The game's nearly over.
Nevertheless, I must give an oral examination. It's the only proper way to handle it.
I'm ready, sir.
Oh, hurry. Charles, go in for Mason. Call timeout. Never mind the penalty.
I shall ask you 3 questions, very well.
Shoot, sir.
Shoot.
I mean, go ahead, Professor.
1. Who was Jonathan Edwards?
A famous Yale alumnus, theologian and lecturer, born 1703, died 1758.
2. What date did Massachusetts enter the Union?
1788, one of the 13 original colonies.
3. What does the term fundamental orders have to do with the history of New England?
The first written constitution adopted by self-governing people, date 1639.
Oh, does he pass, Professor? Can he play?
Yes, I'm quite satisfied. Get in there, Mr. Merriwell, and make a home run for Yale.
Oh, you heard him, Frank. Time! Substitution! There we go.
What is happening, Coach? Is Merriwell winning?
Well, he hasn't started yet. They're lining up now. Just time for one play. Oh, make it good, Frank. There goes the ball.
Where?
Merriwell's got it. He's trying left hand. Run, Frank, run! Oh, look, Professor, he's clear.
Clear?
Nice block, Frank. You see that man get out? Oh, look out for this safety man, Frankie. He's going to make it. He's going to make it. He made it. Touchdown. Yale wins.
Well, but what happened?
The game's over, and Yale wins.
Oh, Frank, that was the most wonderful game I ever saw in my life. I've never been so excited. Oh, and you should have seen Professor Stout jumping up and down there on the sideline.
The professor showed his true colors today, all right, Inza. He's a true blue Yale man.
And so are you, Frank. It's lucky you tumbled to that gambler scheme in time, or we'd have lost.
You know, Yale really scored 2 victories today.
2?
Yes. We won from Trinity, and we made a football fan of Professor Stout.
even though he still thinks it was a baseball game.
Exciting adventure with Frank Merriwell, beloved hero of American fiction, brought to you in a new series of dramatic stories by the National Broadcasting Company. Stand by until next week at the same time when Frank Merriwell returns in another of his celebrated exploits. Frank Merriwell is played by Lawson Zerbe. Today's script was by Ruth and Gilbert Braun and William Welch. Music was by John Winters, and the program was produced and directed by Joe Mansfield.
Presenting Dick Cole and his thrilling adventures at Parr Military Academy. Attention, boys and girls. Today we bring you another eventful episode in the adventures of Dick Cole at Parr Military Academy. You've known Dick Cole, of course, for a long time, because you've met him often in Blue Bolt magazine and Foremost Comics. And now you meet him every week at this same time over this same station on the air. In just a moment, you'll hear from Dick Cole himself.
Hello, everybody. Have I got something to tell you? Oh, brother. You see, Laura Bradley, well, she and we're, I don't know just how to say it.
Suppose you let me say it, Dick.
Okay, Simba. Shoot.
Well, folks, I guess it's no secret that Dick Cole and Laura Bradley are, as the saying goes, just a little bit sweet on each other. And so the weekend of the formal dance at Farr, it didn't help matters when a pretty girl jumped out of the crowd of dames, threw her arms around Dick, and squealed,
Dick! Oh, you great big wonderful thing. Oh, it's just glorious to see you. That last letter you wrote me, it was simply super.
I guess you get the idea, all right. Better than I did, anyway. Because I'd never written to that girl. I'd never even seen her before. But do you suppose Laura would believe me? You're right. She wouldn't. Not until we solved the mystery. The touchiest one to, spring that I can remember. As we found out later, it all started with Sam Hocking and Bill Town, two third-year men at Farr.
Hi, Sam.
Hiya, Bill.
Say, you look down in the mouth. What's the trouble? Get a hot letter from your old man about your grades?
No, nothing like that. Just Dick Cole and Laura Bradley, that's all.
Oh.
Saw 'em talking and laughing together over by the chapel.
So what? Dick Cole and Laura together? That's not a very unusual sight around here.
Yeah, I know. That's just the trouble. Look, Bill, I got something to tell you. Laura Bradley, she's
the girl of your dreams?
Never mind laughing about it. I got it, Bill, and I got it bad.
Do you want I should take your temperature?
Now, listen, you...
Ow, you big gorilla. Okay, I'll be good. In fact, I'll even be better than that.
You will, eh? Well, and talk fast.
How can I talk when you're breaking my arm?
Okay, I'll let go. Now, talk.
You remember my sister. You met her last year.
Sure. Smooth doll, classy pigeon.
Uh-huh.
Only trouble is Laura's the one that
I know. Spare me, please. My nerves. Listen, I'm thinking we can queer Dick Cole with Laura.
Yeah? How?
Barbara, my sister.
I still don't see what that...
Just keep your trap shut and I'll explain. Oh. Now, look. The formal dance is only 2 weeks away.
I know that.
Mm-hmm. Of course you do. And you also know a whole flock of pigeons will be coming down here for the weekend and staying in Jackson Hall.
Yeah? Go on.
Well, I'll ask Barbara, see? Won't tell anybody she's my sister. But I'll tell her we want to play a joke on Dick Cole. She'll cooperate. I know I can count on her.
I'm listening.
And when the dolls arrive for the introductory tea Friday afternoon, I'll get Barbara to throw her arms around Dick and holler, "Oh, Dickie, my dream man. That last letter from you, you sure were cooking on the front burner, kid."
Yeah, that might work.
See?
Look, Dick could easily explain to Laura that he didn't know your sister.
You think Laura'd believe him?
I don't know why not.
Sam, my boy, I can see you don't know much about dames. Look, you ape. Laura won't listen to Dick long enough to believe him. She'll be off him for life. And then comes Sir Galahad to the rescue. Big, strong, funny-looking, and no brains.
You mean me?
Ouch. I take it back.
I'd mess you up, you twerp, if I didn't think you got a good idea there. Hey, your sister, she's solid.
Thank you.
It ought to work. Oh. Already I'm enjoying how Dick Cole's gonna look when she throws her arms around him.
Me too. That'll queer the great Cole, but good.
Oh.
Well, are you all set for the big tea, Dick?
Oh, I guess so. Sure, Simba. Let's go. Funny thing, this tea gives me more butterflies than the last 100 yards of the half mile.
Yeah, I know. But don't worry. Laura'll look after you.
Oh. Well, come on.
Yeah. You know, Dick, I caught a glimpse of some of the pigeons arriving at Jackson Hall this afternoon. A right sharp bunch they were.
There you go again. Uh-oh. Trying to make like a wolf, huh?
Who, me? Oh, no, sir, not with this mug. Don't worry. I know the dame that falls for me has to be blind in one eye and can't see out of the other.
Now, Simba.
Remember, I don't even have a date for this formal.
Yes, I know. And I think you're making a mistake, fella. You should have let somebody get you one.
Oh, no, don't worry about me. I'll just watch the rest of you guys and thank my lucky stars there's no wren hopping around on my arm.
Okay. Have it your own way.
Brace yourself, kid. Here we are.
You know Miss Johnson, don't you?
But I declare.
Wow, it sure is it.
Yeah, you said it. Say, where's Laura? Oh, I see her. Way over there in the corner. Who's she talking to? Oh, yeah, that's Sam Hocking.
I don't see her. Hey, there's a pigeon coming our way, and plenty classy.
Dick Cole. Huh? Oh, you great big wonderful thing. It's just glorious to see you. That last letter you wrote me, it was simply super duper.
But I don't know
I'm going
you.
to kiss you, Dickie. I'm so glad to see you. That's what I'm going to do. Yes, sir, right here in front of everybody.
Say, what is this?
Look at Cole.
Gee,
well,
miss,
aren't you glad to see me, Dick? Can't you even say hello, Barbara?
What? Oh, yes. Hello, Barbara. Gee, excuse me, please.
You know.
He's cute.
Laura, hi. Oh, gosh, am I glad to see you. Yes, sir. Well, here you are.
Yes, here I am. But I'm busy, as you can see, talking to Sam Hocking.
Sure, Dick. Fade away, huh?
That's right. Go talk to Barbara.
To Barbara? Laura, listen. I never saw that girl in my life before, honest. I don't know who she is or anything.
Oh, Dick, that last letter you wrote me, it was simply super duper.
But I never wrote to her. How could I? I didn't even know her name.
No? Then why did you say hello, Barbara?
Look, Laura, that was only after she told me
Dick
what
Cole,
her...
I've never been so humiliated in all my life. Right in front of the whole school, too.
Now, please, Laura. Oh, it must be trick somebody's playing on me. I tell you, I never saw...
I don't care to hear any more of your excuses. I can see with my own eyes, can't I? Now, would you please leave Sam and me alone?
Sure. Can't you see you're not wanted, old man?
That's right. And furthermore, I'm not going to the dance with you tomorrow night.
Laura!
Say, Laura, how about going with me?
Why, I'd love to, Sam.
Laura, listen.
I guess we'll just have to leave ourselves, Sam, since Mr. Cole isn't going to. Come along.
Well, sure, Laura. Yes, sir.
Well, I'll be...
Well, Dick, how are you, my friend? Everything okay?
Oh, sure. Everything's just fine. Simba, Laura thinks I know that girl and have been writing to her. She's broken her date with me to the dance.
Yeah? Well, I'm not exactly surprised. But, you know what I think?
Well, I know what I think. I think somebody put that girl up to it.
Sure they did. Can't Laura see that?
She wouldn't even listen to me.
No? Well, then, we've got to find some way to make that Barbara pigeon talk. Some good way. And Laura's got to hear it.
You're right there, but... Oh, but that's a tough one, Simba. How?
Yeah, how? Let me think.
Hey, Simba.
Yeah?
I think I've got it. Yeah, that ought to do it. Sure, listen. Listen to this one. If it's done right, it can't fail. No, sir, it just can't fail. Now, hold still for just a minute, Jack. And I'll put a little more of this powder on and make it look real good.
Gee, Mr. Cole, I feel like a dope.
yeah, I know, Jack. But look, fella, I sure appreciate what you're doing for me. And you know, there wasn't anybody else. I just had to call on you. Hey, now hold still. There. There now. How do you like your date now, Simba?
Those muscles sticking out of that evening dress. They're gonna think I dated the lady bantamweight champion of the state.
Yeah. Oh, boy, it's a lucky thing that Jack here is kind of small.
Yeah.
Say, Simba, take a look.
Yeah?
Do you think that wig is gonna stay on okay?
Oh, well, we'll try it, Jack. Give it a pat.
Okay. I guess it's all right.
Hey, there's one thing we forgot, Dick.
Well, what's that, Simba?
Jack's voice. It's not exactly girlish. What are we going to do about that?
Oh, yes. Oh, well, that's easy. Jack, you've got a cold, see?
A cold?
Yeah, you shouted yourself hoarse at the game this afternoon.
Oh, I see. I see.
Good. Now, let's just rehearse everything quickly before we get you out of here. Your name is,
It's, Mary Blaine.
That's right. You're Simba's, unknown date. And while the girls are waiting for us in the big reception room over at Jackson Hall, you're going to pick out Bill Town's sister, Barbara.
Yes. And sit next to her as near as I can.
Yeah. And then you start talking about how you heard she's been chasing Dick Cole around, writing him letters and trying to cut out Laura with him.
Yeah, I know.
Well, and if that doesn't do it, with Laura right in the room...
Oh, it'll do it. Mark my words. If Jack doesn't get found out. Remember, kid, make it good. Now, Dick.
Yes, Simba?
We gotta sneak Jack out of here quick.
Yeah.
He's only got a few minutes to put on his act. And if we get caught...
I know, only too well. Look, I'll climb out of the window, Simba, and help him down. We can't let that wig or anything get messed up.
Okay. And I'll help him up.
That's right. Now. All's clear. Okay, Jack. Come on.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Now take it easy, kid.
I will.
Fine. Now we can
Hey,
be
what's
very...
going on here? Who's the female impersonator?
Beat it, Jack, quick. To the reception room. I'll take care of this. Good luck.
Yeah, I'll try my best.
Oh, hiya, Bill. It's
Hi.
just a gag, that's all. Just a gag. Dressing up one of the first formers like a dame. Just a gag.
Just a gag, yeah? Major Farr doesn't like gags at our formals. Maybe he'd like to hear about this one.
Oh, no. I'm sure he wouldn't. Why, he wouldn't be interested at all.
No?
No.
Well, suppose I just go and find out if he is.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Bill.
You wouldn't, huh? Well, I guess you and I are just two different people. So long, Mr. Cole.
No, you don't. Sorry I have to do this, but you asked for it.
Ow! Help!
Now,
Hey, what's the matter? That you, Bill? What's the trouble?
you keep quiet, Bill. Quiet. Please.
Help, Sam! Help! Help me, Sam!
Gee, I don't know if I can do this. Those girls, I feel like they'll get on to me right away. Oh, gee, I wish I could.
Why, hello.
Oh, hello, Miss Bradley.
Oh, you know my name. I'm sorry. I don't believe I remember yours.
It's Mary Blaine.
You've got a cold, haven't you, Mary? You sound awfully hoarse.
Yes, a terrible cold. Sure.
God bless you.
Thanks.
Sorry about your cold. I know it's no fun when you come down to a dance.
No. It sure as heck isn't.
Mary, you sound like kind of a tomboy. I'll bet there are lots of boys in your family.
No. There are only 2 of us.
What?
Just my brother and Mary. Me. See?
Oh, I see. Mary, who's your date for the dance? Which boy?
It's Simba Carno.
Simba? I can hardly believe it. He's never had a date for the formal before. Mary, there's something I'd like to ask you.
Yes?
Is your name, by any chance, Jack Baines?
Oh, gee. Miss Bradley, how did you know?
Well, for one thing, I recognize your voice. And for another, you're a very, athletic girl.
Oh, gosh. Gee, I've spoiled it all.
What's the big idea, Jack?
It's...
A joke on Simba?
No, it's a joke on Dick Cole.
On Dick Cole, huh? Well, in that case, maybe I can help you. We're almost here, so make it quick, Jack. Tell me all.
Well, you see, I'm supposed to be Simba's date, but I'm going to make a play for Dick.
Yes, go on. I like it so far.
And then if he falls for it...
You're going to take off that silly wig and show him who you really are.
That's right.
Well, I think that's grand, Jack. It'll be a wonderful joke on that conceited Dick Cole. So I'm going to help you.
Gee, Miss Bradley. Thanks.
Don't thank me. I feel like thanking you. Here, let me fix up your wig.
Yeah.
There. That's it. And this powder. A boy would put it on like that. Too much. Golly, you look pale as a ghost. I'll rub a little up. Now we're ready.
Fine. But gee, I'm kind of scared.
Don't be. Just keep your voice a little softer. Come along with me and I'll introduce you as, Mary Blaine.
You won't stop yelling, eh, Bill? Help! It's too bad you don't leave me any choice.
Ooh! Hey, what's going on down there?
Quick, Simba.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Listen, Simba. Bill saw me sneaking Jack out of here, and I think Sam Hawking's on the way. Here, I'll lift Bill up, and you grab him under the arms and pull him through the window.
Okay.
Push him up.
Hey, what's the matter, Phil? You all right? I'm just getting into my pants. I'm coming.
Hurry, Simba. Grab him.
Yeah, I got him.
Now, here. All the way in with him.
Okay.
There. Now, pull him in the window.
Okay.
That's right. Good.
Hey, what's the trouble? What's going on here?
What? Oh, you mean, Bill Town yelling for help?
It's just what I mean.
Just a little horseplay, that's all.
Then where is he?
Oh, well, he, just ran off somewhere, I guess.
Oh, he did, eh? Your window, how come it's open?
The window?
Window.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, Simba and I, we like, fresh air.
Well, that's funny. I kind of like it, too. How about me joining you in your room,
Well, say, that'd be all right, but the girls, they're waiting over at Jackson Hall, and Laura wouldn't like it if you're late, you know.
Help, Sam, help. I'm in here in Cole's room.
Okay, Sam. Now, what do you want to do? You want to fight it out right here and now? It's all right with me if you want to.
Yeah, but Laura...
That's right. Laura won't like it if I fix it so you turn up late, and maybe with a couple of shiners.
Okay. What's your deal?
My deal is that you get Bill Town to shut up for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. And then we'll let him go. I'm sorry I had to hit him. I didn't want to. But there wasn't anything else to do.
Well, okay. It's all a mystery to me, but I guess it's a deal.
5 minutes.
All right, 5 minutes. Hey, Bill!
Yeah?
I made a deal with Dick. You keep quiet on there for 5 minutes.
Okay, Sam, okay. For 5 minutes, huh?
Right.
Oh, brother, when that's up, too bad Dick Cole.
Doesn't she look just divine?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful gown.
Girls, I want to present Miss Mary Blaine.
How do you do?
May I sit down here?
Oh, please do.
You're, that Barbara Town, aren't you?
Oh, no, I'm Sally Hopkins.
I'm Barbara Town. Why, honey, what's it to you?
Oh,
Nothing. Oh, have you got a cold, Mary?
yes. An awful cold.
Here, Mary, here's my hanky.
Oh, thanks. There.
Everything under control now, honey?
Oh, yes. Sure, you bet.
Yes, I bet. Well, then suppose you tell me why you called me that, Barbertown. Somehow I didn't like your tone.
Oh, nothing. I just was thinking how you've been running after Dick Cole.
I've been running after Dick Cole?
Yes. I hear you've been writing him letters every week, even when he didn't answer
Why,
them.
this is ridiculous.
Yes. I just think...
Of course the girl shouldn't. I'd never think of doing it.
I know. I think it's a very strange thing to do, the way she's been running after Mr. Cole.
Why, you even look like a girl. You impersonator.
Running after Dick Cole.
Oh, running after Dick Cole, huh? Well, you let me tell you this, you freak. I never saw him in my life before this weekend.
You never saw him before?
No. And what's more, I never heard of him before either.
Oh, that's what you say. But you threw your arms around him and kissed him.
Yes, I did, but it was just a joke, that's all. It wasn't anything but a joke. My brother put me up to it. He wanted to help out his roommate, Sam Hawking, who was a crusher. Oh, I shouldn't have told.
Please. You did tell, though. Finish it. Tell the whole truth. It was all just a trick, was it, that your brother and Sam cooked up to queer Dick with me?
Well, come on, Barbara. Tell Laura. You might as well. It's out now anyway.
Yes, that's true. It was just a trick, that's all. I never knew Dick Cole. Bill'll be so mad at me for spilling the beans, but I can't help it. This creature... Well, she's wearing a wig. It's slipping. I'm going to snatch it off.
Oh, it's
a boy.
Oh, here come the other boys now.
Boy. Oh, I guess I'd better be beating it. So long.
Oh, boy, what a night.
Hiya, Laura. Oh, you look swell tonight.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much. Tell me, where's Dick?
Cole?
Uh-huh.
Oh, what do you care about him? I guess he's around somewhere.
Dick? Oh, Dick.
Yes, Laura. Here I am.
The first dance, remember? You see, I'm running after Dick Cole.
You... Well, gee, Laura, you never told me.
Laura, I don't get it. You're my date tonight. You broke your date with Cole.
Well, Sam, let's just say I'm mending it again, then.
Oh, Laura.
Too bad, isn't it, Sam? You haven't any date at all.
But you're the only girl...
I tell you what, Sam. There's a date for you back in the hall there somewhere.
What? Oh, I get it. A date that's, wearing a wig?
That's right. A very athletic date. And one that goes by the name of Mary Blake.
And now, Dick Cole fans, be sure to same station for another exciting half hour with Dick Cole at Farr Military Academy. Yes, plan to meet Dick Cole every week on the air and enjoy his thrilling radio adventures as you've enjoyed him and his life at Farr in those two favorite comic magazines, Blue Bolt and Foremost Comics. That's right.
But pardon me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Dick. I almost forgot. Here he is, fellas and girls.
Hiya, folks. Just to remind you, I'll be with you again at this same time next week. Don't forget, it's a date.
A much lesser-known show with very few surviving episodes is The Adventures of Babe Ruth, which ran in 1934 on the Blue Network. It told dramatized stories of the famous baseball player's career with some fictionalized elements added in, such as in this episode, Chick Foster, which aired on November 20th, 1949. Chick used to be a Yankee pitcher, but he left on bad terms to another team. Now he's back playing against his old teammates, and before the conclusion of the show, a Yankee player was so injured that his career might be over. It was narrated by the famous sports announcer Steve Martin. Next is that lesser-known soft-boiled detective, The Adventures of Father Brown, about a parish priest who solves crimes in his spare time. Quite a unique premise, not many episodes of the show survive, despite running for 2 years from 45 to 47. Carl Swenson plays the title character, a kind and generous man of the cloth, but with an intelligent and sharp mind for finding clues and solving mysteries. Bill Griffiths played Flambeau, and Gretchen Douglas played Nora, the rectory housekeeper. In The Three Tools of Death, a troubled young woman's father is killed 3 weeks after her mother's death, and Father Brown tries to help her deal with her grief while also trying to solve the mystery of her father's murder, which was committed by one of 3 weapons. This one aired originally on July 22nd, 1945. And then our final show of the video is The Adventures of the Sea Hound, and the episode The God of Vengeance. Now, this adventure series ran from 1942 to 1951 on multiple networks as a serial for younger viewers, about the exploits of Captain Silver, played by several actors, and his ship, the Sea Hound. Others in the cast were Bob Hastings, Alan Devitt, and others. Now, in this story, Captain Silver, Tex, and Kukai find themselves in a Bolivian jungle trying to get to the bottom of problems with a new railroad there. Actually, I had only listened to 1 or 2 episodes of this show previously, and I'll be honest, I was not a huge fan. But I really did enjoy this episode. It's full of great action, great dialogue, and the sound effects are fantastic. All right, enough talk. Time for some great old-time radio shows. I'll see you in a little bit.
Play ball! Play ball with Babe Ruth! Play ball with the Navy! The United States Navy brings you the adventures of Babe Ruth. And here to tell you about the immortal Babe is the man who knew him so well, his pal, the popular sports reporter, Steve Martin.
A list of the big fella's records is as long as your arm. But one of the most sensational exploits which changed several lives and determined a pennant doesn't appear in the routine records. But before bringing you today's exciting story, I have a message for you. Now that high schools all over the country are opening up again, I know that a lot of you fellows who graduated last spring and aren't going to be back are feeling a little lost right now. You'll be wanting to meet some new companions, make new friends. Well, you can get it, fellows, in the U.S. Naval Reserve, which is your hometown Navy. You'll find there a swell bunch of fellows, your own age, working and playing together and learning together. Think of the fun to be had and the knowledge to be gained in the Air Reserve, for instance.
Right, Steve. A fellow might learn engine repair if he wants to, or electronics, or photography, or any one of the many other Navy skills.
And what's more, Jack, he can learn them well, for the Navy takes pride in the thoroughness of its training.
As a commander, you ought to know, Steve.
I do know. The United States Naval Reserve is the finest possible place for a young chap to spend his spare time, his evenings and weekends, and his vacation.
Well, sure. In the Naval Reserve, you're part of a team that's actively working and playing together, and getting paid for it in more ways than one. Join your hometown Navy, the United States Naval Reserve. Visit your local Navy recruiting office now. And now, back to Steve Martin and the adventures of Babe Ruth.
Some time ago, I told you how a star Yankee pitcher, whom I call Chick Foster, almost wrecked the careers of Babe Ruth and manager Miller Huggins. Chick was traded off the Yankees that winter, and he popped off that this was one deal the Yankees would regret. In the first game between Chick's team and the Yankees the next season, Chick was pitching. And right off, the Yankee batters began falling to the ground, then scrambling up and yelling at Chick. Babe, who'd turned his ankle slightly, was watching the game with me from the press box, and he was fuming.
The Chick's throwing in our boy's head, Steve.
Oh, no, Babe. He's just a little wild today.
Wild, my eye. He's dusting him off on purpose. Unless he stops, somebody's going to get hurt.
In the fifth inning, Bob Russell, the Yank outfielder and Babe's particular pal, came up. He crowded the plate the way he always did, and the big fella hollered at him.
Watch yourself, Russ. Don't let him hit you.
Relax, Babe. Not even Chick would deliberately bean a man.
You don't know him like I do, Steve. He hates Russ because he's my buddy. Russ, look out! Chick, get it. He beat Russ. Come on, Steve, let me out.
Bob Russell was lying motionless on the ground where he had fallen like a log when Chick's fastball hit him in the head. The players from both clubs rushed out to him, and I followed Babe from the press box. The big fellow was raving like a madman when we got to the clubhouse and discovered that Russell had been taken to the hospital. We rushed to the hospital and found manager...
How is he, Hug? How's Russ?
Still unconscious, Babe. His skull was fractured.
Oh, no.
Russ is a fine athlete, though, and while it's too early to tell for sure, the doctors think he'll pull through.
Fine for that.
He won't play any more ball this season, though. Maybe he won't ever play again.
What?
What's that, Hug? Yeah, it's a tough break, all right, for Russ and the Yankees.
Hug, Chick beamed him on purpose.
Now, wait a minute, Babe. That's a serious accusation, and we can't prove it.
Well, Chick may be a loss, but I don't think
he did it on purpose, I tell you. He hates you and me, Hug, because we spiked his wagon last year when he had it all framed to steal your job as manager. And he hates Russ because he's my pal and stood by us.
Yeah, but Babe,
I don't mean Chick tried to kill Russ, but he meant to nick him and make him and all the rest of us plate shy. Chick wants to beat us out of the pennant, but this time he went too far, and he's going to hear from me.
Wait a minute, hey, Babe, come on,
Babe, come here.
Babe, come on. Hey,
Hey, I want to talk to you, Chick.
Oh, hiya, Babe. Sorry about that accident to Russ.
It wasn't an accident.
But I understand he's out of danger. What did you just say?
I said it wasn't an accident. You threw right at his head.
Why, you're crazy. My fastball was taken off on me today. I couldn't control it.
You're a liar, Chick.
What? Why, you...
And you're a yellow dog. Nobody but a yellow dog would throw a beanball.
You're asking for it, big noise.
You bet I am. Like this. Here, I show you. All right, let's all take your
The big fella and Chick tangled like a couple of grizzlies with no holds barred. It was then when Chick's manager and I tried to break them apart that I saw Landis, the white-maned commissioner of baseball himself, stalk in. When the players saw him, they all jumped in and pried Chick and the big fellow apart. When the commissioner faced Babe, you could have heard a pin drop.
You came into the opposition's clubhouse of your own free will, Babe?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Commissioner.
You started this fight?
Well, yes, I guess I did.
You're darn tootin' you did. He accused me of beating Bob Russell on purpose, Mr. Commissioner, and then he slugged me.
I want to see you and your manager about the accident later, Foster.
It wasn't an accident.
That's for me to determine, Babe. You took the law into your own hands on property under the jurisdiction of organized baseball. I am suspending you for 1 month without pay and fining you $1,000. I'll see you later.
You must be out of your mind, Babe, going into the clubhouse after Chick.
I saw Red, Hug. But I also wanted Chick to know that I was onto him before he beamed another Yankee player.
Chick's a rat. He knows we can't prove he threw a duster at Russ. So you played right into his hands.
I know that now. I'm sorry, Hug.
Yeah, fat lot of good that does us. Russ is out of the lineup, you're out for a month. How are we going to win the pennant now?
We're not licked yet.
Oh, we haven't got a prayer. Chick cooked our goose just as he said he would. And you cooked mine.
Huh?
So long, sucker.
In a month, when Babe finished sweating out his suspension and got back in the lineup, the Yanks started to climb. With the big fella's bat wrecking the opposition and Gehrig, Dickey, and Lazzari swinging right with him, the Yanks burned their way through the league. By Labor Day, they were challenging Chick's team. The two clubs fought it out down the stretch with a dozen rhubarbs and fistfights every time they met, and they came to the wire neck and neck. A single game, a playoff of one that was rained out earlier in the season, would decide the pennant. There wasn't an empty seat in the park by game time, and the roofs of buildings around the park were black with fans. In the Yankee clubhouse, Huggins said only one thing to the players.
All right, I don't have to tell you that Chick Foster's pitching against us today. He's been a fairly good boy since he beat Russ, and he wants to win this one and show us up. So watch out for your heads.
Can I say a few words, Hug?
Sure. Go ahead, Babe.
Listen, you guys. What Hug didn't tell you is that his job is riding on this game today. Yeah. And there's something else. Chances are Bob Russell will never play another game of ball. He's got a wife and 2 kids. His share of the World Series pot, if we win today and get into the series, will make a lot of difference. What do you say?
All right, come on now.
Now you're talking. Let's go. Let's go.
The Yankees charged out on the field with fire in their eyes, but Chick banked those fires in a hurry. He drove them back from the plate with his high close one, and then he worked the outside corners. If the Yanks moved in again, they got Chick's duster ball at their heads. The only hit off Chick in 4 innings was a screamer through the box, which the big fella drove at him. If Chick hadn't managed to jump aside, it would have taken a leg off. He swore at Babe, and that started another rhubarb. The umpires had to threaten to clear the field. At the end of the 6th inning, the opposition was ahead 2-0. I said to Bill Feely of the Grove, "It looks bad for our side, Bill."
Yeah, Chick's got the Yankees scared. They keep remembering what happened to poor Bob Russell. Can't blame them.
No. Well, it looks like Chick is one out after all.
Yeah.
And even the big fella can lick him. I was thinking of poor Bob Russell, who wasn't going to get a World Series payoff, and of poor Hug, who was going to be out in the alley. And I hardly noticed when Earl Coombs scratched an infield hit. Sewell went out, and that brought up the big fella. Babe stood at the plate and didn't move his bat off his shoulder through the first 5 pitches. He deliberately let it go to 3-2. And then, with Chick showing Babe a big sneering grin, the big fella suddenly stepped out of the batter's box and leveled his hand, pointing to the distant center field bleachers. His meaning was clear, but if it wasn't, none of the fans who'd hushed down could miss knowing that the big fella was calling his shot, because you could hear him now all over the park.
All right, Chick, you yellow pup. Get the ball anywhere near my bat, and I'll park it in those bleachers.
And then the ball came, with everything Chick had behind it, and it rocketed straight for Babe's head. But the big fellow was obviously waiting, the duster, because he stepped back as Chick was letting the ball go. Then he swung.
Babe did it! He parked it in the center field bleachers just like he said he would. Steve, that's the greatest thing I ever saw.
Me too, Bill. Me too. It was the enemy park, but I think every fan in the place got to his feet and gave the Babe a hand as the big fella trotted around the bases, a big smile on his face for Chick. And Chick, his hands on his hips and his mouth open, looked as if the roof had just fallen in on him. Then I made a prediction. Now watch those Yankees go to work on Chick, Bill, and finish the job the big fella started. The big fella had called his shot correctly, and now I hit the jackpot, too. With all fear out of their hearts, the Yanks fell on Chick like they'd just bought him. And they murdered him. Before the opposition could get another pitcher warmed up and thumb Chick out of there, the Yankees were leading 8-2. And that was the way the game ended. And the big fella and his boys were in the World Series again. Oh, Babe, it was wonderful. Marvelous. How'd you ever call that home run?
Steve, there was nothing to it. I said to myself, look, George, you've hit a few hundred home runs. You ought to be able to belt one more for Russ and Hug. So when Chick laid that old apple up there, I just took a poke at it and... Well, that's all there is to it.
Yes, but you hit it exactly where you said you would. How'd that be?
Yeah. Well, that's my secret, Steve. Someday, when I retire, I'll tell you all about it.
So ends this adventure of Babe Ruth. Now, Steve, what does the log say where to hear next week?
Well, Jack, I'm going to tell you how a young girl named Susie changed the whole complexion of the World Series with unusual results.
The Adventures of Babe Ruth is written by Ben Freeman, produced by Woody Close, directed by Ronald Dawson, and presented by the United States Navy.
The Adventures of Father Brown. And here he is, Father Brown, the best-loved detective of them all.
Humanity produces optimists only because it has never produced a really happy man.
From the masterful and exciting pages of G.K. Chesterton comes that fascinating human being, Father Brown, played by Carl Swenson. Underneath the modest exterior of Father Brown is the rich character of a generous, deeply human man with a sensitive and quick-witted mind. In addition to being a man of God, he is a man of the world, a man of science, and a brilliant amateur detective. And now, the three tools of death. Facing the afterglow of a beautiful summer sunset, Father Brown sits alone in the study of his modest parish house. He is half dozing when Nora, his housekeeper, enters.
Father Brown. Father Brown.
No. Yes, Nora? What time is it?
Time for your tea. Here it is, nice and hot.
Ah, thank you. Just set it there, please.
Were you asleep?
Oh, I was in between, Nora, just in between. A beautiful state of being, I assure you. Half out of this world and half in.
It's a good thing young Father Peter took over your duties for today. I told him... There's somebody at the door. Don't worry, I'll take care of that.
No.
Good evening, Nora. Is Father Brown in?
I'm sorry, Flambeau, but he's rested.
No, Nora. You know Flambeau's always welcome. Tell him to come in.
Oh, all right.
Come in, Flambeau. Have a cup of tea.
No, thanks, Father. I'm all upset. A friend of mine is in trouble.
Oh.
Will you come with me to Oakville? My car's outside.
Here. No, not so fast. Get your breath. Sit down.
Father, you've heard of Aaron Armstrong, the philanthropist and lecturer?
Oh, Armstrong. The author of those bestsellers on how to be happy, etc. Has that such a tremendous following?
Yes, Father, that's the one.
Oh, yes. I've read his books. And I attended one of his lectures once in which he offered his followers an easy road to happiness. Or heaven, as he called it.
That's the guy, Father.
Yes. As I remember, he apparently based his teachings on one of the Proverbs of Solomon. A merry heart doeth good like medicine, but a broken spirit drieth the bones.
Uh-huh.
Yes. He believed in giving up all the physical appetites, smoking, overeating, and drinking. Oh, yes, and above all, he believed in being cheerful. He dealt with the drink problem with an enormous gaiety.
Well, he's dead.
What?
His body was discovered early this morning.
Well, you don't say. Where?
Right near his house, in a ditch on the parkway.
What happened?
Nobody knows. But according to the police, it looks like murder.
Did you say his house is close to the parkway?
Yes, on an embankment just above it.
Well, what makes the police think it wasn't an accident, Flambeau?
Well, he was wearing only his dressing gown. And another strange thing, Father. A small piece of rope was tied around one of his ankles.
Was any weapon found?
No, but it was apparent he'd been struck on the head by a huge instrument of some sort. Cuts and bruises on his body showed signs of a struggle.
Well, who put you on the case?
Oh, no one. The dead man's secretary, Robert Royce, is an old friend of mine. I called him as soon as I heard the news and offered him my services as private investigator. But he refused to see me.
Well, that's strange. No, yet no. Not so strange if he were implicated. Who else is there beside Royce in the household?
Just Armstrong's daughter. A very attractive girl, I hear, but completely dominated by her father's cheerfulness. And there's also a gardener, I believe.
And your friend Royce, what sort of man is he?
Oh, he's a huge, genial sort of fellow. A Scotsman.
Did he and Armstrong get along well together?
Well, Royce was devoted to him.
Ah, yes. Armstrong had many devoted followers. You know, he's always interested me, Flambeau. He puzzled me, in fact.
Puzzled you?
Yes. When first I heard him lecture, I remember thinking that he had a troublesome road ahead. I believe that somewhere in his life you'll find the secret of his death.
But, Father, according to the papers, he lived as he preached.
Oh, yes, I know, Flambeau. The old fellow's optimism was phenomenal. But somehow I don't believe he found that easy road to heaven, as he called it.
No?
No. Neither have I. There is no shortcut to heaven, my friend.
But who would want to kill such a man?
Well, if ever I murdered somebody, I dare say it might well be an optimist of the proportions of old Armstrong. His optimism was so out of proportion.
I've heard cheerfulness referred to as a virtue.
Yeah, well, people like frequent laughter, but a permanent smile, Flambeau. Well, now that's something else again. As Shakespeare says, the devil hath power to assume a pleasing shape.
Oh, Father, it's 6 o'clock. We're just in time for the news. Let's turn on the radio.
That's a good idea. Perhaps there's something further on the case.
Listen.
Clear tonight and tomorrow somewhat cooler. Now we bring you a special bulletin just handed me on the Armstrong
Yeah,
case.
turn it up, Flambeau.
John Magnus, the gardener, the millionaire philanthropist, has been reported missing.
Oh.
Also, negotiable bonds of the dead man valued at $100,000. The police received this report only a short while ago and are now conducting a statewide search for the gardener. It is believed...
Wow, that seems to be the first real clue. Do you mind if I use the phone, Father? I'd like to talk to Royce again.
Yeah. The call will cost you a nickel. Tax 2 cents. That's 7 cents. Just drop a dime in the poor box on your way out.
All right, Father. Hello, Royce? This is Flambeau. Now, wait a minute. We just heard the news about the gardener's disappearance. Oh, hold on. You remember the friend I was telling you about? Yes, Father Brown. Well, we'd like to come up. What's that? Oh, I don't get it. Royce. My father, he's hung up.
What did he say?
He said if we valued our lives, we wouldn't go near that house.
Ah, interesting. Well, Flambeau, that's what I call a real invitation. Come on, my friend, let's go.
Well, I'm sure there's someone here, Father.
Ring again, Flambeau. Ah, here's someone now.
Yes? What do you want?
Oh, good evening, Royce.
So it's you, Flambeau. I thought I warned you plain enough over the phone.
You did. But look here, Royce. I don't understand
It was plain English I spoke.
I know, but you sounded like you were in trouble.
Well, I'm not.
Oh, come, man. Don't act as though we weren't friends. Oh, this is Father Brown.
I gathered as much.
Mr. Royce, I'm afraid I'm to blame for this visit.
Well, it was good of you to come, Father, but I wish you'd both heeded my warning.
Man, what kind of a friend would I have been if I had?
I tell you, the police have already investigated.
I know. I've talked with them.
Perhaps we can help you, Mr. Royce.
Help? In what way?
Well, maybe we could tell better if you'd ask us in.
Very well. You may come in. What you should have let sleeping dogs lie, Flambeau.
Well, Royce, I must confess I can't find anything here in Armstrong's room that tells us very much.
And just what did you expect to find?
Mr. Royce.
Yes?
What do you make of the gardener's disappearance?
Magnus is a fool, maybe a thief, but he never killed Mr. Armstrong. I'm sure it was the deed of a madman.
I see. My. Well, I would never have expected those to be there.
Father, what are you looking at?
That pair of socks over there thrown under the bureau.
Oh, they should be in the bureau drawer. Here, I'll put them away.
Wait. May I have a look at those bureau drawers, Mr. Royce?
What for?
Well, I'd just like to look.
What are you searching for?
And I'll take a peep at that closet, too, if you don't mind. Well, now that's funny.
What, Father?
Everything looked so neat when we came in.
Mr. Armstrong was always very particular.
Everything is in order on the surface. But underneath, things look different.
What things?
Well, in the closet, his socks are stuffed in the hangers with his suits. And in the bureau drawers, under those beautifully laid-out shirts...
Yes?
A whole lot of ginger spilled from a box.
Why do you have to go on with this? The police went over the room very thoroughly.
The room, perhaps. But they seem to have missed this piece of rope. Look here. I found it caught in the vine just below the ledge of the window.
Well, it couldn't have been there this morning or the police would have found it.
Well, I just saw the wind blow an end of it out from under the vine. Royce, maybe you can tell me how this piece of rope got there.
What has that got to do with the case?
You know perfectly well a piece of rope was tied around the leg of the dead man.
That rope in your hand was left from fixing the windows.
Well, now, I'm just wondering.
Wondering what, Father?
Well, let me take a look out of that window.
Why?
For a very good reason. The police haven't yet established why the dead man was found on the parkway. No, that isn't it. The window isn't high enough from the ground for him to have fallen, or been pushed, or to have jumped.
Right. And not high enough for his body to have rolled down the embankment to the parkway.
Mr. Rice, isn't there another floor to this house?
There's only an attic.
Robert? Robert?
That's Miss Armstrong. She's been much upset since her father's death.
Oh, yes, of course.
You'll have to excuse me for a moment.
Certainly.
Father, I don't like the look of things. This rope I found in the vine was cut with a sharp instrument. The rope found on Armstrong's ankle was also cut with a sharp instrument. And did you notice the cut on Royce's knuckle?
Yes, I did, Flambeau. But, I haven't noticed any geniality. He's hardly the person you described to me.
Yes, I know, Father. Didn't like him.
Nevertheless, it seems to fit his unshaven appearance.
It's the first time I've ever seen him that way, either.
You're worried about your friend's innocence, aren't you?
Well, I know how the mind of a thief works, Father. I was once a thief myself. But murder...
You think he's capable of murder?
Well, the answer to that one is more up your alley, Father.
Well, in any event, he's hiding something. But I think there is a secret in this house more important than his, and I'm very anxious to find out what it is. Now, first, look at the stains on the wall. And you felt the dust on the banisters as we came up.
Well?
Well, but the question fairly screams at us, Flambeau.
What question?
Why are there no servants in this house?
Well, Armstrong certainly had plenty of money. He could afford them.
Mm-hmm. There could only be one reason. If the old man himself had something to hide.
Father, you mean you think Armstrong...
Well,
Miss Armstrong's in the drawing room downstairs. She'd like to talk to you, Father Brown. If you will please follow me.
Well, I hesitate to continue, Miss Armstrong. I know how badly you feel.
Please go on, Father Brown. I'm quite all right.
But that bruise on your forehead, Miss Armstrong...
Oh, that's nothing. It doesn't bother me. I bumped it.
Your father had a great many followers, didn't he?
Oh, yes, he helped so many people.
Do you know why your father decided to give up all his servants?
Well, great men like my father have their peculiarities.
Their ideas are often different from other people's.
Yes, very true, Mr. Royce, very true. I was only wondering...
Wait. Listen.
What?
Listen. Someone's unlocking the front door.
Who could it be? No one has a key besides us.
Who's that?
Me, Magnus.
Magnus?
Yes, Miss Armstrong. Magnus.
And here is Inspector Vincent. Well, how are you, Inspector?
Fine, Father Brown, fine. Hello, Flambeau. I might have known you two would be here.
Well, I see you got your man, Inspector. Is this the gardener who walked out of here with $100,000 worth of bonds?
Walked out of here and right into my office to place them in my charge. Hello, Royce. Are you feeling better, Miss Armstrong?
Yes, thank you, Inspector.
Now, Magnus, perhaps you'd care to tell Miss Armstrong why you took those bonds without consulting her.
No one in this household is to be trusted. Not even Miss Armstrong.
Now, see here, Magnus.
Just a minute, Royce. What I want to know, why did you wait so long before reporting this gardener's absence?
We didn't think much of it, Inspector, until I noticed the bonds were gone, too.
I was waiting for you to report it. Magnus has been telling me some very interesting things.
A new angle on the case, Inspector?
Well, it closes the case if Magnus is telling the truth.
Inspector, what this man says is not to be taken seriously. He's not been himself.
What makes you say that?
Magnus used to be my father's personal valet, Inspector. But he was taken off that and put to work in the garden. He's been very upset.
He thought it was quite a come-down.
Upset, am I? Well, I like that. I wasn't going to tell the inspector about you two being in love, but now
Be careful what you say, Magnus.
You weren't so careful what you said when I heard you two talking in the garden the other night.
Magnus.
I've stood enough of this.
Take it easy, Royce.
Inspector, may I make a suggestion?
Just a minute, Father Brown. Magnus, what are you getting at?
About 4 nights ago it was. I heard them in the garden. He was begging her to marry him. They didn't know I was close by.
No, Robert, we mustn't.
But, Alice, you've no life of your own. Let's face your father now. Let's tell him how much we love each other.
Oh, but, Robert, we must wait. We really ought to.
I know how important you are to his work, but what about us? Our life, We can't go on waiting forever.
Oh, but Robert, it won't be forever. Oh, darling, you know I love you. You must be sure of that.
I am sure, my dearest. Oh, if only I could get my hands on some money.
What do you mean, Robert?
I'd make you marry me then, Alice.
Oh, Robert, I feel guilty even thinking of it. We mustn't, my darling. Not now. So long as he's alive.
I'll find some way out of this.
I thought I heard someone.
We better not talk here. Come, my dear.
That's all I could hear. But I suspected them, what they were up to, and now I know.
You know what?
That they would be off with the money. Mr. Armstrong's money. The money he had wanted to be used for his work.
Inspector, this talk is ridiculous. You don't think...
Mr. Royce, do you use an old-fashioned razor?
Aye.
You didn't use it today. Why?
Why, I mislaid.
When?
I don't know, since I last shaved, I guess.
That was yesterday, you can tell by his beard.
Magnus brought your razor to the precinct with him with the bonds. I'm holding it as evidence.
Why?
Because it had a smear of blood on it.
Oh, well, I must have cut myself shaving and forgot to wipe it.
Oh, Inspector, is this all the evidence you have of Royce's guilt?
Who said anything about Royce's guilt? Now, Magnus, tell them what you told me just now in the office.
I was sleeping in my room over the garage, and about 4 this morning I heard shots, followed by loud outcries, which seemed to come from the attic. An instant later, I saw Mr. Armstrong's body pitch from the window and roll down the embankment. When I made sure he was dead, I rushed up to the attic and found his daughter unconscious on the floor with a razor in her hand.
You mean Miss Armstrong killed her father?
It's a lie! Surely, Father Brown, you for one will take Miss Armstrong's word against his gardener's?
But is Miss Armstrong's word against him? So far, she has said nothing.
Miss Armstrong, can't you speak?
Magnus told the truth.
There, you see?
I'll get you for this.
I'll get you.
Here now.
You'll not say things like that.
I will, and I do.
Royce, go on, let go.
None of that, Royce, or I'll arrest you for assault.
No. You'll arrest me for murder.
Robert!
But, man, you've been Armstrong's best friend. What possessed you?
I was drunk.
Sure. Didn't I find those empty bottles hidden in the garden, piling up week after week? Sure. I knew what was going on here.
Now, Magnus, you've told your story. Let Royce tell his.
Maybe he was too drunk to remember.
Miss Armstrong did not pick up the razor to attack, but to defend her father from me. In the scuffle, she hit her head against the eaves of the attic. I hurried down to get something to revive her, and it must have been then that Magnus came in and found her.
Oh, Robert!
All right, Royce. Come along.
Wait, Inspector, before you arrest Royce.
What is it now, Father Brown?
Well, so far we've had opinions and confessions. But we haven't had facts. And we need facts.
And where do you think we'll find them?
In the attic.
In the attic?
Yes, Inspector. Perhaps by climbing a few steps nearer heaven, we can come closer to this evil.
But, Father, I can't figure out what you expect to find in this attic.
You sleep here, don't you, Mr. Royce?
Aye.
And Mr. Armstrong slept in the room immediately below this.
Aye, but why all these questions?
Well, now, in the first place, Mr. Royce, why did you bring your victim up here at the crack of dawn in order to kill him? Why didn't you go to his room? Well?
I've confessed. Isn't that enough?
Well, confession is good for the soul, that's granted. But, Inspector, you remember Magnus telling us he was awakened by shots?
Yes. What about those shots, Inspector?
Were any bullets found in Armstrong's body?
Well, we investigated and didn't find a one.
Wait. Here is my pistol. I fired those shots. You can see the holes in the carpet.
Well, why should anybody fire at the carpet?
A drunken man will let fly at anything.
Ah, he doesn't pick a quarrel with his feet.
And there's the rope. It was from my window here that Armstrong was thrown.
And the piece of rope I found fell to the vines below.
What about the blow on the head? According to our report, he was struck by a massive weapon.
A massive weapon indeed, Inspector. Sure. The good green earth was the weapon.
Okay, so the good green earth was the weapon. But look, this room was the beginning of the murder. Even I can see from the disorder. Come on, Royce. Let's go.
But the disorder here is all on the surface. The very opposite of Armstrong's room. No, it doesn't fit. Too many inconsistencies.
Father Brown, Royce has given himself up.
No. Really, this won't do at all.
What won't do?
Well, first the police said no weapon was found at all. Now we're finding too many.
Too many?
There's the razor to cut a person, the rope to strangle, the pistol to shoot, and after all this, Armstrong broke his skull falling out of a window. No. It won't do. It's not economical.
Alice, they won't believe me. You tell them.
Inspector,
Yes, young lady.
may I speak to Father Brown alone for a moment?
If you must, but be quick. We can't wait around here all night.
And now what is it, my child? What is it that you wish to say?
You're trying to save Robert, but it's no use. I should have realized before this his case is hopeless. Before he came to us, he was a prisoner of war. He had some shocking experiences.
Well, you think that was the reason for his drinking?
Yes, he wasn't himself at times. We thought he was getting over it, but... Father, I saw Robert commit the crime myself. I heard the shots. I ran up just in time to see him leap at my father.
Where was your father standing?
He was clinging to the windowsill in terror.
But the rope.
Robert tried to strangle him with it. Father fought back, and the rope slipped from his shoulders to his feet, tightening around the leg. Robert was like a maniac. I snatched the razor from the floor and managed to cut the rope before he pushed me against the
Miss
eaves.
Armstrong, what we see with our eyes is sometimes farthest from the truth. Now, you thought that you saw a man about to commit murder. What you actually saw was two men struggling, and then you lost consciousness.
But Father Brown...
I want you to go downstairs, my dear.
I don't understand.
Go on now, please. Do as I say.
Very well.
Thank you, my dear.
Well, Father Brown, I've seen and heard enough to convince me. Unless you know something pretty startling, I'm taking Royce down and booking him.
If you don't mind, Inspector, I'd like to talk to Royce a bit before you do.
What about, Father?
Well, where's Alice?
She's out of earshot, Mr. Royce. So why don't you tell us about it now?
Tell you about what?
I see. Well, then I'll tell you, Inspector. Those 3 tools of death were not used to kill Armstrong, but to save him.
Save him?
Father, I don't get this.
Save him from what?
From himself. At the time old Armstrong died, he was a suicidal maniac. No, Royce, you weren't drinking.
No?
No, and you were the only one who knew what lurked behind old Armstrong's laughter.
No.
Yes, you knew that behind that merry mask was the mind of an atheist.
No.
A man who knew nothing of God. He didn't realize until it was too late that human beings need something to worship greater than themselves.
I warned Flambeau not to bring you here, Father. I was afraid it might come to this.
Well, man, what harm is there in the truth now?
Alice must never know.
Why? Why shouldn't she be told that you weren't the enemy her father feared? Shall I name the enemy, Royce?
All right, Father Brown. You win. This morning, Armstrong was determined to do away with himself. He knew I kept my service pistol in my dresser. And when he heard me go down to the kitchen early at dawn, he left his room and came up here.
And you came in and accidentally surprised him.
I got the pistol out of his hand, but in the struggle I had no time to unload, so I fired at the carpet. Then he found my razor and tried to slash himself. I snatched it from him and flung it to the floor. I ran after him with a rope to tie him up.
And it was then that the unlucky girl ran in, and misunderstanding the struggle.
She tried to cut her father free with a razor. She cut the rope, slashing my knuckle just as I pushed her, and he went crashing into eternity out of that window.
But, Father Brown, you spoke of an enemy old man Armstrong feared.
I did, yes.
You mean the enemy was in this room with him at the same time as Royce?
Yes.
Who was it?
The sin. The very thing Armstrong was so vehement against.
You mean alcohol?
It was his worst enemy. The moment I saw the ginger in one of the bureau drawers downstairs, I suspected it was the futile effort of a man who was trying to give up drinking. Isn't that right, Royce?
Yes, Father Brown. Armstrong was living a lie, and it preyed on his mind.
And he feared his public might find him out.
Aye. The more despondent he got, the darker visions he had of failing his followers. The people who looked to him for guidance. So fearful was he of anyone prying into his secret that he hid from his friends and got rid of all his servants.
And you were the only one he could confide in.
Aye.
He didn't understand your loyalty, did he?
No, but it was for her sake, you see.
And so you kept the knowledge of his spells to yourself, letting his daughter believe it was you, the result of the war.
Aye.
Well, Royce, I can't imagine why you didn't speak up before.
Don't you see? It was because she must never know.
Never know what?
Why, that she killed her own father.
I see. By trying to free him.
My son, I think she should know. After all, it was only an accident. And accidents, no matter how tragic, do not poison life like sins. I think you should both be happier now. Surely, 2 private lives are worth more than the public reputation of Aaron Armstrong.
Well, Father, at last you're back.
Yes, we were worried. Hello, Nora. Hello, Peter.
Have you had dinner?
No, I don't think I have.
Oh, that's a shame. I'd better go fix you something right away.
Ah, my. It's nice to sit down again. Oh, Peter, you missed your story tonight. I'm sorry.
Father, I heard tonight's story. Many versions of it.
You did? How?
From the news commentators over the radio.
Oh.
They've been reading bulletins on it every half hour or so.
I see.
Tell me, Father, what made you suspect Royce wasn't guilty?
Well, looking into the hidden places of his attic room convinced me of Royce's innate neatness, Peter.
I don't quite see.
Well, I knew that no one as orderly as Royce could commit such a murder. The whole thing was too sloppy. I mean, the 3 tools of death.
But how did you discover that Armstrong was a suicide?
Well, the same method, but in reverse. I'm afraid my methods are not orthodox, Peter. I'm no real detective. To me, a man's inner nature must be revealed first. Armstrong's habits revealed his nature just as Royce's did. They justified certain suspicions I had when Flambeau told me of his death.
What do you mean?
Well, Armstrong's erratic character was clear to me when I looked into his bureau drawers. See, there I saw the compartments of his mind. The neatness mixed with the disorder which his friend Royce had tried to cover up. The litter reflecting the mind of the depressed.
Surely you had something more than that to prove he was a suicide.
Well, yes, Peter, I had myself.
Yourself?
Yes. I dare say that I would feel as Armstrong did if I had ever preached an easy road to happiness and then had slipped into a ditch by the side of the road.
Yes, Father, I see.
Yes. Well, now, good night, Father Peter.
Good night, Father Brown.
Listening to The Adventures of Father Brown, with Carl Swenson as Father Brown. Father Brown's adventure tonight was called The 3 Tools of Death. The character of Father Brown was created by G.K. Chesterton in the detective novels called The Adventures of Father Brown. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Sea Hound. On distant seas, in far-off skies, in jungle depths of other lands, you'll find adventure with Captain Silver and the Sea Hound. Between the Serpent's Mouth on the coast, where it empties into the ocean, and its source in the lush jungles of Venezuela, the Orinoco River passes through only one city of importance, Ciudad Bolivar, the city of Bolivar. The Orinoco is navigable, and so many seamen walk the streets of Bolivar, among them Captain Silver, Tex, and Kai wending their way to the heart of town. Where
Where are we heading for, Captain?
The Government Hall of Progress, Tex. There's an exhibit I want to see.
Say, I heard they got a scale model of the railroad government's building that into the interior.
Yes, including little figures of the American engineers heading up the job.
Very important undertaking. If wealth of the interior can be brought out by train and machinery brought in, much improvement will be made.
I reckon everybody in town's at this here exhibit.
Yes, here we are, Captain. The sign in Spanish say, Railroad Exhibiting Gate Hall. Captain Silver, notice Gate Hall, very empty of people.
Nothing but a few folks way over yonder near that train exhibit.
Oh, I can't understand it. They've been building for 6 months now. Those progress reports on the bulletin board there should attract more people.
Perhaps citizens of Bolivar are not interested in train to interior.
No, I was here at the opening celebration.
Much excitement?
Why, the whole town turned out.
Let's have a look.
Very real, Captain Silver. Exact model of train, exact model of jungle.
Yes. You notice anything odd about the way the road is being laid so far?
Can't say as I do, Captain. Except that for 6 months they sure ain't traveled far.
Senor?
You addressing me?
Si, senor. I hear you call this a road into the interior.
Well, that's what it is.
You are wrong. This is a road to eternity. See, a road to eternity.
Well, I'll be. Did you hear that, Captain?
Yes. So that's how the people of Bolivar feel. That's why
Capitan Silver. Oh, I have been looking all over for you.
Carlo Luis.
I have been searching the whole of Bolivar as soon as I heard the sea hound was in port.
But what is it?
Please, I cannot talk here. My office is right upstairs. Come with me. I must talk with you.
When did you first become suspicious, Carlo?
It is hard to say. As you know, there are powerful groups here who do not want this railroad.
They wish to keep the interior as private territory for themselves, eh?
Si. And of course, every time there is a delay, an accident, or trouble on the road, they try to use it to have the whole thing stopped.
Well, tell me, Carlo, do the engineers follow the blueprints of the road as laid out by the government?
No. Always they say our blueprints are impossible.
I see. It sounds like someone's working against you, Carlo. But, well, after all, how can we help you? If your own men couldn't locate anything...
Capitan Silver, please to listen to me. The engineers on this road are Americanos. They represent a big concern in your country. Always, Americanos have helped us much. But,
You suspect the Americans?
I am ashamed I have to say this. But how can I question their good faith, Capitan Silver? It might endanger relations.
You want us to look into it?
Oh, si, por favor.
Tex? Kai?
Sure enough, Captain.
Very willing to be road laborer, Captain Silver.
Why, that's an excellent idea, Kai. Carlo, that's what we'll do. The three of us will hire on as laborers. That'll give us an inside view of what's what.
Bueno. But one thing, Capitan.
What's that?
Do not say you know me. It will be better.
Oh, yes, you're right. Well, we'll take the Sea Hound as far up as we can go. The rest of the way we'll go by hand car on the track already laid.
If we're going, let's go, Captain.
Oh, gracias, Capitan Silver. You have brought me the first peace of mind I have known in many months.
Glad to be of help. But what's this?
Small statue tacked to door.
Madre mia. It is...
Carlo, what is this little figure with the tiny dagger in his hand?
It is the god of vengeance.
Kai, you want me to relieve you on the pumping detail?
No, thank you, Captain. Always since childhood, I look forward to pumping handcar.
Well, the pleasure's all yours, Kai. Say, Captain, how about another look at old Pierside?
You mean the god of vengeance we took off Carlo's door?
Yep.
You're certainly most curious about him, Tex. Yeah, here he is.
Mean-looking cuss, ain't he? With that little dagger in his paw.
That little dagger, Tex, is supposed to have killed many a man.
You mean there's somebody alive who looks like this?
No. This is a copy of a much larger figure. According to the legend, the god of vengeance stands at the entrance of a native temple in this region. And all who enter, and are not supposed to, are drawn irresistibly to his dagger and are impaled on it.
Well, now, how can a statue put a dagger through somebody? Sounds like a lot of foolishness to me.
Well, I'm not worried about any god of vengeance, Tex. What I'm concerned about is this little figure in your hand.
You ain't falling for bad luck omens, Captain.
No. But whoever stuck it to Carlo's door must know we're being sent by Carlo.
Hey, that is bad.
Tex, Captain Silver, hold on!
Something's wrong with the track!
Tex.
Are you all right?
It seems very cool, but do not enjoy hand car as swimming companion.
Well, head for the nearest bank. We can't tell about alligators in this river.
Oh, man, that sure was a close shave.
Well, I guess we'll have to walk the rest of the way. Kai.
Yes?
1 minute we were sailing along, and the next we were sailing through the air.
Yeah, perhaps God of Vengeance, Captain. Look overhead at Castle. We fell off.
The tracks, they're spread out.
Yes. Did not notice tracks ahead.
Say, I had the God of Vengeance in my hand when we went over. Now he's gone.
Perhaps very fortunate. Perhaps our luck improved.
Yes, because the legend holds that once the God of Vengeance has placed a curse on you, it'll cling to you forever. There's the engineer's shack ahead. None too soon either. Looks like an electric storm is fixing to blow.
Yep. Reckon they blow up some mighty pretty storms in these parts.
Better to go inside. Engineer's shack. Would welcome chair to sit down in.
Are you the three men supposed to bring the hand car in?
Yes, this is Tex and Kai, and I'm Silver.
My name's Dargan, engineer in charge. What kept you so long?
Better ask your track crew that.
Now, don't tell me how to run my own road. My man hired you on as laborers. I expect you to be punctual.
Well, what Tex meant, Mr. Dargan, is that we had an accident. The tracks were spread out.
Yeah, the jungle heat'll do that. Everything happens in this rotten climate. What do you know about building a railroad?
Oh, some. We've worked around in various places.
Well, forget anything you knew. You'll have to learn it all over again here. Want to wash up?
You could stand some sleep and grub.
You'll bunk in the barracks with the other men. Silver, you know how to read a map?
I guess so.
Okay, look here. Now, this blue line marks the track we've laid so far, up to this point.
Yes?
A mile ahead of us is this.
Ah, a mountain surrounded by bad swamplands, eh?
In the morning, we're going to lay track around that mountain.
Uh-huh. By the way...
What is it?
Just asking, but... Well, I'm sure you've tested the rock formation inside that mountain.
What do you mean?
Well, you could save about 5 miles if the track were laid through the mountain, tunneled.
Well, now. Figuring track, eh? Well, that's my job, Silver. I'm laying track around the base.
We've dug a hole big enough to bury an elephant in, Captain.
Well, what do you say, Kai? Deep enough?
Captain Silver,
Yes, Kai?
please to descend into hole with me. A very interesting revelation.
Stay up here, Tex. Keep a lookout.
Yep.
All right. Now.
Notice cross-section of surface revealed in this hole, Captain.
Oh. A layer of sand and shale, the first 3 feet or so.
Yes, and quite loose. Notice next layer down, please.
Gravel, and then solid rock. Kai.
Only one conclusion, Captain. Engineer Duggan does not know his work, or he is the man we are looking for.
Why, this is a perfect mountain for tunneling. He could have gone right through here instead of...
Captain Silver, a slide, heading our way.
Well, quick, Tex. Jump down in here with us. It's our one chance of getting out alive.
Okay, Captain.
All right, come on. You haven't all day long.
Men under this rubble may still be alive. All right, hurry it up. Hold it. Now, give me a hand, one of you men. Now, easy does it. Come on, up with him. There you are.
Thanks, Sergeant. I'll be all right. Get Tex and Kai. Let me give you a hand.
You lie there till you get your wind back. Here come your friends.
It's very close, Captain. Except for Mr. Duggan, we might be asleep forever in hole we ourselves dug.
Yeah. Lucky you was around, Mr. Dargan.
And now, Silver, after you almost did away with yourself and your friends, how come you were up here on this mountain and not down below like I ordered?
Well, I was curious about the mountain.
You were curious, huh? Well, I wouldn't be if I were you.
Tex, wake up.
What time is it?
Pipe down, Tex. It's 2 a.m. I've already wakened Kai.
Be with you in a jiffy. Where are we headed?
The Dargan's work shack.
Lion's Den,
No,
eh?
he sleeps in his own hut, other side of camp.
Gonna search for a radio or something?
Come on, hurry up, Tex. We're going to check the government specifications for this railroad. The blueprints are in his work shack. If the government specifications direct him to tunnel through the mountain, we'll be on the way to a solution. Tex.
Right behind you.
This window above us. I noticed it last time we were in the shack. Give me a hand up.
Here's my hand. Up you go.
Right. Good. Now, Tex, give Kai a hand. Then we'll haul you up.
Come on, Kai.
Watch out for the snail, Kai.
Yeah, once tall pants, a small boy. Very embarrassing.
There you are. Okay, Tex.
Haul away, Captain.
Now we'll shut this window.
Want a flashlight, Captain?
No, not yet. This moonlight will help. Here we are. Now take the flashlight.
Right.
No, down on the floor. Well, I've got this map out. The light won't be seen from the outside.
You want me to hold my hat over the top of the flashlight?
That's a good idea. Now,
Notice red line, Captain. This map not same as shown to you by Duggan before.
No, he had a duplicate. This one carries the seal of the government surveyor's office.
And red line passes through mountain.
Uh-huh. He's relying on his friends to kill the entire project.
Must be pretty penny for Mr. Duggan in this.
And I'll bet a pretty penny his own firm doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, I think we got him dead to rights now, Captain. That mountain.
No, it won't hold up, Tex. He could argue his way out. We've got to find how he gets his orders and how he passes back news of delays and other...
What's up?
Quick, douse your flashlight. Each one of us behind some piece of furniture.
Did you see that? It was him. Yes, Duggan, this hour of night. He was close to his desk when he opened that door, Captain. What in tarnation was that he took out?
A native costume.
You mean a grass covering and them bead sashes they wear?
Yes. I'm as puzzled as you are.
Captain, observe in moonlight. Mr. Duggan heading away from camp.
So, he's disappeared into the jungle with a native costume. Well, we're going after him. This may be what we're waiting for.
He's disappeared into the jungle like a snake. Possible Duggan heard us, Captain, and perhaps hiding in tree this very minute.
No, we were too careful for that, Kai.
I smell a trap, Captain.
Well, there are 3 of us to 1 of him. We'll keep moving in the direction Dargan was heading. There's a chance we'll pick up his trail again.
Captain Silver, straight ahead.
What?
A temple. Yes, but notice, please, in doorway of temple revealed by moonlight. Well, I'll be a ring-tail baboon. Captain Silver, it's a man, maybe 7 feet tall, and a dagger in his hand.
No, Tex. That's not a man. It's the god of vengeance, standing in the doorway of his own temple.
We've been lying here in the grass for close to an hour now, Captain, just watching that statue with the dagger. You know, I'd be lying to you if I said I didn't have the willies.
Yes, he's an awesome sight, isn't he? With just room enough in the doorway for a man to squeeze by him and into the temple.
Most unusual figure, Captain. Notice how dagger is held at level up man's heart. Why don't we crawl up close and get a good gander at him, Captain?
Because I have a hunch our friend Dargan's in that temple. And I've enough experience with native legends to believe that at least some of what they say is true.
You mean that there iron statue can really run a man through if he don't belong in the temple? Captain, you see what I see? A native coming out right past that dagger. It's Dargan in native dress. But how can you fool a statue just by wearing a gray skirt? Look, now, he go back into jungle. I'm going after him. We can't let him get away.
It's no good to us out here, Tex. Let him go.
Well, then, why did we trail him out here?
He led us to the temple. Now we know there's something inside it of extreme importance to Dargan's scheme. We're going to challenge the god of vengeance to let us through.
I have most uncomfortable feeling in vicinity of knees, Captain Silver.
All right, now. Dargan's vanished back into the jungle. We can move up closer.
Sure looks fierce up close, don't he? Like he's got his eye on you.
Perhaps God of Vengeance operates dagger on spring, Captain. Necessary to push some button, maybe.
Tex, your flashlight.
Here you be, Captain. Don't like to point on that dagger at all.
This may be all foolish precaution. Then again, it may not. I'll run the light over the doorway.
No sign of button or spring, eh?
No. You're awful close to him, Captain.
Tex, Guy, grab hold of me, quick. What? I'm being drawn to... I can't pull back. Tex, Guy,
it's dragging you right into it.
My waist, pull my waist. Please put your arms around my neck. I got it. All right.
Another moment, Captain, and
it's human. That blasted idol is human.
Those shouts. We've aroused the natives. I think we're robbing their temple. Now, you and Kai, into the jungle. Now, hurry, head back to camp.
You, Captain Silver, what are you going to do?
I'll hide out back here. They won't find me.
But,
do as I say. Get back to camp before the storm traps you in the jungle.
I ain't leaving you here alone.
This is an order. Get back to camp. I'm going after the god of vengeance alone.
Don't like it, Kai. Don't like it at all.
No, almost 5 hours since we left Captain Silver in jungle.
With him thinking he could get the better of that dadgum statue.
Fortunately, storm makes it impossible for road crew to go out unless Honorable Mr. Dargan would notice absence of Captain.
Let's go back into that jungle.
Where's Silver?
Why, he just stepped out for a while, Dargan.
In a storm like this?
Well, now I reckon that's his own business. Ain't no work today.
By the way, where were you last night when that jungle lion broke into camp?
Jungle lion?
Yeah. Didn't you hear about it? Finally cornered it and killed it.
Oh, we heard the shouting all right, Dargan. Heard the lion roar, too. Just figured the other fellas would take care of it.
Well, for your information, there was no lion in camp last night. And neither were you or your pals.
alive? Here, look, half drowned.
I am. Sorry to have taken this long.
Please inform us as to how you came back alive.
Not now, Kai. We've still got work to do. Tonight.
Tonight? You ain't aiming for us to go back there.
Exactly.
But Dorgan was here in the barracks.
Yes, with clever ruse, he discovered we were not in camp.
Oh, so?
I think he's known all along what we're up to. And if we go back there tonight...
Can't be helped, Tex. I'm certain he plans to visit the Temple of the Avenging God again. And we'll be right behind him. This time, we're going into the temple. Hold it now. There he goes, into the temple.
Most unscientific to believe. Native costume makes it possible for Dagon to go past Dagger unarmed?
And yet it's true, Kai.
Seems to be. Almost did away with Captain Silver, and he was only taking a look at it.
Dressed as we are this time, we'll get by the God of Vengeance all right.
Hate to have anybody back home see me in this here grass get up. Captain, how much longer?
Right now. Dagon is deep within the temple by now, and won't notice us at the entrance. Let's go.
If possible, God of Vengeance appears to be even more frightening tonight. Never hoped you were right as much as I do now, Captain.
Now, I'll go first. Then you, Kai, and Tex will follow.
Right. You got a real nerve, Captain. Kai, look at him squeeze past, with that dagger just reaching for his heart. The Captain is inside. Well, your turn, Kai. Yes?
Tex, now you?
Me. Reckons as good a way to go as any. Here I come. It's pulling, Captain. Give me a hand. I'm a goner. Look, Tex.
Tex, are you all right? You hurt in the fall?
I'll be okay, Captain. Wasn't the fall that's got me. It was that dagger creeping up on me. Captain, I do not understand. Why did God of Vengeance choose only Tex?
Later, Kai, later. Dagon is somewhere in this temple. We've got to find out what he's up to.
Not this temple empty, except for great altar up front.
Yes, that's probably the place he had picked for what I think he's doing. Now keep to the walls. We'll get as close to the altar as we can.
Up with your hands, Silver.
Dorgan!
So you weren't inside the altar?
No, I knew you'd look for me there. It's too easy a place to be trapped in. I waited for you, Silver.
You were expecting us?
Sooner or later. You sure looked a sight, Tex, when the God of Vengeance almost ran you through.
Why, you dirty chiseler. It'd take a feller like you to laugh at something like that.
Keep your hands up in the air, Tex. Another move and I'll plug you.
Tex, you've got a gun on you.
No, now, why'd you have to tell him that, Captain?
I told you not to bring one along.
Well, I knew something like this might happen.
And it did, Tex. Throw that gun this way, fast.
Do as he says.
All right.
Now, who sent you?
Carlo Luis.
Just what I thought. And he asked you to find the radio I used to keep in touch with the men who hired me, huh?
You were hired by the government, Dagon, and no one else.
No law against taking two salaries, Silver. I collect from the government and from the men who don't want the road built.
Your racket is over, Dorgan.
Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Tex, but you're not leaving here alive. That radio hidden in the altar is too valuable to me. Now, each of you is going to put on a string of these beads.
Man, have you gone loco? Most unusual beads, Captain. Very large and made of iron. Beginning to understand mystery of God of Vengeance.
Bright boys, aren't you? But it'll do you no good. In the morning, the natives will find all three of you dead. Victims of the God of Vengeance. Lead the parade, Silver.
I don't get it. Captain, what...
Move, Silver.
Captain Silver, you ain't gonna let...
Cannibal! Moncada! To the temple!
Captain Silver, you are wounded? No, after dark. Try to get out.
Captain Silver, them natives, where'd they come from? What's happened?
Our friends, Tex. Hurry!
took a tumbling last time we came this way, Captain.
Well, I guess there won't be any torn rails in front of our handcar this time, eh, Doggin?
Yeah. No, not with Doggin himself here tied up like little boy.
I still can't figure out what in tarnation made that god of vengeance tick.
Oh, it's quite simple, Tex. He's made of iron, and he's been standing around in electric storms for so many years that he's gathered a terrific charge of magnetism.
Magnetism? Ordinary, but very powerful magnetic charge.
Oh, you're just pulling my leg, you two. Now, how can magnetism attract an ordinary human being?
Not the person, but the metal objects on and in his clothing. Like the flashlight I held in my hand.
Well,
and that gun you had hidden in your grass skirt.
So that's what did it. A magnetized statue.
My perplexity concerns other matter, Captain. Arrival of natives most unexpected.
When Doggin wanted us to walk past the dagger with those iron beads on, I called my friends Caniba and Mongana.
More sudden friendship, Captain.
No, that's what kept me so late that night. After I learned the secret of the idol, I went to see the natives and told them about Doggin. They want the railroad, and so they stood by ready to help.
Captain, what are we going to do with Dorgan?
Send him over to the authorities in Bolivar.
For a nice, long stretch in caboose.
Yes, and by the time he gets out, he'll be able to take a pleasant ride on the railroad he wanted to destroy.
Where does the Sea Hound go for its next adventure? To what far-off part of the world does Captain Silver take his crew on the Sea Hound? You'll know if you listen in Monday at this same time over this same ABC station for an exciting new adventure with Captain Silver on the Sea Hound. Listen Monday through Friday to your ABC station from 5:30 to 6. Make this the most exciting half hour of your day. Tomorrow, a thrilling story with Sky King called Wanted, Dead or Alive. And Monday, another adventure on the Sea Hound. Yes, make 5:30 to 6 the most exciting part of your day.
I hope you have enjoyed the adventures of compilation of great old-time radio shows. If so, I hope you'll hit that like button and maybe leave a comment letting me know what you thought. What were your favorite shows? Were any of them new to you? And anything else you care to share. And if you aren't already subscribed to the channel, please hit the subscribe button so you'll be notified every time a new video comes out, which is usually at least 3 times a week. I really appreciate you watching and enjoying, and I'll see you on the next one.